Meanwhile, a group of people was entering Ikiang County from the northern road, located at the edge of the forest outside the city. The master of Hangzan sect, Hangzan's #1 sword, Chongwon, smiled apologetically, glancing at the man riding beside him. So family head, you don't need to do this. The man beside Chongwon was Ikiang's So family head, Ikian. He smiled politely. If I don't treat you well enough, how can I face my Miram brethren later? I'll be drowned in criticism. Daozhang, Reverend Master, you're too polite. Hangzan female knight, Ilye, smiled brightly on the other side. So family head, I really appreciate your hospitality, but my senior brother has always been accustomed to simplicity, so he's a bit overwhelmed by such warm reception. Please understand his stubbornness. Ikian continued smiling politely. Female knight, you truly are a heroine among women. As a father whose daughter joined Hangzan sect, I'm very grateful for your guidance. I believe you can be a role model for my daughter. I'm truly grateful for that. Ilye smiled shyly in response. You're too kind, it's my duty. Meanwhile, Ikian's daughter, Young, who was walking behind, was showing a look of extreme disgust towards her father. He's really good at flattering people. The more Young looked at Ikian, the more she felt resentful. He pretends to be a loving and caring father in front of others, but the reality is different. Young knew that she didn't have much time left at Hangzan sect. When this year ended, she would have to return to the So family's main residence. Then, she would have to marry the fiancé that the family head had chosen for her. This was undoubtedly a political marriage. Ikian himself had confirmed this. He coldly told Young, that is the duty of a daughter born into a martial arts family. Thinking about this made her feel bitter. This was something the man called her father had always emphasized. Young felt a surge of resentment. If I hadn't had martial arts talent and been sent to Hangzan for training, I might have been married off long ago. So, in this Miram Grand Assembly, she had to win. If she ranked first or second in the women's ranking of the martial arts tournament between the younger generations at the Miram Grand Assembly, she could receive the position of Hall Master or Assistant Hall Master of the Phoenix Hall. Young longed for victory because it meant she could stay with the Miram Alliance. Young's eyes were filled with determination. With such status and power, if I'm lucky, I can delay or even cancel that political marriage. I must win, no matter what. Just then, loud footsteps came as a So family subordinate rushed to find his master. The subordinate saw the group of riders and knelt down in a respectful bow. Subordinate pays respects to the family head, Hangzan's #1 sword, and Hangzan female knight. Ikian sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, what is it? The subordinate stammered, my lord, currently at the family estate. Ikian then gave him a look, signaling to use voice transmission to avoid losing face in front of the Hangzan people. As the report reached Ikian's ears, his expression changed drastically. He first looked surprised, then stunned, and finally, angry. Ikian furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then turned to the Hangzan masters. Excuse me, there's a bit of a situation happening at the family estate. I wonder if I could allow my eldest son and daughter to return first. The Hangzan masters happily replied, of course. So family head, go ahead. Young Hyun, the eldest son, who was walking beside Young, felt uneasy. I wonder what's happened in the family that even I have to return first. He then hurriedly urged Young, let's go. Young's intuition told him that this time it was his troublesome younger brother causing trouble. He sighed to Young, if we don't hurry back, Jang Yun might cause more trouble. Seeing Young Hyun rushing off, Young followed with curiosity. What do you mean? Young Hyun frowned unhappily. That useless donkey who was expelled before has returned. Even Young, who was Wonhui's full sibling, frowned in annoyance as she heard his name. That stupid idiot. Why did he return to the family now? Does he want to make things difficult again? Despite seeming grumpy thinking about Wonhui, Young actually just didn't want to see her closest blood relative get beaten up by those bastards again. She hurriedly increased her pace. I need to get back to the main residence quickly. However, as soon as she stepped through the back gate, the scene before her was so unexpected that Young was stunned. What the? Young arrived just in time to witness Jang Yun writhing on the ground with a broken arm. She was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't Wonhui, her senior brother, who had been taken down, but Jang Yun, and who was that slender teenager next to him? Young Hyun, witnessing this reversed scene, was also stunned for a moment before sharply shouting, stop it. Wonhui, slightly taken aback, looked up at Young Hyun. Didn't you go out with the patriarch? He asked. Why are you back so early? Although somewhat surprised, Wonhui didn't show any fear in the face of Young Hyun's menacing anger. Wonhui then glanced behind Young Hyun and recognized Young. His sister had also come back. He had heard that she had become a disciple of the Southern Skies sect. If she came back with this guy, it meant Won-wi quickly realized that the patriarch had gone out to pick someone up from the Southern Skies sect. A spark of amusement flickered in his eyes. It seemed like a guest from the Southern Skies sect was about to arrive soon. Immediately, he ordered Sama-young to acupoint Jang-yoon, who was rolling on the ground. Sama-young furrowed her brow, looking at Won-wi in doubt. Didn't you want me to dismember him? She asked. Won-wi shook his head, lips pursed. No, just acupoint him. Grumbling, Sama-young sat down and acupointed Jang-yoon, muttering, "You should thank your lucky stars you escaped death, you bastard." Young-hyun, seeing this, walked over and questioned Sama-young. "What are you doing to my brother? Who are you, daring to lay a hand on someone from our So family, and on our territory?" Sama-young immediately stood up, politely clasping her hands in greeting. "Greetings, young master. I introduce myself. I am Won-wi's junior brother, my young." Young-hyun, surprised, turned his gaze towards Won-wi. "Junior brother?" he questioned. Won-wi grinned and greeted him. "Long time no see, elder brother." Young-hyun, hearing Won-wi's address, frowned with displeasure. That bastard dared to call someone elder brother, he thought, but still maintained a polite and gentle tone as he asked Won-wi, "You just returned to the family and already started trouble. Explain yourself. What exactly happened here?" Sodam, observing Young-hyun's behavior, instantly felt suspicious. This guy seems quite different from the idiot Jang-yoon earlier, she thought. Won-wi clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course, that's Young-hyun. He's been the smartest in the family since he was a child, but he's also a very cunning fellow." As Won-wi described, Young-hyun was a shrewd individual who knew how to handle people well. He was aware of how others perceived him and knew how to build a good image of himself in their eyes. Far from Jang-yoon, Won-wi calmly explained the situation to Young-hyun. "Second brother had a little too much to drink and felt annoyed when he saw you return after such a long time." Young-hyun obviously didn't accept this explanation. He scowled at Sama-young. "So what if he was drunk? What does that have to do with your junior brother behaving rudely like that?" Sama-young immediately became murderous and was about to draw her sword. "So, you're saying I should just let my senior brother be stabbed? You should be careful with your words, young master." Won-wi saw Sama-young's beautiful hand already reaching for the hilt of her sword and immediately transmitted a voice message. "Hand, too much." Sama-young was startled and quickly withdrew the surging murderous aura. "Oh, I know." Young-hyun felt angry but still wanted to maintain his dignified image, so he could only transmit a voice message to curse Won-wi. "You arrogant piece of trash, you dare do this because your friends are strong." Won-wi clearly understood Young-hyun's intentions and directly exposed him. "If you have something to say, just say it directly to me. Why do you need to use voice transmission? Are you trying to say something that others shouldn't hear?" Young-hyun, having his fake facade exposed in front of everyone, lost his composure and blurted out, "You." Just as he was about to unleash the most vulgar curses at Won-wi, he suddenly startled himself and hurriedly swallowed the words back. The atmosphere was tense. Many people were watching. He couldn't lose his temper. He had to maintain his image. Immediately after, Young-hyun calmed himself down and continued to speak in a serious, but not harsh, tone. "I don't mean anything, but wasn't your junior brother's action too harsh? Even if Jang-yoon was drunk and acted recklessly to the point of crossing the line, there's no need to break his arm, right?" Won-wi acted naive and agreed with Young-hyun's thought. "Oh, is that the issue? Because of the urgency of the situation, my junior brother was a bit hasty in stopping him, so it seems like he went a bit overboard." Young-hyun, getting the answer he desired, was smug in his heart. "You've fallen for my plan, you idiot. Now I have a reason to deal with you, you piece of trash." Young-hyun proudly pointed at Won-wi's face. "That wasn't just a bit overboard. This is the So family's estate. How dare someone casually break the arm of a So family member on our territory?" After fiercely criticizing Won-wi, Young-hyun was filled with expectation, waiting for others to agree with him. With this reasoning, the situation was already in his favor. "Come on everyone, support me," he thought. However, Young-hyun's expectation was met with a tense silence. Those who were present at the scene before he arrived had seen everything. Jang-hyun had even declared that he would kill Won-wi right there, so naturally, no one could defend him. Seeing Young-hyun's confused expression at the lack of support, Won-wi broke into a triumphant smile. "Too bad, Young-hyun, everyone else has seen with their own eyes all the stupid things Jang-hyun did." At that moment, Won-wi suddenly felt like his past self was an idiot. "Why did I used to fear morons like this?" he thought. Just then, Young-hyun stepped forward to stop Young-hyun's criticism. "Elder brother, please wait a moment." Young-hyun boldly revealed the truth. "I heard from Song Yanhwa's sister about what happened here. Second brother, after returning from the tavern, was drunk and acted recklessly. He even tried to kill third brother." Unable to blame Won-wi, Young-hyun turned his anger towards Young-hyun. "Third brother, Who are you calling third brother? What do you think you're doing, calling someone who has been expelled from the family third brother? Young Hyun looked at Young Young with a hateful and contemptuous gaze. Or are you defending him because you were born from the same mother as that piece of trash? Young Hyun continued to spew more harsh and cruel words. You are truly a bunch of bastards. You truly share the same filthy blood with that woman. Young Young couldn't take it anymore and swung her hand to slap Young Hyun, but he easily caught her wrist. Young Young's anger welled up, and tears streamed down her face. How dare you insult my mother? I can ignore other things, but insulting my mother, let go of me. Young Young struggled to break free, but Young Hyun tightened his grip on her wrist. He sneered and scoffed. Ha, as if I'm wrong. You two trashy brothers deserve to be treated like this. Wonhui, seeing Young Young being bullied, couldn't take it anymore. He walked towards Young Hyun with a grim face. Let go of my sister. Young Young, seeing this, became worried that Wonhui would be implicated, so she quickly and fiercely told him to leave. Don't get involved in this. This is my business. In that moment, Wonhui suddenly understood Young Young's thoughts. Ah, this scene is so familiar to me, but before, I thought she always hated me. Seeing the tears rolling down Young Young's cheeks, Wonhui felt touched. I thought she didn't like seeing me, so she deliberately acted cold. It turns out that wasn't the case. Wonhui couldn't help but feel heartbroken watching Young Young stubbornly protect him. She was trying to push him away to prevent him from getting hurt more by these bastards, because she truly cared about him. In Wonhui's chest, a warm feeling unexpectedly surged, a warm feeling unlike anger. It was the warmth of family affection and the yearning to protect his loved ones. With this surging feeling in his chest, Wonhui affectionately called out his sister's name, Young Young. He smiled softly and looked at his sister with eyes full of love. I will protect you now. Seeing Wonhui's declaration, Young Young, although overjoyed and blushing, still felt anxious and quickly shouted, You idiot, what are you saying? Don't get involved in my business. Young Hyun, seeing the two siblings arguing endlessly, became even more furious and raised his remaining hand to hit Young Young. Seeing Young Hyun's hand about to strike his sister's face, Wonhui moved lightning fast, grabbing his wrist and activating his inner energy. Wonhui's basic grappling technique combined with his inner energy effortlessly knocked Young Hyun down while he was completely unprepared. In reality, even with defense, it would be difficult for him to avoid injury with that level of inner energy. Everyone watching was speechless at the sight of Young Hyun being thrown down in a blink of an eye. More importantly, everyone was stunned to see Wonhui, who was supposed to have a damaged dantian, able to use inner energy. Even Young Hyun, the one involved, was bewildered and couldn't understand what had just happened. He only had time to feel a dizzy spell before he found himself lying flat on the ground. Wonhui walked over and spoke to him in a threatening voice. Listen carefully. Wonhui spoke and brushed his hand as if touching Young Hyun was disgusting. I, Wonhui, am no longer the foolish donkey of Icheng. Don't even think about laying a finger on my sister. Young Hyun quickly regained his composure and hurriedly stood up, confronting Wonhui. Young Hyun looked at Wonhui with gritted teeth, resentment and doubt in his eyes. Did you manage to restore your dantian? Wonhui casually looked at him with half an eye. Who knows? He saw Young Hyun stand up so quickly and didn't feel annoyed, but instead felt a sense of amusement in his heart. Right, you should at least be able to take a hit like that. Wonhui glanced at Young Young and thought to himself, I won't let this end easily. You've caused Young Young so much humiliation and made her cry. I will make you pay. Sodam, knowing Wonhui's intentions, became even more interested in observing Young Hyun. He's not as foolish as Jang Yoon. He seems to be testing your strength, Wonhui thought, clicking his tongue. After all, he's the eldest son of the So family. He must be much stronger than his younger brother, Jang Yoon. Wonhui had a sudden interesting idea. Should I try my luck a little and lure him in, just enough to show him my internal energy is at the first or second level, he thought, immediately activating his dantian and revealing a hint of his abilities. Young Hyun, seeing this, couldn't hide his triumphant smile. Without any doubt, he assumed Wonhui was weaker and was naturally delighted. Even though he had just been knocked down by Wonhui, Young Hyun remained confident he could defeat him with preparation and caution. He considered his previous fall a moment of negligence and carelessness, so he didn't hesitate to draw his sword. Sodam chuckled at Young Hyun's reaction. It seems he's taken the bait, he thought. Wonhui also smiled inwardly. He seems confident he's stronger. Good, go ahead. Young Young, seeing Young Hyun draw his sword with murderous intent, quickly warned Wonhui, be careful, brother, even if you've recovered your dantian, he's not an easy opponent. Wonhui chuckled to himself, just showing a little bit of my energy, and even Young Young misunderstands my current strength. More importantly, it feels good to have my only family member worry about me. He patted his sister's head reassuringly. It's alright, just trust me. At that moment, Young Hyun charged forward with a sword strike imbued with internal energy. However, his action was too slow. Won-wee didn't rush, leisurely drawing his own sword. As Young Hyun's sword neared him, Won-wee swung his sword in a sweeping motion. His internal energy wasn't even unleashed yet, but he effortlessly deflected the opponent's blade. Young Hyun, forced backward, panicked. What's going on? Your swordsmanship. I poured all my internal energy into that attack. While Young Hyun stood stunned, Won-wee slapped him across the face, causing his mouth to bleed. A simple slap, but a heavy blow to his pride. Won-wee looked at him with disdain. This is your punishment for attempting to slap my sister. Young Hyun, deeply hurt in his pride, swung his sword again. Won-wee, seeing this, instantly recognized he was attempting one of the 3 proud sword techniques of the Yang-so family, the Xian sword technique. Won-wee had no trouble exchanging moves with Young Hyun. He didn't even move a step, trying to use the Xian sword technique on me. How foolish. Even though I haven't seen this technique in a long time, I can still easily recognize it. You'd be better off using a technique I'm unfamiliar with. Not accounting for the power disparity between them, the fact that Young Hyun used a technique Won-wee already knew was enough to give him ample opportunities to counterattack based on the technique's weaknesses. As a result, Young Hyun received another slap, this time on the same side of his face. Young Hyun collapsed to the ground after Won-wee's second slap. He calmly announced to him, "This is for insulting my junior brother, the one who saved my life." Young Hyun, stunned from the slaps, staggered for a moment, unable to get back up. Meanwhile, Sama Young, receiving Won-wee's attention, put on her puppy dog eyes. "Vice Commander, you're so cool." Sungwon, standing beside her, couldn't help but shiver. "Don't make that expression while trying to disguise yourself as a man." Jang Jian's friends began to feel confused about Won-wee's strength. Is he really that foolish donkey, that trash from Yang City? How come even Young Hyun can't defeat him? Won-wee listened intently to the surroundings, calculating that the other group should be arriving soon. A moment later, the sound of swords from a distance signaled their arrival. Won-wee determined the sound was from around 100 swords, meaning the family head had gone out to greet the people from the Huangshan sect and they were about to arrive at the family estate. Moreover, Won-wee sensed 3 incredibly strong auras within the large group. He immediately deduced they were the family head and 2 powerful figures from the Hangzan sect. Won-wee smiled cunningly at Young Hyun. It's time to reap the rewards. Meanwhile, Young Hyun, completely unaware of the situation, tried to get up and started to curse. "You useless donkey, today I will." Young Hyun, panting heavily, looked exhausted, but he still tried to shout, "You're really asking for death, aren't you? I was going to spare you because you still have some blood ties to this family, but now you're definitely going to die." Young Hyun charged forward with fervor, but Won-wee saw through his every move once again. He changed his sword grip. His internal energy output was stronger, and his sword technique seemed much more fearsome, imbued with killing intent. While he didn't know what technique it was, Won-wee was certain this was a sword technique only the family head and the heir could inherit. Even so, there was no flicker of hesitation or fear in his eyes. On the contrary, Won-wee felt a sense of excitement. Let's see how strong this sword technique is. Immediately, Won-wee also began to swing his sword, arcs of light flashing in the air. When the 2 blades clashed, hundreds of electric sparks erupted around them. 2 of Jang Jian's friends, seeing Young Hyun's sword technique, couldn't stop grinning. That's the ultimate technique in the Yang-so family's swordsmanship. This time, Young Hyun will surely defeat him. In the next instant, a terrifying sight overwhelmed the arrogant attitude of Jang Jian's 2 friends. Their eyes widened and their faces turned pale, like those who have seen a ghost. Won-wee had knocked the sword out of Young Hyun's hand with just a few simple sword moves. He thought to himself, "I don't know if this technique is effective against other swordsmen of the same level, but against me, it's completely useless." As the sword slipped from Young Hyun's grasp, he panicked and lost his guard, allowing Won-wee to trip him with a sweeping leg. Even as he fell, he remained shocked. "Unreasonable, impossible, how could someone like you break my family's ultimate technique?" Won-wee didn't bother answering his question. He gently walked towards Young Hyun, quickly pressing him down with his hand. Won-wee pinned Young Hyun down with one hand while his other hand clenched into a fist and raised high. He yelled with a furious voice before striking, "This is your final price to pay for insulting my mother." Won-wee slammed his fist, containing 1/3 of his internal energy, into Young Hyun's face with a furious roar. "You bastard!" All the anger and resentment of years of being bullied seemed to have been poured into that single punch. Luckily for Young Hyun, Won-wee still managed to hold back from using his inherent energy in the punch. If he hadn't, Young Hyun would have surely died. Just then, Heavenly South called out, "Won-wee." Won-wee immediately looked up towards the entrance. "I knew it." Won-wee calmly stood up, his hands still stained with Young Hyun's blood. he calmly faced Ikkion and the guests from the Hangzan sect. The absolute silence surrounding them was enough to tell him they had arrived. Ilye, seeing the chaotic scene, couldn't help but worry and ask Ikkion, family head, what's going on? In this moment, Ikkion was busy trying to remain composed and couldn't explain anything. Sodam looked curiously at the three people who had just entered. That person with the mustache must be the family head. As for the two beside him, do you know them? Wonwi replied thoughtfully, I met them in my previous life when I was a spy in the Miram Alliance. Wonwi briefly introduced Sodam to them. The man is Hangsun's first sword, Changwon, and the woman is Hangsun's female knight, Ilye. They are both top-level masters of the Hangzan sect. In terms of strength, Hangsun's first sword is stronger. The aura he exudes doesn't feel as overwhelming or threatening as actions, but he has definitely surpassed the level of a top-level master. Wonwi immediately bowed respectfully, greetings to my father and the two senior masters. Just then, Young Hyun, his mouth full of blood, still managed to speak. Father, he cheated. This bastard used evil techniques. In that moment, Wonwi briefly felt regret. He's so shameless. He's using that excuse to justify his defeat. He won't admit he's weak, even in death. I should have broken his jaw so he wouldn't be able to speak. As soon as Changwon heard the word evil techniques, he instantly moved closer to Wonwi. Evil techniques, young brother, did you learn evil techniques? Wonwi was also startled, as Changwon had closed the distance of 15 steps in a blink of an eye. His light footwork had reached a level of gliding through the wind, light as clouds, but his speed was lightning fast. Sungwon, observing from the side, worriedly told Sama Young, I've heard the Hangzan sect has the returning phoenix, stray goose sword, and the 100 transformations light footwork, but I didn't expect him to be this strong, and now the vice commander is being falsely accused in front of Hangsun's first sword. This is going to be tough. Sama Young, with little experience in the Jianghu, immediately questioned, why is it going to be tough? Sungwon explained to her, the devilish sect and the righteous sect are always like fire and water. That's why the righteous sect has many people who hate evil techniques to the extreme. Hangsun's first sword is one of them. Looking at his expression, it's clear his demeanor has changed completely from his usual peaceful and mild personality. Meanwhile, Wonwi tried to explain to Changwon, senior master, that wasn't an evil technique. Changwon frowned and continued to question him. Then why is the Yang So family's heir saying you used evil techniques to defeat him? Young, seeing the tense situation, stepped forward to defend Wonwi. Master, the person standing before you is my brother. However, this only deepened Changwon's suspicion. Your brother, so this is Wonwi. Changwon immediately reached out towards Wonwi, intending to subdue him. I heard you suffered irreparable damage to your dantian, isn't that true? Wonwi quickly retracted his hand. Senior, what are you trying to do? Changwon continued to question him. You were severely injured in your dantian to the point of no return. But how did you reach this level of martial arts in such a short time? Wonwi tried to persuade him. Senior, please give me a chance to explain. Changwon frowned and said resolutely, you think just explaining with words without letting me check your inner energy is enough? How can that convince me? Immediately, he drew his sword and swung it. Is it a demonic technique or not? Let's exchange blows, and we'll know for sure. Changwon thrust his sword towards Wonwi's face in the blink of an eye, but he was quick and agile, leaning back and dodging in time. Wonwi pursed his lips, trying to think of a solution while keeping his distance from Changwon. This situation is a bit difficult for me, this is unexpected, but Heavenly South calmly told him, don't worry, Wonwi, this might be easier to resolve than you think. As there was no time for a long explanation, Heavenly South simply pointed out to Wonwi, use the sword technique you're most proficient in to resolve this. Wonwi, without hesitation, swung his sword and counterattacked with the flowing water slash. The two exchanged blows aggressively, producing a continuous sound of clashing metal. Wonwi was pushed back again after exhausting the flowing water slash. He was on a completely different level than me. Every time our swords clashed, my hands felt like they were about to rip apart. Even with my inherent energy unleashed, I'm not sure I can win against him. Wonwi tried to think of a solution but was surprised to notice that Changwon's attitude had changed again. To escape this situation, I need to create distance from him first. But wait, why is he retreating instead of pressing me? While even Ikkion didn't understand why Changwon was acting like that, Ilye exclaimed in surprise, goodness, that sword technique is clearly... Changwon nodded in agreement with her guess. Although it's slightly different, this is clearly the flowing water slash. What is your relationship with the great warrior, Ho Jande? Heavenly South finally smiled with relief. I knew they would recognize it. Wonwi, curious, immediately asked him, did Heavenly South swordsman and Southern Sky's first sword know each other? Heavenly South smiled proudly and replied, yes, they shared a connection from a long time ago. Thankfully, everything is resolved smoothly now, isn't it? Wonwi, after understanding, breathed a sigh of relief and asked Changwon slyly, Senior, did you recognize my master's sword technique? My introduction was a bit delayed. Everyone present was shocked and exclaimed, what? He said the sword technique he used was Heavenly South Swordsman's, then that means Heavenly South Swordsman is his master. Young, after a moment of surprise, smiled brightly, could it be that you are actually Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple? Instead of answering Young, Wonwi, full of confidence, walked towards Changwon and politely clasped his hands in greetings, Senior. Heavenly South then recounted the past of Heavenly South Swordsman to Wonwi. More than 20 years ago, Changwon received a favor from Heavenly South Swordsman in northern Yunnan. Once, when he was traveling the Jianghu, he unfortunately encountered trouble, but luckily, Heavenly South Swordsman came to his rescue. Although he is now known as a remarkable figure of the Southern Skies sect with exceptional martial arts skills, more than 20 years ago, Changwon was just an immature Miram's promising talents. Due to his lack of experience traveling the Jianghu, he made a mistake that almost led to his death. After being saved by Heavenly South Swordsman, he remembered this favor and promised to repay it if he ever had the chance to meet him again. Wonwi, after listening to the story, showed friendliness towards Changwon. I've heard my master tell many stories about you. When you were younger, you did many things that made Jianghu martial artists respect you. You are an example for me to follow. It is an honor to meet you like this. Changwon was quickly swayed by Wonwi's smooth talk. Is that true? Did Heavenly South Senior mention me? Wonwi quickly replied, my master occasionally talks about his relationship with you in Cao Bac, Yunnan. He also mentioned that he was fortunate to meet and become friends with you. He often praises you as a hero, a beacon of light for the righteous Miram, the goal that future generations should strive to reach. With Wonwi's flattering words, Changwon's mood quickly became cheerful. You're exaggerating. I didn't do anything special. I didn't expect Heavenly South Great Warrior to tell stories about me like that. Changwon repeatedly bowed his head in apology to Wonwi. I was rude to you, young master. I have a rather strict personality, considering demonic techniques as enemies. Whenever I hear the word demonic technique, I get excited and lose control of myself. Even though I'm over 40 years old, I still haven't changed this temperament. Thinking about it makes me feel ridiculous. Wonwi was embarrassed by his sincerity. No, Senior, it's partly my fault as well. Suddenly, Changwon made a proposal that shocked Wonwi. Young master, don't call me Senior anymore. Seeing his confusion, Changwon smiled brightly and explained, we brothers have always respected Heavenly South Swordsman and called him Shirbie, Master's elder brother. Therefore, I can't allow you to call me Senior. Ilie also agreed with a smile. Since you are Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple, you can be considered at the same level as us. So, we dare to address you as So Shirdi, fellow junior brother, Wonwi hesitantly looked at Heavenly South. What's going on? 2 seniors from the Southern Skies sect are at the same level as me. Heavenly South pursed his lips and replied, I remember that my previous master also had a relationship with a Southern Skies Taoist master, who was these two's teacher. Therefore, the young disciples of the Southern Skies sect back then all called my late master Shirbie. Wonwi finally let go of his worries. That's right, righteous Miram martial artists are very sensitive to seniority and etiquette, so, them addressing me this way isn't unusual. Despite that, he still seemed embarrassed and said, how can I address the 2 seniors like that? Changwon became even more enthusiastic. It's alright, haven't I explained it clearly to you? Wonwi pretended to be reluctant to save face for them, but seeing their eagerness, he felt awkward to refuse. In his heart, he smiled gleefully. Going along with them is beneficial to me in this situation anyway. Wonwi showed a respectful attitude. Understood, senior brother. He immediately laughed heartily. What a joyful day. I didn't expect the So family to have such a capable junior brother. Immediately, Changwon glared at Young Hyun. Regardless, thinking about it, I wonder who dared to slander the descendant of Heavenly South Swordsman as a villain who practices demonic techniques like this. As his senior brother, I can't let this slide. Young Hyun panicked and hurriedly defended himself. No, that's not true. It was just a misunderstanding, Senior. As the situation became dangerous for Young Hyun, Ikkyun finally stepped in to stop the conflict, his voice firm. Enough. Wonwi cautiously glanced at Ikkyun, trying to guess his thoughts. Looking at his expression, he was clearly very angry with me for embarrassing him on this return. He has never treated me like a human being before. He even kicked me out of the So family's manor and cut off all ties with me. Wonwi felt even more resentful as he thought about it. If he was a responsible and just husband and father, he would have treated my mother better. Although I don't know his reputation in Miram, as the head of the family, he clearly isn't qualified. Although I was extremely resentful, showing my anger to him wouldn't benefit me at all, so, when we forced himself to be patient to achieve his goal, he didn't hesitate to kneel down respectfully. "Greetings, family head," Ikkion coldly replied in a perfunctory manner. "Long time no see, glad to see you're still healthy." Ikkion immediately judged Wonhui as if he was the only one at fault. "I've heard about the situation between the three of you brothers, but you went too far this time." In his heart, Wonhui silently scoffed. "What can you do to me? I have a valid reason, and I have witnesses." Immediately, Wonhui stood up and pretended to be regretful. "I apologize for what happened. My two senior brothers were so agitated that they wanted to take my life, so I had no choice but to defend myself. Please forgive me, father." In his heart, he was actually feeling happy about making it difficult for Ikkion. Let's see what other excuses they have for assaulting me like that in public. The more Wonhui thought about it, the more excited he became. I just wanted to exploit his weakness. He always cares about what others think. Let's see what he'll do now. Ikkion, after thinking it over, chose to ignore the issue. He handled it in a perfunctory way. "I understand, if your senior brothers have done anything wrong, I will investigate that later, but now, I have an important matter to attend to. I need to entertain the two seniors from the Southern Skies sect, so, we can discuss this later." Seeing that Ikkion seemed to be trying to cover up the incident, Wonhui immediately said, "Father, aren't you going to ask why I returned to the family manor?" Ikkion was forced to stop and reluctantly listen to Wonhui. "All right, tell me." Wonhui seized the opportunity and boldly proposed, "Father, I have returned to the family with the desire to ask you to entrust me with the position of representing our family in the Miram's Promising Talents competition at the Miram Assembly." Ikkion almost had a heart attack at Wonhui's request. Although he had sensed that something was amiss, he never expected him to be so audacious upon returning. Afterward, Wonhui and his group were invited to the guest quarters of the Ichuang So family to rest and wait for their private meeting with the family head. Only an hour had passed, but Wonhui felt like it was an eternity. Meanwhile, Sungwon, unconcerned, ate heartily with the So family's hospitality. As guests, they were naturally well served. Sama Young, looking at Sungwon's crude eating habits, couldn't help but complain. "Even if you weren't taught basic manners, please don't chew noisily and spill food on the table like that." Sungwon clicked his tongue and replied, "Don't be so strict with me, I'm just enjoying the meal." Sama Young, annoyed, raised his fist in a threatening gesture. "Enjoying the meal? I want to hit you just looking at you." Sungwon pouted and complained, "For a beggar, this is already considered a luxurious meal. You should treat beggars better." Sama Young, frustrated, stopped arguing with Sungwon and turned to look at Wonhui with sweet eyes. "Senior brother, you must be starving, right? Eat a lot." Sungwon, as if mimicking Sama Young's actions, said mockingly, "Senior brother, eat a lot." Immediately, Sama Young rushed in and grabbed Sungwon's hair, giving him a scolding. Sodam ignored their usual bickering and wondered about a different topic. "What do you think will happen?" Wonhui clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I don't know either." Earlier, family head Ikkion avoided answering Wonhui's key question in public, saying he needed time to think about it. However, according to Wonhui's judgment, Ikkion couldn't help but hand over the position of representative of Miram's Promising Talents to him because both of the other guys were injured. It would be too much for them to participate in the Miram Grand Assembly while they were still recovering from their injuries. Sodam chuckled and nodded. "That's right, you just released your anger and pushed the plan forward, but it seems like he really doesn't consider you his son." Wonhui readily acknowledged it without any sorrow. "Yes, I know that. The maidservants guarding the front of the guest house aren't ordinary maidservants. Although their martial arts skills are not even second-rate, they are all maidservants who know martial arts." Wonhui's sharp gaze swept over his subordinates. "He let those maidservants serve us here, but there's no way we, who know martial arts, wouldn't realize they all know martial arts. Yet, he still lets them walk around the front door, which is no different from openly monitoring us." Wonhui fully understood this was a warning from the head of the family. He wanted to remind him that this was still the territory of the So family, whether he was a disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master or not. This place was where the power resided in his hands. In addition, Wonhui also guessed that he wanted to warn him not to do anything foolish like before because his eyes and ears were always closely monitoring him. Upon hearing this, Sodam sneered and ridiculed Ikkion. "He really is petty." At this moment, a maidservant came up to Wonhui and said, "Sir, I belong to the Peony Hall. I'm here to deliver a message from the madam. She wants to invite you over. She has something to tell you." Wonhui was a little surprised but still quietly stood up. I didn't expect the Peony Hall to take action first." Wonhui instructed Sungwon and Sama Young, "I'll be right back. Feel free to eat." Then, he left the guest house with an uncomfortable feeling. If it wasn't for the position of representative of Miriam's promising talents, it would be the place he least wanted to go, but he needed to endure it for the sake of the greater good. The peony hall was where young Madam, the main wife of the Ikiangso family's head, lived. It was a place where vibrant red peony flowers were planted, covering the entire garden. Those peony flowers only bloomed during this time of year, but coincidentally, it was the time when Wonhui returned. However, looking at those flowers blooming in full splendor, Wonhui felt disgusted because he associated them with young Madam. Recalling how young Madam had treated him and his mother so poorly in the past, he wanted to burn the whole lot of flowers. Nevertheless, he managed to keep his composure to meet her. Young Madam, upon seeing Wonhui, showed her kindness. "You've arrived, all of you, leave." Seeing her order all the maidservants to leave made Wonhui even more suspicious. What's her intention? Young Madam spoke gently to Wonhui. "I've heard about you. Apparently, you are the successor of the Heavenly South Sword Master. Congratulations on encountering such a lucky opportunity." The more he listened, the more he felt disgusted by this hypocritical woman. "She called me here just to congratulate me. No way." With her insidious nature, she must be plotting something. Seeing Wonhui not even bother to respond, young Madam still maintained her polite facade. "I know our relationship isn't good, and I don't deny it, but I called you here today because I have something to say. I'll make it brief." Right after that, young Madam knelt down in front of Wonhui. "If you want, I can kneel 100, 1,000 times to apologize for the sins I committed against you before, so please, don't desire young one's position." As expected, young Madam didn't suddenly become kind to him. Even as a wicked woman, she had the heart of a mother, so naturally, she didn't want to see her son's position taken away. Wonhui furrowed his brows and looked at her with hostile eyes. "You called me here to talk about this." He couldn't help but mock young Madam in his heart. This vicious woman is saying she's willing to apologize to me, even though I still remember her insults and beatings. It sounds so easy. Young Madam continued to beg Wonhui on her knees. "If you want, I can give you enough wealth and possessions for you to eat and live comfortably for your entire life. I can also help you start a family and put in a good word for you with your father, so please, don't take away your brother's position, let him go." Wonhui sighed inwardly in disgust. Although he knew that with his status as a disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master, people would look at him differently, he didn't expect that it would also cause the attitude of someone who once hated him so bitterly to change towards him like this. Wonhui, of course, couldn't accept those ridiculous conditions. He turned and left without hesitation. "Forgive me, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Young Madam, in a pathetic manner, grabbed the edge of Wonhui's clothes. "Don't do this, I beg you." Young Madam was forced to resort to her last resort. "Just say what you want, no matter what it is. I'll do my best to fulfill it." Wonhui turned his head back. "You're serious?" Right after that, he calmly made a condition. "Then, can you restore my mother's ancestral tablet and elevate her to the position of main wife? And every day, 3 times a day, you must perform a ceremony of atonement to my mother for the next 10 years. Young Madam's eyes widened in shock. What? Wonhui had already anticipated that this was impossible for her. Recognizing someone she once despised, considered a lowly person, and elevating her to the position of main wife, and having to perform an atonement ceremony for 10 years, would completely crush her pride. Therefore, Wonhui was sure she would never agree. However, young Madam's answer afterward surprised Wonhui. "Is it true that if I do that, you will give up the position you desire? You'll let my son go, right?" Wonhui sat down and gave young Madam a gentle smile. "I admire your sincerity." However, as soon as she felt happy, he leaned into her ear and coldly said, "Those are the words you want to hear from me, right?" Right after that, he said in a cold voice, "If you were me, would you be able to do that, you slut?" I can't help but feel resentment inside. How wonderful it would be if she had shown kindness when my mother was still alive, but now it's too late. Young Madam couldn't fake it anymore. She grabbed Wonhui's collar and yelled, "You, how dare you, you bastard!" Wonhui calmly released his pent-up resentment. 12 years ago, he said with a voice full of anger, "The day I was struck by a violent energy outburst, it was because your maidservant brought me the elixir to poison me. You think I don't know that? Who doesn't know that maidservant came from the Peony Hall?" Wonhui directly pushed young Madam's hand away and revealed the truth. Because everyone in the family guessed who the culprit was, they all pretended to ignore it. "You want me to let your son go? That's ridiculous. What do you think you're asking for?" Right after that, Wonhui waved his hand and stood up with an indifferent demeanor. "I'll warn you this once. Don't come looking for me for pointless things like this anymore." However, young Madam desperately grabbed his hand. Wait. Wonhui pushed young Madam's hand away again and didn't even bother to turn around. At that moment, a clear noise from the ceiling revealed that someone was watching. Wonhui calmly spoke to the person hiding above. I don't intend to harm your master, so don't do anything rash. He had actually detected his presence upon entering but didn't intend to expose him. However, the one hiding on the ceiling, as if unaware of the danger, jumped down in front of Wonhui. Even young madam was surprised by his action. Young madam's bodyguard bowed respectfully to Wonhui. Greetings to the successor of the Heavenly South Sword Master. Wonhui, of course, didn't pay any attention to him and walked straight towards the door. I have nothing to say to you. Just as Wonhui placed his hand on the door, the bodyguard hurriedly revealed, the person who sent the maidservant to you that day wasn't young madam. Then, without hesitation, he took responsibility for himself, the one who poisoned the elixir you took that day. It was this subordinate. Wonhui had planned to endure these matters for now until he achieved his plan's goal. However, the bodyguard's confession became the straw that broke the camel's back, stirring up the rage that had been brewing inside him. Wonhui's memory of that day is still very clear. A day from 12 years ago. To advance his martial arts, he needed to use a spirit herb, but at that time, he was only 8 years old and could not drink the spirit herb directly, so he had to drink it diluted like tea, even though doing so would reduce the herb's efficacy to some extent. On a day like any other, after Wonhui drank the spirit herb and immediately channeled his energy to absorb as much of its potency as possible, something unexpected happened. His whole body became hot, his head spun, and he suffered a chi deviation. Even though the physician managed to save his life, his dantian was severely damaged and could not be restored. Born into a prestigious martial arts family, but with his dantian destroyed and unable to continue practicing martial arts, he was practically sentenced to death. What happened next to a child like that was naturally being ostracized by his family, being shunned and alienated, and from that day on, Wonhui's life began to spiral downward. For over 20 years of his life, from his previous life to now, Wonhui was certain that the one who orchestrated this was the damned young madam, but now, seeing the guard confessing to protecting her, he became even more enraged. He asked him in a strained voice, "Was it you?" The guard immediately put on a display of unwavering loyalty to her and explained, "This subordinate has been taking care of the madam since before she married into the So family." The guard spoke with a voice that seemed to be boasting about his loyalty. For a man who has abandoned the normal life of a family servant to become the madam's bodyguard, she is all I have. I cannot stand by and watch someone like a sister to me worry day and night about the danger posed by the young master to young one's position. Wonhui looked down at the guard with eyes of contempt, wanting to spit on the disgusting loyalty he was flaunting. "Ha, so that's why you poisoned me, is it?" The guard immediately bowed his head and pleaded guilty to Wonhui. "I only hope that you know, young master, that this was solely my own doing and has nothing to do with the madam. All the blame is mine. No matter how you punish me, I will accept it. Please forgive the madam." Young madam, witnessing the guard's loyalty, was overwhelmed with emotion. She rushed forward to take the blame. "No, this was my doing. It has nothing to do with my guard. She is lying because of her loyalty to me. Don't listen to her." Wonhui was taken aback when he realized that the guard was actually a woman. More importantly, his disgust intensified as he saw these two women vying to take the blame to protect each other. "Madam, please don't say that. No, it was all my fault. All the guilt should be placed on my head, so please, spare my guard and my son. I beg you," the guard pleaded. "No, this was due to my own recklessness. The madam was lying to protect me. Please punish me and spare the madam." The actions of these two women made Wonhui feel like the villain in this situation. Wonhui suddenly sat down, looking at the two women with kind eyes. "Seeing you two, master and servant, love each other so much makes me feel truly ashamed." When both women were stunned, not understanding Wonhui's meaning, he continued with a gentle smile, "If I punished the two of you for your crimes now, I would be a terrible person." Young madam, hearing this, assumed that Wonhui would forgive her and the guard. A smile of relief spread across her face. So that means. However, the moment her smile appeared, it vanished as a thunderous slap landed on her face. Wonhui's sudden action left her stunned and speechless. The guard saw young madam knocked backwards and rushed to her side. Madam, are you all right?" Wonhui waved his hand coldly, with a disdainful attitude. "You rotten woman, did you really expect me to say that? Your master-servant bond with that guard is truly beautiful, isn't it? Your performance of your love story is quite good. But I am the victim of your damned master-servant bond, so I don't know why I should feel touched by it. In the end, you both knew about this. No matter who was the mastermind," Wonhui said as he kicked the guard in the face. Young madam, with one side of her face swollen, could no longer bear it and yelled out threats to Wonhui. "You low-born scum, after humiliating me like this, do you think you can become Yulong So family's representative for the Miram's promising talents at the Miram Grand Assembly?" Wonhui calmly stepped on the guard while speaking to young madam. "Do whatever you want, you can tell the family head or not, but remember that I won't sit still." In response, I will expose the truth that the Madam of Yulong So family poisoned a child of 8 years old and ruined his future. I assume the first ones to hear this news will be the 2 masters of the Southern Skies faction who are staying in my family, Wen Wei said, looking straight into young Madam's eyes, his killing intent flaring. However, there was a glimmer of malice in his eyes, not pure anger. Young Madam was so frightened by Wen Wei's cold gaze that she stuttered, You dare to threaten me, you trash. Wen Wei did not answer young Madam. Instead, the sound of beating and the guard's groans became the answer. The sight left young Madam speechless and stunned. In that moment, she knew that Wen Wei was not just talking. Seeing the guard lying flat, her eyes wide open, young Madam cried out in panic, What have you done to her? Wen Wei replied calmly, Of course, I destroyed her Dantian. She admitted with her own mouth that she was the mastermind behind poisoning me, so she has to pay the price too. Then, Wen Wei threw a pill to young Madam and ordered, Drink that. Young Madam trembled as she looked at the pill in her hand with fear in her eyes. What is this? Wen Wei answered casually, Poison. As soon as young Madam heard that, she panicked and yelled, You're crazy. Are you ordering me to drink poison? Wen Wei coldly grabbed the guard's head and shoved the same poison pill into her mouth. You will have to drink it. If you don't, I will immediately bring this woman to the family head and tell him that I have found the perpetrator who poisoned me back then. Young Madam lowered her voice but still held a hint of threat towards Wen Wei. If you do that, do you know what will happen to this family? It could lead to conflict between my birth family and Yulong So family. Do you plan to ruin your own family? Wen Wei felt even more excited and grinned widely. If that's the case, then I'm happy. I'm also hoping for Yulong So family to sink to the bottom of the abyss. Young Madam was completely engulfed in despair at Wen Wei's carefree smile. She realized now that the So family had long become his enemy. Any threats were meaningless. After a while, Wen Wei calmly left the peony hall with 2 scrolls in his hand. Heavenly South congratulated him. Finally got what you wanted. Sodam chuckled in agreement. Yes, that confession letter from young Madam and that guard will be very useful for us. Sodam nodded in satisfaction, thinking about the seal pressed on the confession letter. Cuckoo. And there's also young Madam's seal. Human life is full of drama, isn't it? Wen Wei clicked his tongue in his heart. I need to have this evidence in my hands to ensure that she won't try anything stupid in the future. Moreover, Wen Wei also said that he wouldn't give them the antidote if either of them tried to overturn the situation, so they had no choice left. In his heart, he genuinely hoped that those 2 would suffer. Sodam was excited to see the villains punished, so he kept grinning. There's never a dull day with you. So, are you just going to wait for the competition now? Wen Wei pondered for a moment and then told Sodam, I was planning that, but now I've changed my mind. Sodam excitedly asked him, So what are you going to do next? Wen Wei smirked slyly, because they acted first. I don't need to wait silently like this anymore. I will take the initiative to show them my strength and status. Immediately after, Wen Wei brought Sama Young and Sungwon to the conference room in the inner hall. In his mind, he secretly guessed that the So family's external hall masters must have already gathered. As Wen Wei had predicted, inside the conference room, a lively discussion was taking place among the external hall masters. That trash, after being expelled from the family, has become a disciple of Heavenly South swordsman. Moreover, he just came back and wants to fight for the position of representative of Miram's promising talents for the So family. Third External Hall Master Munsik asked with a sarcastic tone, even if he is a disciple of Heavenly South swordsman. But wait, has that been verified? Second External Hall Master Kahuan replied with a weary tone, I don't want to acknowledge it either, but Southern Sky's First Sword and Southern Sky's Heroine have come forward to confirm it. At this moment, Wen Wei, along with the 2 team captains, stormed into the conference room without any prior notice. The external hall masters were startled, but they remained seated, ignoring the customary greetings. After a while of waiting and not receiving any greeting, Wen Wei spoke first. It's been a long time, external hall masters. I recognize all of you here, but why is none of you standing up to greet me according to the rules? It seems like you have some strong backing, don't you? Wen Wei's cold gaze swept across the external hall masters who were showing disrespect. When his sharp gaze fell on the 4th and 5th external hall masters, they couldn't help but feel worried and swallow nervously. Immediately, both of them stood up and bowed respectfully, greeting Wen Wei. This subordinate, 4th external hall master, pays respects to 3rd young master. This subordinate, 5th external hall master, pays respects to 3rd young master. However, Wen Wei calmly ignored them and walked past. While the external hall masters of lower rank had quickly cowered before Wen Wei, the 3 top-ranking external hall masters didn't even bother to greet him. It was clear that they didn't think much of him. As Wen Wei reached the center of the conference room, the Grand External Hall Master Jang Yan stepped forward with an unpleasant expression. He bluntly questioned Wonhui. I'm sure there are subordinates guarding the door outside because there's an important conference going on here. Why did you barge in like this? Wonhui calmly retorted. You're talking as if this is a place I'm not allowed to enter. I am the third young master. Jiang Yin snorted coldly. Only the family head, the young master, and the external hall masters have the right to participate in the conference. You should know that, young master. Before Wonhui could respond, Munsik stood up and interrupted. The Grand External Hall Master is right. Even if you are the young master, your actions are too rude. Munsik pretended to be polite, but his words were filled with disdain for Wonhui. If you have something to say, please ask for permission first so we can arrange time to consider it after the conference. Hearing this, Wonhui gave him a judgmental look. Third External Hall Master, your sudden politeness makes it hard for me to adapt. Wonhui gave a fake smile that hid his murderous intent. Why didn't you continue to scold me and throw me out like you did before? What did you say to me back then? Oh, right. In that moment, Wonhui remembered how, when he was a child, Munsik had pushed him directly out of the conference room, causing him to fall to the ground. After attacking him, Munsik had also opened his mouth and cursed at Wonhui terribly. What is this place, you useless, Dantianless trash? How dare you step foot here? You're wasting the space of the conference room. Wonhui still remembered every word he said and didn't hesitate to repeat them exactly. Don't you ever come near here again, you piece of trash. Wonhui asked Munsik with a sarcastic tone. Is that what you said, wasn't it? Munsik was a bit wary now because Wonhui was a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, so he pretended to laugh and said, Oh, young master, did I really say that before? Munsik cleared his throat and explained vaguely. I'm old now, my memory isn't as good as it used to be. If what happened back then made you feel heartbroken, I apologize. Wonhui chuckled sarcastically. Oh, is that so? But by the way, are you alright now? Munsik was stunned and looked up at him. Excuse me, what do you mean by that, young master? Wonhui chuckled, exposing Munsik's hypocrisy. When I was expelled from the So family, you brought the family's bodyguards to me and said similar things. You told me to never go near the main house again, calling me garbage. But you don't remember what happened just over a year ago. It seems your memory has gotten too bad. You're not fit for the demanding work of an outer hall master. Wonhui's words grew more and more suggestive of Munsik's departure. Shouldn't you consider retiring to the countryside? The old man was so angry that his veins bulged, but he could only silently curse Wonhui in his heart. Damn him. Seeing Munsik cornered and unable to retort, Kahun stepped forward and looked at Wonhui with resentment. What are you trying to do, young master? Using the name of the Heavenly South Swordsman to seek revenge by bringing up the past and pressuring others? Are you taking advantage of his reputation? Sama Young couldn't hold back her indignation and scoffed at the outer hall masters on Kahuna's behalf. Since when did pointing out the arrogance of a subordinate become petty revenge? The hierarchy in the Yulong So family is truly in chaos. Munsik, unable to do anything to Wonhui, seized the opportunity to criticize Sama Young to vent his anger. How dare a mere outsider like you speak about the affairs of this family? How can you let such a rude person come here to discuss important matters of our household? Munsik, before he could finish his scolding, shut his mouth and fell silent as he felt a powerful killing intent emanating from the person in front of him. A shiver ran down his spine, making his entire body stiff. Sama Young was filled with killing intent, but she still controlled herself and asked Wonhui, Vice Leader, can I kill that arrogant thing? Please say I can. Wonhui immediately reached out to stop her. Junior sister, calm down. Munsik was startled and panicked upon hearing this. Junior sister, he's also a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. Immediately, he stepped forward to greet Sama Young with a flattering smile. Of course, it's perfectly fine to bring the third young master's guest here. I was disrespectful to you because I didn't know you were a distinguished guest visiting our family. Please be generous and forgive this old man. Wonhui looked at the old man's cringing demeanor and felt disgusted. The old man was clearly just afraid of the Heavenly South Swordsman's reputation. Seeing that Wonhui had no intention of leaving, Jiang Yin suggested, we'll have to wait for the family head to arrive before we can continue this meeting. Immediately, he calmly ordered the other outer hall masters, you can all go home now. When the family head calls us, we'll have another meeting. Wonhui obviously wouldn't let that happen. Without any regard for these old men's feelings, he ordered Sama Young and Sungwon to close the door. Seeing the door immediately sealed, the outer hall masters became uneasy and restless. What do you mean by doing this, third young master? Munsik also lost his composure, no longer putting on his fake, courteous act. He yelled at Wonhui, what are you doing? Wonhui nonchalantly shrugged. I just want to have a proper conversation with you outer hall masters. Jiang Yin immediately became alert and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Third young master, I sense you have other intentions. We didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I have a good offer for you. Jang Yin frowned and looked at him with suspicion. An offer? What do you mean? We smirked and said directly, if it were just about the position of representative for Miram's promising talents, I wouldn't need to seek you out. I could just convince the family head. As the outer hall masters were confused about Wonwui's real intentions, he spoke to them as if he were bestowing a favor. I'm here to give you a chance to switch sides. Why don't you support me instead of my older brother? Munsik, an old fox who changed with the wind, was obviously very shrewd when it came to factions. Young Master Wonwui, could it be that you're talking about? The outer hall masters finally figured out Wonwui's purpose in coming to them directly, because the Yulongso family had a rule that if more than half of the outer hall masters opposed it, the decision on the position of young master of the family could be reconsidered and changed. Munsik excitedly asked Wonwui in a loud voice, are you talking about the position of young master? Wonwui calmly nodded, confirming his guess. At that moment, the outer hall masters were completely stunned. Meanwhile, Wonwui's face showed a cunning smile. Initially, he didn't care about this meaningless position, only wanting the chance to participate in the competition for Miram's promising talents, but thanks to young madam's hasty actions, everything changed. Wonwui realized how important the position of young master was to that woman and her child, and as long as she suffered. After a moment of surprise, all the outer hall masters wore expressions of doubt and bewilderment at the drastic change in Wonwui's personality and his bold decision. Wonwui also understood why they felt suspicious. Just a year ago, he was still a drunkard, spending his days in debauchery and not daring to raise his head in front of the family member. But now, Wonwui had been living as a spy for over 8 years. His extensive experience dealing with all kinds of people had given him the ability to take control when facing the outer hall masters he used to fear. After a moment of thought, Jang Yin calmly spoke in a hypocritical tone, as the grand outer hall master of this family, I am truly delighted that the young master has been accepted as a disciple of the heavenly South Swordsman. Immediately, he threatened Wonwui, but if you continue to cause such a commotion here, I can't just sit idly by. While Jang Yin was speaking, Wonwui's eyes darted back and forth, continuously glancing towards the outer hall masters sitting next to him. This movement of his eyes made Jang Yin uncomfortable and suspicious. What are you doing now, young master? Why are you keeping glancing away? Wonwui suddenly grinned as if the tense atmosphere a moment ago was just a joke. Oh, sorry, I was being disrespectful. While Jang Yin was completely clueless about the situation, Wonwui was already eager to leave. I've expressed my views and achieved my purpose, so, I'll take my leave. I believe you know where I'm staying. You're always welcome to visit. Immediately, Wonwui turned towards the door with Sungwon and Sama Young. Let's go. He secretly smirked, leaving behind a group of bewildered old men. Wonwui left hastily, just as he had arrived. Even after the door of the room closed again, restoring the meeting's privacy, the outer hall masters couldn't breathe a sigh of relief because they still didn't understand what had happened. The lower-ranking outer hall masters discussed amongst themselves. What is he talking about? Achieved his purpose. What does he mean? Suddenly, Jang Yin slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face contorted in anger, making the other outer hall masters jump in fright. Grand outer hall master, what's wrong? Jang Yin displayed an expression of anger and his face turned ashen. He then harshly criticized those around him. I'm very disappointed in you outer hall masters. Jang Yin, filled with suspicion and anger, recounted what had happened earlier. He explained how Wonwui's eyes kept glancing away while he was talking to him. Jang Yin had noticed the tremor in Wonwui's throat, indicating that he was whispering to someone else in the room. From that moment, seeds of doubt sprouted in his heart. Then, Wonwui's declaration that he had achieved his purpose further fueled his suspicions. Jang Yin glared at the outer hall masters and loudly criticized them. The position of young master is currently held by the eldest young master. How could you be so easily swayed by a few words from that Wonwui? We'll find out which outer hall master was whispering to him. No one is allowed to leave until then. The lower-ranking outer hall masters quickly asserted their innocence. No, it wasn't me. Who would dare do that in their right mind? Only a madman would think of betraying young madam and her own family. However, Jang Yin remained resolute in his suspicions. So, are you saying what I saw was an illusion? At this moment, Munsik cleverly interjected with a subtle rebuttal. Grand outer hall master, why are you searching for the culprit among us? Instead of proving his own innocence, Munsik cunningly reversed the direction of suspicion towards Jang Yin. The grand outer hall master could also be the culprit, couldn't he? I think it's even more suspicious that you're ignoring yourself and putting all the blame on us. Jang Yin, faced with suspicion, became even more agitated. He writhed around like a leech on hot coals, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? After that, heated arguments erupted from the conference room. Even vulgar language was used in their frustration as everyone tried to prove their innocence and shift the blame onto others. Won-wi had anticipated this outcome, so he didn't pay much attention to the noise behind him. Sung-won lingered for a moment, curious about the commotion in the conference room. It seems the title of being a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman is really influential. I never thought they would change their minds and immediately whisper their support for you just because of that, Vice Leader, he asked, to which Won-wi replied with a click of his tongue, no one whispered to me. Sung-won's eyes widened in surprise. What? Won-wi smirked and explained to Sung-won, I was just pretending to whisper. Sung-won was stunned, unable to believe his own speculation. So there, Won-wi nodded, confirming his thoughts. Yes, that's exactly my intention. Won-wi chuckled slyly, admitting, throwing a bone to a pack of dogs so they fight each other. This is similar, but it's different because it's sowing seeds of doubt instead of using benefits to entice them. This was the method Won-wi often used in his previous life as a spy. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they are not easily uprooted. In reality, he didn't crave the position of heir, because the humiliation of his past had made him sick of this family. He just wanted young Madam's faction to fight among themselves and make her live in constant fear. On the way back to the inn, Sung-won felt bored and started thinking about food. Brother, when will we have dinner? Sama-young clicked her tongue and teased him. You just had lunch, and you're already talking about dinner. You're a real beggar. Right then, a figure not far from them caught Sama-young's attention. She pointed it out to Won-wi. Brother, look over there, isn't that your sister? When Won-wi looked towards the porch, he saw Young standing with a tall, handsome man. They seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, or at least the man was enjoying himself and smiling constantly. When Young spoke, her voice was filled with annoyance. I told you I have nothing more to say about this. I will never become your concubine. The discussion about marriage ended a long time ago. The head of the family has spoken. As Young angrily walked away, the man tried to convince her. The head of the family said we should spend some more time thinking and discussing this later. Young ignored him and walked past. That was just a formality. It's like saying, let's meet sometime. Young strode away coldly. I don't want to talk to you for another second. But the man, Gifong Jojia's Sengnam, kept following her. With shameless confidence, he blocked her path using light-footed martial arts and said, You're done talking, but I haven't finished yet. Immediately, he used the formula of handsome isn't as good as persistent. He rudely grabbed Young's hand. She startled and pulled back, but he held on even tighter. Sengnam put on a seductive and perverted expression as he stared at Young. The harder you are to get, the more irresistible you become. Don't you know that? Young was horrified by Sengnam's expression. She quickly yanked her hand away from him and stared at him with disgust. Sodam, who was eavesdropping, teased Won-wi. Hey Won-wi, it's obvious your sister is about to get married. How do you feel about it? In your previous life, did your sister marry that guy? Won-wi sighed in annoyance. I don't know what to say, but if I were a woman, I would definitely hate guys like him. While Won-wi was distracted, Sama-young acted on her own. She stepped forward and criticized Sengnam in front of Young. The young miss said she doesn't like you, so why are you clinging to her like that? Sengnam arrogantly questioned Sama-young. I am Sengnam of Gifong Jojia. Who are you, and why are you interfering in our relationship? Won-wi, upon hearing this, remembered that Sengnam had met Young at a party not long ago. He hadn't expected that they would already be discussing marriage. Young puffed up like a porcupine when she saw Sengnam acting familiar with her. Our relationship? When did we have any kind of relationship? Sengnam brazenly replied. Of course we do. We're already discussing marriage, so how could we not be related? Then, he looked at Sama-young with a dismissive gaze. I don't know who you are, but don't get involved in something that doesn't concern you. Right then, Sama-young unexpectedly grabbed Young's hand, momentarily shocking Sengnam. Sama-young smirked, raised Young's hand, and said provocatively, why wouldn't it be related? This is the relationship between us. Young was also taken aback by Sama-young's bold action. After a moment of stunned silence, Young realized the affection in Sama-young's words and actions. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she had no intention of pulling her hand away from Sama-young. Sengnam was enraged and revealed his true nature. So you reject me for someone like this? I've treated you well, and I'm willing to take you as my concubine despite your humble origins, but you dare. Just as his insults reached a peak, Sengnam didn't get a chance to finish his sentence because Sama-young slapped him across the face. Sengnam clutched his face and cried out, You dare hit me? Sama-young calmly chuckled. What's the matter? Are you offended by being slapped by someone who isn't a real man? It was just my instinctual reaction to your rude and vulgar words, like a peasant. Immediately, Sengnam erupted in fury and attempted to draw his sword. You're insolent. Do you want to die? However, a cold, deep voice stopped him. Joe Gongzi. As soon as Sangnam heard the voice, he immediately froze. His anger vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and fear. Sangnam's face turned pale as he looked at the man who had just appeared behind Wonhui. He stammered, So Jia Chu. Ikkian stared sternly at Sangnam, seemingly warning him, but his words weren't accusatory. Joe Gongzi, there's a banquet tonight, you should go back and rest, save your energy for the banquet tonight rather than staying out here. Sangnam knew he shouldn't cause trouble on So Jia's territory, so he hastily used this as an excuse to leave. Yes, Jia Chu, I'll take my leave and rest. The situation was resolved peacefully, but it was too lenient towards Sangnam and unfair to Young. Sama Young couldn't help but be surprised by this father's treatment of his daughter. Wonhui hadn't expected Ikkian to be here. This place was quite close to the inn. If he wanted to see Wonhui, he would have sent someone to summon him instead of coming in person. There was only one reason. While everyone's eyes were focused on Ikkian, Sangnam hurriedly ran away. He didn't forget to leave Young a parting flirtation. Well, I'll see you later, young miss. As soon as Sangnam ran away, Ikkian immediately approached Wonhui and started criticizing him. Even though Wonhui hadn't done anything in this situation, Wonhui, how much more are you going to disgrace Yulong So Jia? Wonhui, of course, didn't bother to explain himself. Ikkian had no intention of giving him a chance. He glared at Wonhui and coldly commanded, Follow me. Although Wonhui's expression seemed serious and worried on the outside, inside he was actually feeling happy. So I don't have to wait for the banquet tonight. The decisive moment has arrived. Wonhui then followed Ikkian alone towards the So Jia training grounds. Sama Young watched Ikkian's back and wondered if the man was really the father of Young and her brother. She couldn't understand why he was so cold towards them. Ikkian led Wonhui to the training room reserved for the head of the family without saying a word throughout the journey. Even the distance they kept from each other gave the impression that Wonhui was just a lowly subordinate with no blood ties to him. Wonhui furrowed his brow, puzzled about why Ikkian had brought him to his private training room and even dismissed all the guards to ensure a private space for just the two of them. While Wonhui was speculating about Ikkian's purpose, he began to draw his sword. You dare ignore my warning and continue causing chaos in So Jia. Your position as a representative for the Miram's Promising Talents competition isn't enough. Now you want the position of young master as well. It turned out Ikkian had heard reports about the commotion that occurred in the conference room. Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at Wonhui, threatening him. You think I don't know your intentions? From this moment on, if you lie, my sword will tear your flesh apart. Although he had guessed why Ikkian had come to find him personally, Wonhui hadn't expected him to be so extreme as to talk with a sword. I'm truly disappointed. Then, he replied coldly, it seems the head of the family really hates me. Ikkian's eyes remained filled with killing intent as he stared at Wonhui. How can I believe you when you disappeared for a year and a half, and now you've just reappeared and stirred up the entire family with a mess? As a father, even if I couldn't do anything for you, I've been observing you since you were a child. I know your character too well. Ikkian spoke about Wonhui's painful past without any compassion. After your mother died, you indulged in debauchery, no different from a useless person, yet now you've become a disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master. Furthermore, recovering your destroyed Dantian is already unbelievable, let alone surpassing the level of top-tier masters. Do you really think that's reasonable? Wonhui didn't explain in detail, but just said, it has to be reasonable for me to be standing here right now. Ikkian wasn't convinced by this answer. In his eyes, people don't change that easily, especially a change that could be called miraculous. Ikkian suddenly changed the subject, startling Wonhui. Have you become a puppet of the blood cult? Wonhui was speechless at Ikkian's sudden question. It was like a thief being caught before he had a chance to steal. If he wasn't good at managing his expressions, his face would have betrayed him then. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. How did he know that? He had drawn his sword, which meant he was certain that Wonhui had become a member of the blood cult. But he quickly regained his composure and decided to extract more information first. He then feigned innocence and said, you think I'm a pawn of the blood cult? That's shocking. Ikkian continued to question him in a firm voice. Don't pretend. Someone who was kidnapped by the blood cult suddenly returns and disrupts the entire family like this. How am I supposed to believe you? Wonhui was surprised again. Kidnapped by the blood cult? How did he know that? Wonhui immediately began speculating. Could those two foolish twins have been discovered? No, I've only been here for less than a day, so the information couldn't have reached here that fast. Wonhui dismissed the possibility of the twins being involved and continued to think, could Hai Yang have revealed it? No, it's more likely that they don't even know I'm still alive. After racking his brains and still not knowing the reason, Wonhui used the tactic of pretending to be naive to probe Ikkian. I really don't understand what you're saying. Jia Chu, who spread the rumor that I was kidnapped by the blood cult. Ikkion easily fell for Wonwui's trap and revealed the name of the person who had spread the information, Ah Song. Wonwui tried to hide the joy in his heart as he saw a glimmer of hope related to the boy and continued to probe. But I heard that Ah Song was kicked out. How is that possible? Ikkion then gave Wonwui another shocking piece of information. Ah Song is my subordinate. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he was completely serious about this. At that moment, memories of Ah Song flooded Wonwui's mind. The lively and loyal boy had followed him even after he was kicked out of the family. Now he was hearing something like a bolt from the blue. Ah Song was Ikkion's subordinate. Ah Song was so loyal to Wonwui that even in his dreams, he tried to protect his master from bullies. The boy always respectfully called Wonwui young master, despite the fact that Wonwui was a useless person who was ostracized and rejected by the entire family. So it was natural for Wonwui to find Ikkion's words unbelievable, especially when he thought about what would have happened to Ah Song if he hadn't been saved that night the blood cult captured him. If he hadn't been saved, Ah Song would have met the same fate as in his previous life, dying to protect him. Wonwui kept repeating these words to himself, feeling confused. It can't be, he thought. Ah Song has always been loyal, diligently serving my mother and me for so long. That little rascal even followed me when I was kicked out of the So family. But was everything Ah Song did just because the head of the family told him to do it? Considering that Ikkion couldn't possibly love him enough to secretly assign a servant to follow him like that, Wonwui decided in his heart, nonsense, it can't be like that. He's just trying to test me. Feeling like Ikkion was trying to lure him into revealing the truth through his close connection with Ah Song, he coldly asked, "Where's that brat?" Since Ah Song wasn't there anymore, Ikkion couldn't produce a witness if Wonwui demanded a confrontation, so he immediately switched tactics, using evidence instead of a witness. "Answer my question first," he said. "Isn't the evidence proving you're a blood cult pawn clear as day?" Ikkion, deeply suspicious, presented a seemingly far-fetched argument about the evidence. "You suddenly appeared right before the Miram Grand Assembly. Then you requested to be a Miram's Promising Talents representative. While competition for this position was normal, like the internal fighting between Ikkion's eldest and youngest sons, he still felt that Wonwui's efforts to gain the position were suspicious. Just when Wonwui felt that Ikkion's suspicion was excessive because he simply didn't consider him his son, Ikkion suddenly questioned him about another topic. "Do you know why the Miram Grand Assembly is being held? Do you think it's simply because the alliance with the Peerless Warriors has been broken?" Wonwui, with sharp eyes, stared intently at Ikkion. He clearly understood the implication of Ikkion's question but feigned naivety, asking back, "What do you mean, father?" Ikkion responded with cold eyes, seeing through the situation of the blood cult. "The blood cult is stirring again. They've been hiding in the shadows for a long time, building their strength." While Wonwui felt a little confused about Ikkion's keenness, he continued to question him. "Do you think their massive force came about naturally?" He immediately made a confident statement. "The way they build their strength is not hard to guess. They kidnap children like you and raise them. This Miram Grand Assembly is also a good opportunity for them to execute their plan to rise again." Up to this point, all of Ikkion's suspicions have been correct. Facing such a suspicious and sharp father, Wonwui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I thought he was just an ordinary martial arts family head who used his fists more than his brain, but it turns out he's incredibly intelligent. All his suspicions have been accurate so far. Seems like in the ancient war between righteousness and evil, it wasn't just luck that led to the victory of the righteous Miram." However, Ikkion hasn't mentioned the blood demon sword yet, making Wonwui feel that his purpose hasn't been fully exposed. Could he have guessed his plan to steal the blood demon sword? Right then, Ikkion dispelled Wonwui's concerns by raising a question. "How great would it be if they kidnapped children from noble families of the righteous Miram like you, brainwashed them, and turned them into spies infiltrating the Miram Alliance?" At this moment, Wonwui could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sodam suddenly came up with a guess. "Could it be because of Ah Song? You said it yourself before, whenever something changes, the future you knew will also change." Now, Wonwui understood the root of the problem. That's right. Ah Song was supposed to die according to the events of my previous life, but now, he's alive and knows I was kidnapped by the blood cult. He might have inadvertently mentioned it while asking the So family for help. Before I went back in time, I was simply kicked out of the family again. It wasn't this complicated. I didn't expect saving that little rascal would cause such consequences. Though he was 8 or 9/10 certain, Wonwui cautiously asked Ikkyon again to see what he suspected his purpose to be. "So, father, you think I want to become a Miram's Promising Talents representative at the Miram Grand Assembly to be a spy for the blood cult?" Although Ikkyon remained silent, Wonwui could be sure that he had only reached that conclusion. He then put on a disappointed expression. "So, you're trying to push things in that direction. My master must be very disappointed in the Yulong So family." Ikkian remained firm even after Wonhui brought up the name of the Heavenly South Swordsman. He raised his sword and declared, "If you want to prove your innocence, then return everything to normal, and give up on trying to get the Miram's promising talents position for the family." Wonhui clicked his tongue in his heart. I deliberately emphasized the Heavenly South Swordsman, but he's still making it difficult. He then decided to remove his mask of naivety and gave a sarcastic sneer. "It's ridiculous to think that giving up everything and doing nothing is the way to prove your innocence." Wonhui fiercely retorted, "What if I don't agree to do that? So, you won't give me the Miram's promising talents position? I'm capable of bringing honor to my master's school more than those two brothers." Ikkian also firmly held his ground. "That's enough. Even if you don't give up, I won't give you that position." Wonhui put on a face of grievance and disappointment. "So, you don't see me as your son? I understand." Ikkian decisively swung his sword. "Don't mistake yourself. You are completely unqualified to represent the Miram's promising talents of this family. If you go there and become famous using the swordsmanship of the Heavenly South Swordsman, what does that mean to the So family?" Wonhui immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "I understand. So, you're going to use this reason at tonight's feast to refuse to let me become the Miram's promising talents representative." Seeing Wonhui more stubborn than he expected, Ikkian began to concentrate his inner energy into his blade and threaten him. "I warn you for the last time, if you truly are someone from the righteous Miram and are proud of the Yulong So family blood flowing through your veins, then stop right here and surrender." Hearing this, Wonhui found it even more ridiculous. A person from the righteous Miram, proud of the Yulong So family blood flowing through his veins. His anger rose, but he still tried to stay calm and continue his conversation with Ikkian. "What if I surrender?" Ikkian frowned and decisively answered, "I will examine the source of your inner energy and check if you've been brainwashed. If you are truly innocent, there's no reason to refuse those requests." As Wonhui realized that this would only prove his innocence, but Ikkian would still absolutely refuse to give him the chance to become a Miram's promising talents representative even if he was innocent, he immediately drew his sword. Ikkian was surprised by Wonhui's resolute reaction. "What are you doing?" Wonhui raised his sword towards Ikkian. "Isn't that what you mean? You won't give me the Miram's promising talents position even if I surrender. You also said you wanted to examine my Dantian, even if you're my father. That's going too far." Wonhui raised his sword with sharp eyes full of killing intent. Examining the source of inner energy of someone who learned martial arts from another school and forcibly learning their internal energy cultivation methods is forbidden in Miram. Therefore, to preserve the honor of my master, I have no choice but to protect myself. Immediately, Ikkian responded to Wonhui's statement with a powerful stomp. His foot barely hit the ground, but it caused cracks in the floor within a 5-meter radius. His inner energy erupted, creating swirling currents of air like a storm, giving the opponent a sense of psychological pressure. Ikkian raised his sword high, with killing intent. "Whether you're using evil magic or not, you actually think you can defeat me after just 1 year of training?" While Ikkian took a running leap to attack Wonhui, he remained calm and observed, assessing his opponent's strength. Ikkian's internal energy, the Yulong Sword Mystery, had indeed reached the peak level. As Ikkian quickly closed the distance, Wonhui activated his inner energy and coated his sword with it. "I'll only use the energy of my Dantian, but I'll use 10% of my power." As their two swords clashed, the sound of metal colliding reverberated. Because Ikkian's sword was heavy, the techniques he used were mostly direct attacks in a straight line, giving a feeling of heaviness. But since he was a highly skilled swordsman, the speed of his move execution was no different from using a normal sword. Meanwhile, Wonhui's swordsmanship was like a soft willow branch, coated with internal energy for defense. Any attack by Ikkian that got close would be drawn into it and neutralized. Ikkian tried to subdue him, but it wasn't as easy as he thought. His sword kept getting pushed back. Despite this, the huge disparity in internal energy still caused Wonhui's hand to burn, and the aftershocks of the collision continued to create strong vibrations on the blade. While Wonhui's internal energy had only reached the peak level, Ikkian had reached the pinnacle of the peak level. The disparity in their internal energy strengths was immense. Naturally, he also noticed this and didn't miss any opportunity for Wonhui to rest. He swung his sword with both hands, aiming for his chest. Wonhui immediately changed his sword grip to defend and managed to block Ikkian's straight slash from above, but he was still pushed back a long distance. Naturally, Wonhui wasn't going to stay on the defensive like that forever. He used the force from the previous attack to recoil and kick off the wall of the training room, using it as a springboard. Wonhui, pushing off the wall, shot toward Ikkian with lightning speed, his sword tip pointed directly at his chest. Meanwhile, Ikkian had swung his heavy sword again, ready to meet him. Seeing Wonwee wanting to use speed to counterattack and take advantage of the lack of flexibility in the heavy sword, Ikkion simply sneered arrogantly, "Useless." Immediately, Ikkion slammed his heavy sword down. Wonwee's body, holding the lighter blade, was dragged down with a deafening clash. To negate the force of the internal energy that Ikkion tried to transfer to him, Wonwee immediately spun in midair. The weight of the heavy sword quickly dissipated, and his body became lighter. At the same time, the heavy sword slammed into the floor, creating a long crack. Wonwee carefully landed on the ground after his spin and began to feel more tense. "So, that's the effect of the heavy sword. My body feels like a ton of weight has been slammed down on it." But Ikkion didn't miss the opportunity to attack at this close range. While Wonwee was still kneeling on the ground to regain his balance after the spin, he launched another attack straight at his face. Wonwee blocked his attack with his sword, but once again, he was pushed back a long distance towards the wall. If this wasn't the Heavenly South steel sword but a normal blade, it would have broken. Ikkion calmly retracted his leg after a powerful kick. "Your sword is better than it looks. If you didn't have that sword, you'd be dead for sure. The gap between our strengths is too big. You should accept defeat and surrender." Wonwee slowly got up, brushing off the dust on his body. Truly worthy of the name Yulong mystical sword, Ikkion looked down at him with an arrogant gaze. "Have you surrendered?" Wonwee looked up, staring at Ikkion's triumphant expression. "Father, you're too strong. I can't hold back anymore." Ikkion's face instantly twisted in displeasure, because even though he was knocked down, Wonwee was still speaking arrogantly and acting like he was hiding his strength. Immediately, Wonwee unleashed his inherent energy, and the energy was released in a violent storm swirling around his body. Ikkion couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed in shock, Where did this power come from? This amount of energy is clearly miles apart from the inner energy you used before." In the blink of an eye, Wonwee moved right in front of Ikkion and bent over in the posture of executing a technique from the Starry Light swordsmanship. He whispered to him before attacking, "The Starry Light swordsmanship that the world knows is just an unfinished version, and the flaws in the sword moves are not yet refined." As Wonwee's speed suddenly increased, Ikkion startled and quickly retreated, swinging his sword to block, but the heavy sword became a weakness, making his movements slower than Wonwee's. Wonwee slashed horizontally with a powerful roar. This is the real Starry Light swordsmanship. Luckily, even though Ikkion was slightly slower, he still managed to raise his sword in time to block in front of him. The moment their swords collided, it was Ikkion who was pushed back this time, and he looked very shocked. Ikkion's reaction was so agitated that his whole body trembled. The clear difference between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth, making him feel unbelievable. What the hell are you saying?" Even though he was shaken, Ikkion was not easily giving up. He swung his sword again, trying to counterattack. Looking at the strength of the heavy sword raging unlike before, it seems like he wanted to end this quickly. Wonwee was also ready to indulge his father. He turned to face Ikkion directly and raised his sword in preparation to execute the sixth move of the Starry Light swordsmanship, the revolving tooth returning sword. In that moment, Ikkion was stunned and stopped when he saw the miraculousness of the sword move being unleashed. With just a simple-looking straight thrust, the tip of Wonwee's sword created a powerful whirlwind of inner energy that stunned Ikkion, leaving him standing there in a daze. Ikkion's desperate counterattack was shattered. His last line of defense was completely destroyed. He was swept away by Wonwee's whirlwind of energy in the blink of an eye. Out of the different swordsmanship techniques Wonwee knew, this is the most powerful one. It contains explosive power plus abundant inherent energy, which has become his trump card. Obviously, Ikkion couldn't stop this powerful force and was pushed back far, smashing into the wall of the training room. Ikkion groaned after coughing up a mouthful of blood, then looked at Wonwee with eyes of shock, speechless. Wonwee took a deep breath as he stopped using the Starry Light swordsmanship. "Wow, I didn't expect it to be this strong." Looking at the sturdy wall of the room that had become a mess, with traces of swordsmanship etched on the wall, Wonwee couldn't help but exclaim how strange life is. If that move had hit the right angle, Ikkion would definitely have died. "I never dreamed of winning against the head of the family in my previous life." Heavenly Self praised Wonwee, but as always, he compared him to his previous master. "You've made a lot of progress, Wonwee. I think you're about half as strong as my previous master at his peak." Wonwee pursed his lips and sighed. "Only half. I guess there's a big difference between 5-stage and 6-stage Starry Light divine art." Sodam noticed Wonwee's gloomy mood and asked with concern, "You won against him, but you don't seem happy." Wonwee clicked his tongue and replied, "Yeah, although I didn't have high hopes, but he didn't even treat me as a family member. How can I be happy?" Wonwee pondered for a moment, then asked Ikkion with a disgusted tone, "I want to ask you one thing. If you really hated me this much and were going to treat me so harshly, why did you even have me in the first place?" Seeing Ikkian had fainted and couldn't answer, Wonwi sighed and thought about something else. What should I do next anyway? So many things are beyond expectations. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in Wonwi's ear. Ikkian, I feel that child's hatred is more than you think. Wonwi looked towards the source of the sound in disbelief and doubt. Is this the voice of a sword? Before Wonwi's eyes, Ikkian's sword was sighing. If you, Ikkian, had been a little kinder and had opened your heart to that kid, he wouldn't have been hurt, and you wouldn't have ended up like this. The heavy sword had no idea that Wonwi's eyes were listening intently, so it accidentally revealed a secret while sighing. Wouldn't it be better to let him know the truth, that you are not his real father? Wonwi's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. He stood there stunned for a while, thinking he had misheard. Immediately, Wonwi grabbed the ancestral Tomlin heavy sword and, overwhelmed with emotion, blurted out to it, "Say it again." Before the Tomlin sword could even comprehend what was happening, Wonwi drew it and asked it in a low, angry voice, "Am I not Ikkian's son?" The Tomlin sword initially just remained silent because it didn't think Wonwi was talking to it, but after a while, feeling his heavy gaze fixed on it, it tentatively asked, "Are you talking to me?" Wonwi frowned and looked at the Tomlin sword with a suspicious gaze. "Yes, you. I can't do anything to you, but you have to tell me what I want to know, or I don't know what I'll do to your master." Wonwi raised the Tomlin sword towards Ikkian as a threat. The Tomlin sword knew that its master was unconscious and had absolutely no ability to defend himself if attacked. Finally, it had to choose its words carefully and speak gently to Wonwi. "I know that at this point, it's hard to console you with just a few words, because what I said before was true, even if you think I'm making things up." The Tomlin sword spoke with a heartfelt and urgent voice. "If possible, I want to show you everything I've seen." Suddenly, at that moment, the back of Wonwi's right hand emitted the light of a faint blue flame. A voice rang in Wonwi's mind as the blue flame erupted from his right hand, connecting the minds of man and sword, opening the Fecta star. 3 out of 7 dots forming the constellation Ursa Major turned blue. It had been a long time since he last saw this, so he couldn't help but be surprised. The 3rd star, Fecta. When the blue flame subsided, the scene before Wonwi's eyes changed. The scene appeared as if he were looking through someone else's eyes. It was Ikkian holding Wonwi's mother's hand and trying to persuade her to stay. "Please stay here. I won't beg you to love me, but I hope you'll think of your unborn child." The sudden arrival and departure of the images made Wonwi dizzy for a moment. Receiving someone else's memories was not easy. It was like a nervous shock to him. Seeing Wonwi stagger and fall to his knees, Sodam worriedly asked, "Wonwi, what's wrong?" Wonwi looked extremely shocked. "No way, the woman just now, she's clearly my mother. She looks much younger and more beautiful than my memories." The Tomlin sword also spoke with surprise. "I don't know what's going on anymore." Wonwi immediately asked it, "Did you see those images too?" The Tomlin sword immediately confirmed, "Yes, these images are exactly the same as the images in my memory at that time." The Tomlin sword quickly understood the issue. "Although I don't know how this could happen, it seems like I can show you my memories." Wonwi also realized that this was the ability of the 3rd star on the back of his hand. It once again made an unexpected breakthrough at a crucial moment. Wonwi remembered that since he unlocked the 2nd star, Merak, even when he was far away, he could still hear the sword's voice. Now he could even review the sword's memories. Immediately, Wonwi grabbed the Tomlin sword again. "There's something I need to check from your memories." The Tomlin sword curiously asked him, "Which memory?" Wonwi immediately focused to see if he could check the sword's memories at his own will. The first thing he wanted to know was Ikkian's expression when Wonwi was born. He said he loved Wonwi's mother and even had another daughter with her, which made Wonwi wonder if he had hated him since he was born. At that moment, Wonwi's vision turned pitch black and the scene he wanted to see appeared. Ikkian was holding a baby with a confused expression. Obviously, no one could be happy after knowing the baby was not theirs. Meanwhile, Wonwi's mother was lying on the bed looking quite pale, so Ikkian quickly erased his complicated expression and said with a gentle smile, "I will treat it as my son. So please take care of your body and recover quickly." The smile on Ikkian's face looked forced, but Wonwi couldn't ask for more from someone who wasn't his real father. Wonwi's mother replied with a shy smile, looking like she didn't want to burden Ikkian. "Yes, master." Compared to the previous scene that Wonwi saw, it seemed like she had begun to depend on Ikkian emotionally. Wonwi also quickly noticed the change in her expression. It felt like his mother was relying on him emotionally, rather than treating him politely like a benefactor who had saved the lives of her and her child. The Tomlin sword then told Wonwi, "Just like what you saw, with all of Ikkian's sincerity, your mother had opened her heart." Wonwi was stunned with disbelief. "What? My mother opened her heart to him?" The Tomlin sword replied thoughtfully, "If not, how would your sister Yang Yang have been born afterwards?" Won-wee witnessed Young Young's birth firsthand. His mother looked at Ikkion with affectionate eyes. He was grinning from ear to ear. "You like her so much." Ikkion grinned and nodded. "Our child has been born. How can I not be happy?" Won-wee sighed with bitterness. "So that's it. So that means I'm the only one in this family who's not blood related to the family head, right?" The Tan Lin sword confirmed once again. "That's right." The Tan Lin sword continued to narrate according to its memories. "When you were born, Ikkion tried to treat you well, but it wasn't easy at all." Although the Tan Lin sword didn't directly witness how Lady Yang treated Won-wee, it still knew through the reports of the servants to Ikkion. Dealing with Lady Yang's anger was also very difficult. She always disliked your presence and your mother's in the family. If even a little bit of kindness towards you was shown, her anger would only increase, causing you even more suffering. In the end, Ikkion decided not to treat any of his children with affection to create a sense of fairness. According to the Tan Lin sword, even though he appeared indifferent, Ikkion still wanted to be responsible for Won-wee until the very end. At this moment, the scene of Ah Song begging Ikkion appeared. My lord, I couldn't escort the young master properly. He's been kidnapped. Please save him, please, master." Ikkion coldly asked Ah Song, "Is it true that Won-wee said those were people from the blood sect?" Ah Song firmly replied, "Yes, my lord. I heard the young master clearly. It's definitely true." Immediately after, Ikkion asked Ah Song, "Did you bring the token I gave you?" Ah Song stammered, "Of course, my lord. You gave it to me to use in case of an emergency with the young master." Won-wee immediately guessed that it was the Hai Xianyi token, so Ikkion secretly gave that kid a sign to use in an emergency. In the Tan Lin sword's memory, Ikkion gave instructions to Ah Song. "Now, go to Wangu Li and find a tavern called Hai Xian Dan. On the second floor of the tavern, there's an old man who uses a password. Find him and talk to him. When he says drunken and tipsy, respond with distilled wine, then present the token I gave you and tell him everything you just told me." Being a veteran spy, Won-wee instantly recognized it as the way to request help from the Hao clan, one of the three major information-gathering organizations. However, he didn't expect Ikkion to know that method. Moreover, it was a clandestine organization operating secretly in the Jianghu. The Tan Lin sword continued to narrate. Ikkion intended to secretly send someone to track you down after you were kidnapped by the blood sect, but then even Ah Song's whereabouts disappeared completely. Therefore, Ikkion had to act personally. He went directly to that organization and requested, "Didn't I say I'd pay any price? You just have to save that child." However, the other party still refused the request. "If it's related to the blood sect, we don't take this kind of request. The matter is too complicated." Even when Ikkion was about to draw his sword to threaten him, the man remained unfazed. "Do you really have to go this far?" Then, the man smiled slyly and threatened Ikkion. "You, who's known as Yulong's sword, a venerable figure in the Miram Orthodox path, actually comes to us, a black-hearted group, to request information. If the world knows about this, it won't be good for your family." The man's expression became even more cunning as he spoke. "I heard it was the son you abandoned. You haven't treated him well at all, but I guess every child is precious in their parents' hearts. Anyway, I've already received the deposit, so I'll give you some advice." The man's eyes immediately turned serious. "If what happened there is really related to the blood sect, you don't need to investigate further. They secretly kidnap young men and women to increase the number of disciples to serve their plans. They won't kill those children, but whether those children can survive the harsh training is unknown. So, just assume that your son is dead. It'll be easier for you." Knowing the whole story, Won-wee sighed. "I guess that's why he thought I'd become a minion of the blood sect." After finishing the story, the Tan Lin sword tried to justify its master's actions. Ikkion, due to his upright personality, never expresses his emotions outwardly, and because of your secret origins, he couldn't fulfill his responsibility as a father, but he never tried to evade his responsibility towards you. Hearing this, Won-wee couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "Responsibility, huh?" Won-wee sneered at the Tan Lin sword with a mocking tone. "You mean he exiled me from the family and planned to marry off Young Young like a business transaction? And that's how he's being responsible for us?" The Tan Lin sword, of course, continued to defend its master. "It was to protect you." The Tan Lin sword expressed deep sorrow as it explained Ikkion's actions. "After your mother's death and the loss of your Dantian, you became an alcoholic and lived like a cripple. Negative rumors about you quickly spread everywhere. The rumors became so heavy that if someone secretly killed you, it would just be considered an accident for a cripple. No one would be held accountable. Ikkion thought that if you stayed in the family, Lady Yang and your two brothers would secretly kill you. Therefore, he drove you out of the main house." Then, the Tan Lin sword mentioned Young Young. your sister too. The reason she was sent to the Southern Skies sect since she was young was to prevent Lady Yang from harming her. Whether Yang has talent or not doesn't matter, Ikkian only wanted her to grow up safely. The hasty engagement was also out of fear. If she returned from the Southern Skies sect, she would face Lady Yang again and be treated like you were. Therefore, Wonhui couldn't contain his anger any longer and roared, "Enough." The Tan Lin sword continued to stubbornly justify Ikkian's actions. "I understand that you hate Ikkian, but I also hope you can understand Ikkian's intentions to some extent. You've experienced death once because of this way of his being responsible. Obviously, you can't understand that ridiculous action. He's responsible for me." "No, that was his responsibility and duty to the promise he made to your mother, who is now dead." The more Wonhui thought about it, the angrier he became, and he yelled, "If he really wanted to be responsible for me and Yang, he should have been there to protect us. He should have been our support so that Lady Yang wouldn't dare harm us." Wonhui shouted at Ikkian with excitement while gripping the Tan Lin sword so tightly he wanted to break it. In the end, Ikkian is just a selfish man who does whatever he wants so that he can feel at ease. "If not, don't promise my mother that you will treat me like your own son. You promised but couldn't do it, and now you're making excuses." The Tan Lin sword, after receiving Wonhui's anger, began to reflect. "Everything you said is true. My perspective only reflects Ikkian's actions. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry. If I can do anything for you." "Oh, right, wait a minute." The Tan Lin sword asked Wonhui with some excitement. "I heard you need the position of the family's representative for the Miram's promising talents to participate in the Miram Grand Assembly, right?" Wonhui muttered in annoyance. "Yes, but things have become quite complicated now." The Tan Lin sword instantly became excited. "Perhaps I can help you with that. If you give Ikkian what he wants most, won't things change?" Hearing this, Wonhui's anger subsided slightly, and he became interested. "What does Ikkian want most?" The Tan Lin sword explained to Wonhui. "Right now, Ikkian can only practice the first half of the Xiaotong Ba Jian. The family's swordsmanship techniques have always been passed down orally. However, because Ikkian's father and my previous master, So Ikkiam, died in the battle between good and evil, he couldn't pass on the second half of the Xiaotong Ba Jian to Ikkian." The Tan Lin sword excitedly suggested a solution to Wonhui, which was also a way to redeem some of its master's mistakes. "What if you told him the rest of the sword techniques?" A spark of interest flashed in Wonhui's eyes. Shortly after, Ikkian finally woke up, weak and battered. Why did you spare me?" Wonhui replied indifferently, "You want me to kill you. It's better you focus on recovering your energy first." Even after regaining his life, Ikkian stubbornly confronted Wonhui. "If you let me live just to achieve your goal of becoming the Miram's promising talents, it's useless. Until you prove you're not a member of the blood sect, I'll never accept your existence in this family." Wonhui burst into laughter and revealed his true intentions to Ikkian. "I don't want you to misunderstand. The reason I spared you is not because I'm grateful for you raising me as your own son. We don't even have a blood relationship." Ikkian immediately shouted in agitation. How did you know that?" Wonhui calmly replied, "Looking at the way you look at your eldest and second brother, no, at your real children, you can clearly see the difference. How could I not notice?" Ikkian immediately lowered his voice, speaking softly as if they were two loving father and son having a heart-to-heart conversation. "Did you hear it from your mother?" Right at that moment, his Tan Lin sword shot forward and pierced straight into the wall, narrowly missing his head. Wonhui glared at Ikkian with a warning. "Don't mention my mother with that filthy mouth of yours. It's disgusting." From the beginning, Wonhui and Ikkian never had a good relationship. All his actions under the guise of responsibility only made Wonhui hate him more. He was unaware of this and lowered his head, mumbling to justify himself. "I, towards you, have." Wonhui didn't want to listen to Ikkian's empty excuses. He directly shut him up. "You're trying to say you did everything you could, right? I hope you won't say any more nonsense like you tried to protect me and my sister from Lady Yang and your two wretched sons." Wonhui sneered and added, "Or are you going to say that because of my mother, you protected me and tried to treat me like your own son? In the end, isn't it all just an excuse for your selfishness?" The more Wonhui spoke, the more hatred he expressed through his eyes. "If you truly wanted to protect me and Yang, shouldn't you have stood up against Lady Yang and defended us? You didn't do that, and now you're going to spout out some more nonsense about how you wanted to treat us fairly like your other children, so you just stood by and watched." Wonhui spoke with a threatening tone. "If you think that was fulfilling your responsibility and duty, you're wrong. You're very wrong." Ikkian swallowed nervously, feeling like Wonhui was looking right into his heart. "I was just trying to protect you." Seeing that Ikkian was still trying to make excuses, Wonhui coldly drew his sword. "Exiling me from the family is protection. That's running away from your responsibility. You must have thought this when you kicked me out. I've done my best for this kid who isn't my real son. from now on, whatever happens to him isn't my fault. That's what you thought, right? Wonwee was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and criticized Ikkion. If you hadn't exiled me to hide your conflicted feelings, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by the blood sect. If given the chance, Wonwee would have added that his final fate in the previous life was a painful and humiliating death. However, upon hearing these accusations, Ikkion coldly accused Wonwee instead of feeling remorse. Finally, you admit you're a minion of the blood sect. Wonwee had no hope left for this hypocritical man. Therefore, he anticipated this situation and threw something at Ikkion. If I hadn't been saved by my master, the Heavenly South Swordsman, perhaps things would be as you think. Ikkion looked at the token Wonwee just threw at him with a bewildered expression. This is. Wonwee replied coldly, the token of the Wanzi Divine Doctor. My master and the Wanzi Divine Doctor have a long-standing friendship. Thanks to that, I was able to ask him to help me recover my destroyed Dantian. Ikkion was still stunned as he looked at the token. Wonwee continued speaking while raising his sword. You must have always wanted to believe that my Dantian recovery was due to some kind of evil magic or evil technique from the blood sect, right? But this is the truth. Disappointing, isn't it? Finally, you say I'm not qualified to be the Miram's promising talents representing the family. As soon as he finished speaking, Wonwee raised his iron sword high with both hands. His sharp eyes and firm posture showed his overflowing confidence. Ikkion's eyes widened in astonishment as if recognizing Wonwee's stance, a sword move that was incredibly familiar. The preparatory stance of the 10th technique in So family's swordsmanship is displayed, causing Ikkion to become bewildered. That's the sword technique he just used, the initial move of the 10th technique of the little boy's great sword, middle pressure sword strike. No, it can't be. How could you? Wonwee brings his sword down decisively, demonstrating mastery of the technique at the level of the previous patriarch. The power of the sword technique further frightens Ikkion. This must be the first time you've seen this sword technique. How could this be? Ikkion's panicked reaction is understandable, as this is not simply an imitation. To execute it with such precision and power requires decades of training, but Wonwee was able to do it within the time Ikkion was unconscious. This is all thanks to his ability to see the memories of the clear spirit sword and countless other sword techniques performed by the previous patriarch. At that moment, the techniques of the little boy's great sword appeared in Wonwee's mind. Each time he saw the movement of the sword technique, he felt as if he had become the sword itself. This allowed the techniques of the little boy's great sword to be engraved in his mind. After showing Wonwee its memories of the previous patriarch practicing swordsmanship, the clear spirit sword eagerly asks, "You've mastered all of those sword techniques, haven't you, kid?" Wonwee is also surprised when he speaks his feelings. I didn't just understand it, it's even deeply engraved in my mind as if it were my own memory. Sodam curiously asks him, did you see all the techniques in the blink of an eye? Wonwee is even more surprised. A blink? No way. Heavy swords are different from fast swords, so the sword techniques performed during training can't be that fast. It must have taken at least 4 minutes. Wonwee, feeling incredulous, tosses a coin in the air to test it. Hey, clear spirit sword, when I throw this coin up, can you show me those techniques again? The clear spirit sword readily agrees. Of course, I just have to remember the sword technique. Immediately, the scenes from before appear again in Wonwee's mind. The sharp blade cuts through the air, countless lines drawn seamlessly like a panoramic picture. The moment the sword slams down, the energy surrounding the sword continues to descend even as the sword stops. It can be said that the images combine to form a feast containing the essence of the heavy sword. Soon the scene fades, and when Wonwee opens his eyes, the coin he tossed hasn't even fallen halfway. Oh my god, can it really be like this? I've seen all the techniques of the little boy's great sword, but the time was just a blink of an eye. Heavenly South, seeing this, becomes excited. Wonwee, I think this is a really interesting ability. My previous master said that when a swordsman reaches a certain level, practicing sword techniques in their imagination is even more effective than practicing them repeatedly in real life. Heavenly South enthusiastically points out to Wonwee, think about it, training through images until you can imagine all those sword techniques yourself means you've already memorized them. Then, what happens if you keep repeating those images? Heavenly South becomes more and more excited as he speaks. At that point, you'll naturally learn the swordsmanship, just as if you had actually gone through constant training. Sure enough, after watching it more than 20 times, Wonwee's hand feels as if he's actually practiced the technique numerous times. His wrist and arm automatically twitch as if his muscles are reacting to the training. Ah, so this means thoughts can influence actions. Suddenly, Wonwee can't hide his ambitious smile. Training mentally through the sword's memories will help him learn swordsmanship and even master it in a very short time. So this is the real meaning of Fecta's power, isn't it? After Wonhui masters the little boy's great sword, Ikkion stumbles to his feet. Sodam immediately pulls him out of his thoughts. Hey, Wonhui, Ikkion is awake. Back to the present, right after Wonhui uses the 10th technique of the little boy's great sword, Ikkion collapses and falls to his knees when he sees the training room floor dug out into a deep trench so long that the room seems about to split in half. Even Wonhui is surprised in his heart. So this is the power of this technique. I wonder if it's because I'm using inherent energy in it that it's so powerful. After sheathing his sword, Wonhui smiles arrogantly, challenging Ikkion. Do you still think I'm not qualified now? Ikkion is still in shock from the surprise. How could you? Wonhui, of course, has anticipated this situation. He reaches into his chest and says, the 10,000 Suns divine doctor who treats anyone will receive a corresponding price. Immediately, he pulls out a piece of paper and holds it in front of Ikkion. It must be at least a token, or a vital manual. Ikkion quickly reaches his own conclusion. So my father has. Wonhui sees his hasty reaction and chuckles to himself. I haven't even finished my sentence, and he's already jumping to conclusions. He then laughs and continues to use the manual to tempt him. The divine doctor also told me that the current patriarch of Yulong-So family hasn't learned the second half of the little boy's great sword. Seeing Ikkion staring intently at the piece of paper with a greedy look, Wonhui proudly mocks him. Who's begging now? From that moment, the situation has completely reversed. That evening, at the banquet hall of Yulong-So family, the party went on as planned, attended by the outer hall masters and distinguished guests from martial arts sects close to So family. Ikkion, although only a few hours after receiving treatment, still manages to put on a radiant smile, taking care of welcoming the guests. Wonhui observes this scene and feels somewhat admiring of him. His internal injuries haven't been fully healed yet. He must be exhausted. In a way, he's quite impressive. He always presents himself as a friendly patriarch who never offends anyone. As Wonhui waits, bored, a carefree male voice rings out behind him. Junior brother, you've arrived. Wonhui shyly turns around to greet Zhou Chongwon and Zhou Ilye. Senior brother, senior sister, you're here too. Zhou Chongwon laughs boisterously and asks Wonhui, if you don't mind, can we sit here? Wonhui pretends to be concerned and glances at Ikkion before telling them, I'm fine, but the patriarch might be uncomfortable. Senior brother. Zhou Ilye understands and quickly pushes Zhou Chongwon away. Senior brother, the seating arrangements for the banquet have already been set. You can switch seats later, so for now, just sit according to the instructions. Wonhui, seeing this, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Senior sister is right. Senior brother, just listen to senior sister. We still have plenty of opportunities to see each other, don't we? Wonhui waves goodbye to the two masters of Southern Sky's sect with a forced smile. Once I get drunk, it'll be easy to make mistakes. I absolutely won't go and sit near the head of the table. If I'm not forced to do so by prior arrangements, it's better to avoid places like this. After seeing that the guests have arrived and the tables are full, Wonhui glances at Ikkion with a threatening voice, reminding him, I'm still watching you, patriarch. The radiant smile on Ikkion's face immediately disappears. Wonhui directly orders him, announce it now. Ikkion, not daring to disobey Wonhui, quickly stands up. This humble So here would like to thank all of you, the heroes of the martial arts, for coming to my family as guests. I also have something to announce. I hope you all can give me a little attention. Ikkion directs his gaze towards those with high positions at the banquet and pauses momentarily, waiting for them to focus. The patriarch of Zhou family, father of Sengnam, immediately laughs boisterously and says to Ikkion, ha ha ha, so patriarch, you're too polite, you said we'd discuss it gradually, are you going to announce it here? Meanwhile, Sengnam looks at Young with amorous eyes, but Young shows a disgusted expression towards him. I really hate this guy. At this moment, Ikkion announces, this humble So would like to apologize to Gifeng Zhou family. My daughter, with her many shortcomings, is simply not suitable for the position of a concubine for your son. Sengnam and his father are both stunned upon hearing this. In contrast, Young's pretty face is now blooming like a flower. Although she doesn't understand why her cold father suddenly changed his mind, she is still very moved to hear his statement. I am very grateful to Zhou family for seeking marriage with our family, but I hope you will find a more suitable match. The patriarch of Gifeng Zhou family immediately glares at young madam, who is sitting hunched over with her head bowed. Wonhui sees this and realizes that his Adam's apple is bobbing. He must be questioning her about the annulled marriage. At that moment, a voice rings out in young madam's ear, making her startle with fear more than the criticism of Zhou family's patriarch. It's Wonhui's voice. Hey, young madam. Wonhui bluntly exposes her plan. It's you who decided about Young's marriage, isn't it? You wanted to eliminate the thorn in your eye, my sister, and at the same time, you were aiming for the assets of Gifeng family, one of the 3 great martial arts families of Jiangxi. Without waiting for her to refute or explain, Wenhui immediately gives her a stern warning. I hope I won't hear any more of your nonsense in the future. If one day I have to utter unkind words to you, you should be prepared for the consequences. Wenhui's eyes are full of killing intent. Even though he doesn't look directly at young madam, it's enough to terrify her. Finally, young madam's former imposing appearance is completely shattered. She can only silently lower her head, signaling that she understands Wenhui's meaning. Seeing Ikian hesitate for a moment without continuing to speak, Wenhui expresses his displeasure by putting down his wine cup. Ikian then hurriedly announces, "There's one more thing I want to announce to all of you." Ikian reluctantly tells everyone, there's also the matter of the representative of So family's promising talents participating in the Miram Assembly. The representative for So family will be my 3rd son, Wenhui. The 2 masters of the Southern Skies sect, although they feel close to Wenhui due to his relationship with Heavenly South Swordman, are still surprised by Wenhui's announcement. Its junior brother. Young madam, of course, is also surprised but dare not utter a word either in opposition or to inquire about the reason. She can only sadly look up at Ikian with worried eyes, wondering if the next thing to be taken away is her son's position as heir. Young is also surprised by Ikian's sudden favoritism towards her and her 2 siblings. She turns around to see Wenhui's reaction to this. But Young can only converse with the heir. What's going on, brother? Before anyone could react, Wenhui has already left the banquet. Wenhui, along with Sungwon and Sama Young, hurriedly left Sojia, a sense of satisfaction and tranquility washing over him. Alright, finished with Sojia. Not long after leaving Sojia, Sungwon curiously asked Wenhui, why do you have to rush off, deputy leader? It's already getting dark. Wenhui responded casually, clicking his tongue, I have something to do. Sungwon became even more curious and asked, what do you have to do? Seeing that Wenhui wasn't willing to explain further, Sama Young stepped forward and kicked Sungwon, warning him, don't be so cheeky with your senior brother. At that moment, Young rushed towards them, panting, brother, wait for me. Young, out of breath, asked Wenhui, brother, are you really leaving now? Wenhui replied, I still have to finish the task master assigned me. I already told father about it. Young secretly glanced at Sama Young and then pleaded with Wenhui, if you're going to the Miram Alliance, come with me. Master and Senior Master also want to go with you, especially Senior Master. Wenhui sighed inwardly, that's one of the reasons I have to leave in a hurry. Southern Sky's Fissert sword is too enthusiastic, making me feel very flustered. Young put on her puppy dog eyes and looked up at Wenhui, can't we go together? I'll ask Master for permission. We can leave early tomorrow for the Miram Alliance. Okay, brother. After pleading with Wenhui in a pitiful tone, Young glanced at Sama Young once again. Of course, her actions were not missed by Wenhui. Sodam, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh gleefully. She's fallen. She definitely likes our little beauty. Wenhui, realizing Young's feelings, forced a smile. No, Young, that's a girl. Seeing Young pleading with Wenhui in such a pitiful way, Sama Young stepped forward to comfort her. Young miss, you don't need to be so sad. Sama Young gave a radiant smile and encouraged Young, you'll see senior brother again soon at the Miram Alliance. Young, faced with the smile of her beloved, immediately became obedient. Ah, yes, you're right, we'll see each other again. Wenhui silently screamed in his heart, this little girl, no. He then hurried to separate them, urging her, Young, I'll see you then. Young still wanted to look at Sama Young a little longer, so she suggested, let me see you off at the city gate. Wenhui was a little surprised that his little sister wanted to be with him so much for the first time. Worried that Wenhui would refuse again, Young feigned a pout and said, at least let me see you off. Let me talk to you a little longer. We haven't seen each other in a long time, haven't we? Can't you even do that? Wenhui was flustered, unsure how to handle this sudden intimacy and his stubborn little sister's personality. He could only offer a conciliatory smile. Of course, it's fine. Afterward, the two had a pleasant conversation under the moonlight. This was the first time, since they learned to speak, that the 2 siblings had a long talk. This also helped their relationship, which had been distant since their mother's death, become closer. Young also wondered what happened to Wenhui while he was missing, but he could only lie, as knowing about the blood sect wouldn't benefit her in any way, and it could even put her in danger. Although Young seemed to realize that Wenhui was hiding something, the understanding girl didn't press him further. She simply handed Wenhui a small bag and said, take this, father told me to give it to you. Wenhui was surprised and asked Young, father, what's this? Young, standing at the city gate, waved happily to him, I don't know, father probably gave you some travel expenses, see you at the Muriel Alliance. Won-wee smiled in relief at Young Young's bright smile. She'll be alright, she's even more mature than I am. He then replied to Young Young in a loving tone, okay, I'll see you later. So damn, ever quick to tease. Quipped, isn't that a contradiction? There's someone who's grown up but still acts like a child. Won-wee grumbled at her, if you know that, then stop nosing around, it's annoying. Thus, Won-wee left Yulong City with even greater motivation. If he didn't want Young Young to get involved with the blood sect and live a peaceful life, he had to gain power and influence so that no one could bully them. On the journey afterward, Heavenly South cautiously reminded Won-wee, even so, don't forget to maintain balance. Won-wee, power and authority are addictive. If you're swept up in their vortex, you'll lose control of yourself and sink. Remember, you have to be the center of gravity. Don't let other things draw you in. Sungwon, now, was still curious and pressed Won-wee, senior brother, no, deputy leader, tell me, what exactly is going on that makes you have to leave in such a hurry? Seeing Won-wee ignore him, Sungwon kept nagging, according to the plan, we were supposed to meet the twins at Mangak Village and go together to the Muriel Alliance in Hubei City. Leaving now is about half a month earlier than planned. There's nothing that makes us have to go so early. Even if we get there early, no one will be there. At that moment, Sama Young interrupted Sungwon, I know, before we go to Mangak Village, we'll stop by Dark Desire's Manor first. Right, Sungwon was startled. If it's Dark Desire's Manor, does that mean we have to go see the owner of that brothel? Sungwon suddenly became excited and exclaimed, that place is only half a day's journey from us, but the north of Hunan City has been overrun by black sects and evil factions. Won-wee calmly replied, we're an evil faction too, what's the problem? Sungwon finally fell silent, realizing that Won-wee's logic was irrefutable. After all, the blood sect was the most powerful evil faction in Jianghu. He smiled confidently and said to them, this trip is necessary. I have to find someone as important as my sister. Because they left in the middle of the night, as a result, the three of them ended up sleeping in a cave in the forest. While Sama Young removed her mask, Sungwon comfortably sat down on the ground. Wow, this is what you call living. Hey, Captain Sama Young, you've been wearing this human skin mask for so long, but your face doesn't have a single drop of sweat or a pimple. Sama Young seemed proud to show off her mask. This human skin mask was made for me by my father himself. Sungwon excitedly exclaimed, wow. Can I ask Captain Sama Young's father to make one for me too? So damn, hearing that, burst into laughter. I'd like to see his expression when he asks her father. Won-wee clicked his tongue in his heart. Facing one of the four great evildoers, his face will probably stiffen up, and he won't be able to speak. Noticing that Won-wee was intently looking at something, Sodam curiously looked down at the jade in his hand. Won-wee, what is that? Won-wee replied, I want to see what the master gave me through Young Young. Let's see what he means. Won-wee read the letter attached to the jade. This is the jade pendant that your mother had on her person from the first time we met. Perhaps it will be more useful to you than me in the future. Won-wee looked intently at the jade and wondered, this is something my mother had before meeting him. It could be related to my background. Heavenly South also curiously looked at the jade. It's a crane in flight, isn't it? Heavenly South pondered for a moment and shook his head. This is the first time I've seen this symbol, at least in Yunnan. Won-wee couldn't think of any clues either. I've also never seen this symbol before. Even though I've been a spy at the Muriel Alliance for 8 years, I've never seen this strange pattern. Martial families or sects in Jianghu often use symbols of fierce beasts like wolves or tigers to symbolize their sect's bravery. But the crane, representing longevity and nobility, is rarely used as a symbol by martial families. Of course, it is occasionally used for powerful and noble families, but usually those with scholars or something like that. Won-wee pondered, could this jade pendant with the crane be related to my mother's past, or perhaps my real father? It would be great to have more clues, but it's hard to figure out anything just from this jade pendant. Suddenly, Sama Young appeared and clung to Won-wee's shoulder. Deputy leader, what are you looking at? Seeing that she was looking around curiously, Won-wee grumbled, don't approach from behind without permission, Sama Young miss. Sama Young responded shyly, Deputy leader, you were so focused on looking at something by yourself, so I got curious. Won-wee then complained, do you know what it means to cover something up and turn away so that I can look at it privately? Sama Young, being reprimanded, then pouted, but Deputy leader didn't say anything about needing privacy. Are you angry? Seeing her getting closer, Won-wee frowned and shooed her away. Don't rest your chin on my shoulder like that. Won-wee turned his head slightly and saw Sama Young's face too close. At that moment, their eyes met under the warm flickering flames. For a moment, Won-wee's heart pounded as he looked into Sama Young's sparkling eyes. She was so beautiful, the shadows cast on her face by the fire made her look even more mysterious. As Sama Young's warm breath came close to Wonhui, he felt even more strange, his heart fluttered in his chest. At that moment, Sungwon, whether intentionally or not, broke the romantic atmosphere with a cough. I was looking forward to sleeping in a bed tonight, but now I have to sleep in a cave, my whole body hurts. Wonhui was startled and flustered. Tomorrow's journey will be long, get some rest early. Sama Young, Miss Sama Young, at this point, couldn't hear anything else. She glared at Sungwon with a reproachful look. Sungwon continued to talk nonchalantly. Deputy leader, we have travel expenses, we can go to an inn, why do we have to sleep in a cave like this? At that moment, Sama Young's shadow fell on Sungwon, making him jump. What are you doing, Sama Young? Sungwon was beaten and cried out in agony, why are you hitting me? What did I do? Sama Young replied softly while continuing to strike him. This is how you show your friendship, you understand? Sungwon yelled in pain, you're going to kill me, help, I was wrong, I apologize. Wonhui chuckled at this, knowing that even though he would get beaten, Sungwon would always do something to provoke Sama Young. Getting hit was his own fault. Wonhui glanced at Sama Young with a slight tremor. After all, in the quiet of the night, their breaths mingling so closely made him feel a little flustered. He almost confessed his feelings to her. Sama Young dealt with the troublemaker and then smiled brightly at Wonhui. Deputy leader, why are you looking at me like that? That smile made Wonhui uneasy. Her face always seemed to radiate joy, her eyes full of warmth as they gazed at him intently. It was a stark contrast to the cruelty she displayed when wielding her sword. He wondered which face was truly her. A slight fear flickered in Wonhui's eyes. He swallowed nervously and told Sama Young, nothing, let's go to sleep. All the emotions he felt earlier seemed to vanish. Heavenly South chimed in with some advice. Wonhui, my former master said that a true martial artist must always be wary of being seduced by beautiful women. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. So damn, exasperated, shoot him away. I know why your former master was alone his whole life. TSK. Heavenly South pretended not to understand. What are you talking about? I don't get it. The next evening, Wonhui's group finally arrived at the Black Mist Pavilion. Although it appeared to be a normal inn, only those in the Jianghu knew it was one of the 3 information brokerages of the Hao clan. Sodam found it strange and asked Wonhui, it's one of the 3 brokerages, not a branch. Wonhui nodded and explained, the Hao clan is an organization without a leader, so it's hard to tell which is the main branch and which is a sub-branch. At least that's what I know. As Wonhui's group entered the inn, dozens of eyes were fixed upon them. The attitude of the people around made Sungwon slightly nervous. Deputy leader, is this okay? Sungwon cautiously glanced at the people in the inn. There are so many masters here. Wonhui scoffed and teased him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Sungwon, provoked, immediately tried to appear strong. Why should I be afraid? I'm fine. Wonhui chuckled and continued deeper into the inn. Then let's go. As soon as they saw Wonhui's group enter, a young woman greeted them with a bright smile. Welcome, guests. Wonhui directly requested, ma'am, I would like to go to the 2nd floor. The young woman looked a little doubtful. You want to go to the 2nd floor, sir? Wonhui whispered in her ear. I heard the distilled liquor brewed by the innkeeper is excellent. The waitress glanced toward a group of people on the 2nd floor hallway as if waiting for their approval. When a man standing by the hallway received the signal from the waitress, he immediately nodded in response. The waitress then turned back to Wonhui and spoke in code. Do you know that only one person can drink the special liquor in one sitting? Wonhui nodded in agreement. I know that. Then he glanced towards Sungwon and Sama Young and instructed the waitress, they'll just have noodles or something similar. Sungwon, looking confused, whispered into Sama Young's ear, Sama Captain, don't just have noodles, order a lot of other things too. If not now, when else will we get to eat whatever we want? The deputy leader doesn't care about those things. Sama Young grumbled in response, are you afraid people won't know you're a beggar? When Wonhui reached the 2nd floor, he saw a man sitting alone in a room. That must be the old man, he thought, the one from the Black Mist Pavilion I saw in the Memories of the Clear Spirit Sword. But as Wonhui looked closer, he realized they were different. No, it's not him. His appearance is different from the old man I saw in the Memories of the Clear Spirit Sword. The old man, upon seeing Wonhui, gave him a riddle, morning incense. Wonhui responded, worried about the sorrow. The old man, having received the correct answer, smiled warmly, brother, please have a seat. Wonhui looked at the table and saw 3 cups of wine arranged. The position of the cups represented the difficulty level of the commissions. Based on his judgment, his commission was at the lower level. Immediately, Wonhui poured wine into the cup on the far right. I have 2 commissions. I don't think they will be difficult for your organization. The old man nodded. please speak, sir. Won-wee went straight to the point. About a year and 3 months ago, a young boy came to commission the search for the third son of the Yulong-so family. The old man quickly interrupted. The information of the commission is confidential. Little brother, I apologize, but we can't reveal that. Won-wee quickly picked up on this. It seems you know who I'm talking about. The old man carefully inquired. Little brother, can you tell me the reason? Won-wee frankly admitted, Ah Song is my servant. The old man was surprised and burst out laughing. Ha, what a coincidence. He summarized the situation with a delighted tone. The servant and the young master's father are both searching for the young master, who disappeared for over a year, but then suddenly reappeared safe and sound. Now he's searching for the whereabouts of the missing servant. Won-wee clicked his tongue inwardly. As expected of the 3 great intelligence organizations, he recognized my identity after just a few words. Good, it's as I expected. According to the memories Won-wee saw through the clear spirit sword, Ikkion came to the Black Mist Pavilion and revealed he was kidnapped by the Blood Cult. It was highly likely that these people knew about his involvement with the Blood Cult. However, Won-wee wasn't worried because he planned to use these people to spread a rumor before attending the Murim Grand Assembly to minimize unforeseen variables. So, before the old man could mention Won-wee being kidnapped by the Blood Cult, he interrupted, I was very lucky that day. Won-wee began to fabricate. If my master hadn't helped me, I wouldn't be able to commission the search here. The old man, curious about who could rescue someone from the Blood Cult, immediately proposed a trade. Young master, how about we exchange information about the servant and your master's whereabouts? Would that work? Won-wee was secretly pleased. An intelligence merchant buying information from me, he thought. Won-wee continued to be mysterious. You're wasting resources on something you'll find out soon enough. The old man became even more curious. You're willing to tell me without any conditions? Young master, Won-wee shrugged. Of course not. I came here to commission 2 things. After all, the old man finally accepted Won-wee's request. I accept the 2 commissions. Now, can you tell me your master's name? Won-wee immediately revealed the name of the Heavenly South Sword Master, Ho John Day. The old man was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Ho, John Day. Immediately after, the tea set on the table flew toward Won-wee, making him jump in surprise. At the same time, the old man jumped over the table and kicked towards Won-wee. Luckily, Won-wee was quick and managed to block the kick. Won-wee's arm trembled from the impact. He panicked and asked Heavenly South, damn it, he attacked me suddenly. Does he know about Heavenly South Sword Master? Heavenly South looked closely at the old man and confidently stated, I don't know him, although I stayed with my former master for a long time. This is the first time I've seen this face. Won-wee immediately had a hunch. Could he be wearing a human skin mask? He then questioned the old man, why are you threatening your own customer in a place where information is bought and sold? The old man stared at Won-wee with a suspicious look. It's been more than 16 years since Heavenly South Sword Master disappeared, and you claim to be his disciple. Heavenly South was becoming increasingly puzzled. That's strange. The Hao clan, whether it's a deviant sect or a black organization, is still a neutral intelligence organization. This is the first time I've seen them openly show hostility like this. Won-wee nodded in agreement. I think so too. This is the first time I've seen them publicly display hostility like this. The old man's bodyguards drew their swords and surrounded Won-wee, causing him to feel a sense of panic. What should I do in this situation? He thought, even though my martial arts have improved, escaping from this place filled with masters from deviant sects wouldn't be easy. At that moment, Won-wee felt a cold gaze fixed upon him. A shiver of fear ran down his spine. Won-wee looked toward the source of the killing intent and vaguely saw a figure behind the screen. This isn't the old man's aura, but the killing intent of someone behind the bamboo curtain in the opposite private room. The old man approached Won-wee and suddenly used voice transmission to speak to him. Don't let on that I'm using voice transmission on you. Act natural. Have you ever heard of the title, Summoning Tiger, Fierce Fist, Heavenly South pondered for a moment before saying to Won-wee, the Tiger Roar Fist Master, Guak Kyung, hails from the martial arts family in Yunnan Province, Fuko County. Won-wee then used this information to ask the old man, are you indeed the renowned Tiger Roar Fist Master, Guak Kyung, the great warrior of the Jianghu who hails from Yunnan Province, Fuko County? Guak Kyung was pleased with Won-wee's response. Indeed, you're brave, worthy of being a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. Now, let's put on a little show for the old man, young master. The old man then loudly reprimanded Won-wee. Boy, don't underestimate our intelligence network. If we uncover this deception, you'll face the consequences for lying to me. The old man then quietly whispered to Won-wee, I'm doing this to save you. The one in the private room is the Breaking Eagle envoy, Yu Kyung. Won-wee nearly jumped in surprise at the name, almost revealing himself. In his memory, the Breaking Eagle envoy, Yu Kyung, was a dangerous individual on par with the four great evildoers. Though a martial artist, he was notorious for his cruelty and cunning. Only a handful of those who had crossed him had survived to tell the tale. At that moment, Heavenly South revealed another shocking piece of information. Wonwi, be careful, that Breaking Eagle envoy, Yu Kyung, he lost an eye because of my former master. At that moment, Wonwi could only clench his teeth and cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, one problem after another. As soon as he realized that the person behind the screen was the enemy of the Heavenly South swordsman, Wonwi made a decision. In this situation, he could only pretend to have been caught red-handed. Then, he respectfully clasped his hands in front of Guak Kyung and pretended to admit that he had disguised himself as a disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman. The old master truly has a sharp eye. I admire you. Dark Desire's manner truly lives up to its name. Immediately, Wonwi was escorted away by two of Guak Kyung's guards. He could only endure, as both sides were collaborating to act in front of the villain. He couldn't prioritize his ego. At this moment, the two guards escorting Wonwi dared to reach out and take the Heavenly South sword from his back. This instantly made him uncomfortable. Although they were collaborating, it didn't mean they could do whatever they pleased. Wonwi glared at the guard and transmitted a warning through voice transmission. If you dare touch even a finger on my sword, I will consider that action to have another intention. The guard immediately retracted his hand under Wonwi's highly suspicious and vigilant gaze. Although they were collaborating, he couldn't let them take the upper hand. It's better to be safe than sorry. He had to keep his weapon close until he was absolutely sure he could trust the other side. Seeing Wonwi being escorted away by two men in black, Sungwon and Sama Young, who were sitting on the first floor, hurriedly stopped their meal in alarm. What happened to senior brother? As Sama Young stood up and was about to draw her sword, Wonwi transmitted a calming message to her. Calm down, we're just cooperating to act out a play due to an unexpected change in the situation. There's no need to resist. When they come to take you, just follow them quietly. Then, Wonwi was secretly taken down to the basement of Dark Desire's manor. Looking at the dark passage illuminated only by a few flickering torches on the walls, he couldn't help but shudder. In his previous life as a spy, he had visited Dark Desire's manor about 3 times, but he had never been down to this place. Both Sama Young and Sungwon were also led down the tunnel along with Wonwi. While Sama Young walked calmly without any worry, Sungwon looked around nervously with a clear expression of unease. As they went deeper into the basement, the smell of blood hit Wonwi's nostrils, making him grimace. The smell of blood was so strong, even though he knew that certain tactics were necessary to gather intelligence, this basement gave off a chillingly obvious sense of dread. Blood stained the walls, the ground, and many other instruments of torture scattered throughout the cells, making Wonwi feel cold. I know that Dark Desire's manor is an underground organization that trades information disguised as a brothel, but the way they use this basement is too thinly veiled. The clearly obvious purpose of this basement made Sungwon even more worried. Vice Leader, what's going on? Wonwi also felt a bit chilled by the surrounding scenery, so he carefully advised Sungwon to stay highly vigilant. As Wonwi's group was led deeper into the basement hallway, a spacious area the size of the living room on the upper floor opened up before them. In this large, well-lit room, Wonwi met Guak Kyung again and immediately clasped his hands to express his gratitude. I thank you for your concern once more. Guak Kyung shook his head. That's only a temporary solution. It doesn't solve the root of the problem. Don't you think someone like him would be easily deceived? Then, Guak Kyung pointed to the tunnel behind him and instructed Wonwi, if you continue to follow this tunnel to the end, you will find an exit about 150 meters from Dark Desire's manor. Wonwi glanced at the secret passage. Obviously, an organization that deals with more information must be more cautious, but it also means they are more suspicious and cunning. Right now, a heavy iron door fell down, blocking the path Wonwi had just walked through. More importantly, the door also separated him from his two companions. As Sama Young and Sungwon were taken away, Wonwi still signaled them not to resist, even though he was also confused by Guak Kyung's actions. This is not what I expected from you. Then, he stared at Guak Kyung with a dubious gaze. I thought you were helping us, but what are you doing? Guak Kyung calmly replied. The situation was very urgent at that time, so we had to rush you here, but we still need to perform the verification procedure. Guak Kyung took something out from his clothes and put it on his hand. Judging from the material, it seems to be a pair of shiny silver gloves. He looked at Wonwi with sharp, suspicious eyes. Didn't I tell you before, I can't be sure if you're a disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman or not. Heavenly South looked at the gloves and immediately guessed. Wonwi, I had my suspicions before, but now I'm sure, he is the summoning Tiger King Fist. Guak Kyung, Wonwi couldn't help but be surprised. What? I was just guessing. I thought I was wrong because he didn't answer. Heavenly South confidently confirmed his judgment. The gloves he is wearing definitely belong to Guak Kyung. It's called the Silver Phantom Fist. It's made from black iron combined with silver. It can easily block sharp weapons. After hearing that, we couldn't help but wonder. I thought Guak Kyung was from the righteous faction. Heavenly South pondered for a moment and recounted. I remember he and my old master knew each other, but about 20 years ago, after his family was massacred, he disappeared without a trace from the Jianghu. My old master was very sad about it. We vaguely understood. His whole family was murdered. I guess that's why he switched to the evil faction. The reason Heavenly South didn't recognize him right away is likely because he is using a human skin mask. He must also be imitating his voice. At this moment, Guak Kyung cut off Wonwi's thoughts with a clear expression of doubt. Since the Heavenly South swordsman disappeared, I've met about 6 people who claim to know him, but they are all fools who lie and deceive, chasing after his legacy or swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, Guak Kyung went down into a fighting stance. Wonwi understood the general relationship between the Heavenly South swordsman and Guak Kyung, and he calmed down. You think I'm like those people? Guak Kyung raised his eyebrows and looked at Wonwi with a scrutinizing gaze. You seem different from them. To create a premise for Guak Kyung to trust him, Wonwi let him know that he had heard stories about him. But why are you wearing those silver phantom fist gloves? Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up in apparent surprise. Immediately after, Guak Kyung laughed excitedly. You are exceeding my expectations. If you say you are a disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman, you must know the brilliant light swordsmanship, right? After saying that, he immediately took the stance of a tiger ready to pounce on its prey. Before Wonwi could prepare, Guak Kyung launched into an attack. His movement was similar to basic close combat techniques, but the focus was on his hand, which was aimed at Wonwi's head with the power of a tiger's fangs. Wonwi immediately drew his steel sword and slashed towards Guak Kyung's left arm, but he dodged quickly, tilting his head and using the glove to deflect the sword. As the steel sword collided with the glove, a ringing metallic sound could be heard along with sparks flying out. Although Heavenly South had said it was a mixture of black iron and silver to counter sharp weapons, Wonwi didn't expect it to be able to block even the steel sword. After blocking the blow, Guak Kyung's left hand immediately counterattacked, attempting to grab Wonwi's chin. Seeing such a devastating weapon rushing towards him, he quickly backed away to avoid it. Next was a relentless pursuit from Guak Kyung. He continuously pounced on Wonwi with the ferocity of a tiger stalking its prey. Although his speed was very fast, Wonwi could still keep up with his movements. His steps, backing away to dodge, were light as if he were walking on clouds. After only a few steps from Wonwi, Guak Kyung had recognized the footwork he was using, the footwork that moved lightly as if gliding on clouds, the brilliant light cloud footwork. However, that wasn't enough to prove anything. Guak Kyung continued to attack like a tiger. This time, it was his right hand, striking with the strength of 5 fingers, enhanced. Wonwi backed away again to avoid it, while simultaneously taking a stance ready to unleash the brilliant light swordsmanship. Wonwi relaxed his wrist and swung his sword forward. He saw a similarity between Guak Kyung's tiger pounce move and a technique in the brilliant light swordsmanship, a sword technique that could subdue the opponent with the ferocious power of a tiger. The first technique of the brilliant light swordsmanship, the Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword, was unleashed. It was as if dozens of tigers were charging to attack Guak Kyung. When the sword technique and the old man's aggressive hand clashed, sparks flew out. Despite his age, Guak Kyung's eyes were still sharp enough to catch the lightning-fast sword technique in midair and block Wonwi's attack precisely. The moment Guak Kyung saw Wonwi's swordsmanship, he exclaimed inwardly in excitement because he recognized the sword technique. His whole body trembled as if he had just experienced an earthquake. Guak Kyung's heart surged with nostalgia as he looked at Wonwi unleashing the sword technique. How long has it been since I last faced the brilliant light swordsmanship? It was the very familiar brilliant light swordsmanship that I still remember from more than a decade ago. At this moment, Guak Kyung was certain that the swordsmanship Wonwi was using was extremely similar to the Heavenly South swordsman's brilliant light swordsmanship. But extremely similar doesn't mean completely the same. Wonwi did not miss the moment when Guak Kyung was still in shock. He suddenly used the final movement of the refined sword technique to take advantage of the attacking space. Guak Kyung immediately backed away after being stabbed in the shoulder. Obviously, his experience was limited to dealing with the incomplete brilliant light swordsmanship. While backing away to extend the distance from Wonwi, Guak Kyung was able to make a firm judgment in his heart. It was indeed the brilliant light swordsmanship, but the final strike was something I had never seen before. This kid has improved it, or is this the Heavenly South swordsman? Although he was injured in the meridian, causing his body to lose a fair amount of strength, Guak Kyung still smiled contentedly and even joked with Wonhui, "You weren't merciful to this old man, huh?" Wonhui chuckled and put away his sword. "After all, this was a battle to prove my identity. I couldn't just do it half-heartedly." Guak Kyung clasped his hands and cheerfully introduced himself. "I am the summoning Tiger King Fist, Guak Kyung, of Dark Desire's Manor. It's a pleasure to meet a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. I was rude before, please forgive me, young master." Immediately after, Wonhui also clasped his hands and said the same to Guak Kyung. "I also apologize for any rudeness that occurred due to our misunderstanding." The old man's expression immediately stiffened, with a look of confusion. "What?" At that moment, a subordinate of Guak Kyung was thrown through the wall and fell in front of him. The unexpected scene startled the old man, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Guak Kyung burst into hearty laughter after seeing another one of his subordinates hanging halfway through the ceiling of the next room. "Ha ha ha, your companion is skilled too." Wonhui smiled awkwardly as he saw Sama Young fuming with anger. "These are my fellow disciples." Seeing Sama Young and Sungwon stride through the hole they had just created in the wall, Guak Kyung couldn't help but be surprised. "Fellow disciples, you mean these two are also?" Seeing Wonhui safe, Sama Young finally let go of her anger and politely greeted Guak Kyung. "Guak, the great warrior, I am Ma Young, the second disciple of the Heavenly South Swordmaster." Looking at the disciples of the Heavenly South Swordsman who were all so brave, Guak Kyung immediately smiled with satisfaction. When the Heavenly South Swordsman disappeared without a trace, I was always worried about him and sent people to find out the news, but to no avail. It's nice to know that he has taught such excellent successors. After that, Guak Kyung hurriedly brought the three of them to the door of the secret tunnel leading to the outside. "If it weren't for the fact that Yu Kyung was still up there, I really wanted to talk to you more. What a pity." There's no time to hesitate anymore. You guys quickly leave here." Before Wonhui left, Guak Kyung assured him, "You can rest assured, my lord's mandate has been accepted. I will send someone to look for Ah Song. I guarantee the news will reach you no matter what, you are anywhere." "But didn't you say there are 2 trusts? What is another trust?" Wonhui then took out an object from his chest and showed it to Guak Kyung to see if he recognized what this object was. Guak Kyung looked closely at the jade pendant in Wonhui's hand and thoughtfully analyzed its details. A flying crane, and if you look at its shape, it seemed like the symbol of the full moon. Guak Kyung looked at the jade carefully as if appraising an ancient work of art, and then he exclaimed in shock, "A crane took off in the moon. I think it's possible you don't know about this because it was a long time ago." Guak Kyung didn't have time to explain in detail, so he just said that if his guess was correct, then this jade pendant could be related to the Soaring Shadows. They were a sect on par with the 4 major sects that ruled Murim today and could be compared to the Peerless Warriors, but now they were almost forgotten. Wonhui had never heard of this sect, even though he had been working in the Murim Alliance as a spy for over 8 years. Any information about it was never mentioned by anyone. Wonhui couldn't help but continue to ask, "So what does the crane image on this jade pendant mean?" Guak Kyung immediately put his hand up to stop him. "I'm not sure about that. It happened a long time ago, so I need to investigate it in detail." Guak Kyung's eyes narrowed with a sly look and his words were full of hidden meaning. "This commission is even above the upper class. Obviously, even if Wonhui is a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, there is nothing free." Wonhui quickly understood Guak Kyung's meaning and nodded. "Of course I will pay you accordingly." In his heart he secretly sighed. He thought that knowing the Heavenly South Swordsman would be good, but then again, there should be a clear distinction between work and personal matters. Guak Kyung reached an agreement and immediately urged Wonhui, "All right, after I investigate, I will contact you again. Now you go quickly, there's no time left." Then, Wonhui's group followed a dark secret path for a long time before they saw a hole with light leading up. Sungwon and Sama Young went up first to check and quickly called to Wonhui, "Deputy leader, climb up here, it's a dry well." Wonhui climbed out of the well and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully we finally got out safely. Now let's go to Mangak village. We still need to meet up with the twins." Wonhui had just put down his worries when he felt the presence of someone else nearby. He immediately became alert and looked around. The enemy. Sama Young also just noticed that presence and sent a voice transmission to Wonhui, "Deputy leader, it seems like there's someone ahead." Wonhui looked around this desolate area next to the edge of the forest and furrowed his brow. Based on the presence, it's estimated that there are 20 people ambushing the forest path, but because there is no sound of swords, they had to get this close for me to notice them. Wonhui also simultaneously judged the opponent's strength. If I had to get this close to notice them, then they seem to be very skilled in concealment. In Sama Young's eyes, a spark of killing intent instantly flashed. Deputy leader, should we kill them now? Wonwi immediately stopped her and carefully probed the intentions of those people. Step back. No need to waste time with them, let's see if they will attack first. At this moment, from the roof of the dry well behind Wonwi, a dark voice echoed, that old man let you go through the secret path of the Hao clan to get here, then there's no denying that you are the successor of the Heavenly South Swordsman. When Wonwi turned his head to look back, the one ambushing him was that one-eyed Yu Qiang. He glanced down at Wonwi with cold, hateful eyes. Where's Ho Jiangdae? Wonwi quickly calculated ways to deal with it. First, let's try to negotiate. If he still holds a grudge like Heavenly South said, then we should try to resolve it first. Maybe this grievance can be resolved without bloodshed. Right after that, he clasped his hands in a respectful greeting to Yu Qiang. Junior Wonwi pays his respects to the senior Breaking Eagle envoy. Wonwi cautiously probed Yu Qiang's mood. Senior, it seems like you have misunderstood something. However, in response to his respect, there was a sudden wind-cutting sound from beside him, as if a snake was launching itself. A whip that looked like it had life was swung. It wriggled in the air like a snake before lashing towards Wonwi. Thankfully, he was quick enough to raise his sword to block the attack. The whip struck the blade and then slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The momentum was so great that it could have knocked over an old tree. The impact caused Wonwi's hand to tremble and bleed profusely. His whole body was pushed back even though he used all of his inherent energy to resist. He couldn't help but be shocked. His internal energy is too terrifying. My palm is cut. Yu Qiang retracted the whip and glared angrily at Wonwi. I don't have a junior like you. Sure enough, you are a disciple of that Ho Jiangdae. I can't grasp his chi and neither can you. Wonwi was pushed back 3 steps and staggered, causing Sungwon and Sama Young to be eager to help him deal with Yu Qiang. Deputy leader, are you alright? Wonwi immediately ordered them, fall back. Wonwi pointed towards Yu Qiang's subordinates who were just emerging from the forest. Our victory or defeat will depend on how quickly you two deal with those guys. Sama Young and Sungwon immediately turned back to assess the situation of the people behind them. The numbers were completely overwhelming. Wonwi gestured with his chin for the two of them to deal with the subordinates and said in a decisive tone, I'll deal with him. Yu Qiang, seeing Wonwi confidently declare that, immediately burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. In this situation, even if all 3 of you charge at me, you can only block a few of my attacks, yet you dare to declare a one-on-one fight with me. Right after that, Yu Qiang's eyes were full of contempt and arrogance as he looked down at Wonwi with a sarcastic tone. You've lost your mind. Wonwi, without saying a word, grabbed his sword and sliced vertically through the air, his eyes reflecting the dazzling light of the sword. Inherent energy erupted on the blade as if a wall of light was splitting the space. The sword energy shot towards Yu Qiang, who was standing on high, and directly destroyed the roof of the dry well, forcing him to jump up and flip backward to dodge. Yu Qiang was forced to land on the ground opposite Wonwi, but he still arrogantly retorted with a sarcastic challenge. You think you can deal with me with these petty tricks, even if your master comes here? He also. At that moment, the cloud of dust dissipated. Looking directly at Wonwi now, Yu Qiang was stunned, his 2 eyebrows furrowed as if they were about to stick together. Seeing Wonwi's body glow golden with intense heat as if it was on fire, Yu Qiang was numbed by shock. What are you? He naturally couldn't know that this was a symptom of using the golden blood body, the poison sex technique of action. The moment Wonwi unleashed his power to confront Yu Qiang, Sama Young immediately charged towards Yu Qiang's subordinates. She didn't forget to urge Sungwon, hurry up, take them down. In Sama Young's heart, she understood Wonwi's calculations. The deputy leader is right. Now all of us confronting that old man together is the most foolish thing to do. Even if we manage to deal with him at all costs, we will eventually be exhausted when facing his subordinates. Sama Young, with a blazing aura, drew her sword in front of over 20 of Yu Qiang's subordinates. I need to quickly take care of these guys and then go support the deputy leader to deal with that old man Yu Qiang. A disciple who also possessed whip skills like his master Yu Qiang stepped forward and mocked Sama Young. You foolish kid, do you know who I am to dare to charge at me like that? He had just finished speaking when he swung his whip towards Sama Young. The whip twisted once before lunging towards Sama Young like a snake, thinking it would make her back off. But no, she acted quickly and decisively, sliding on the ground towards the enemy as the sound of the whip resonated. Taking advantage of her small stature, Sama Young slipped through the enemy's legs, her sword pierced straight up, targeting the most vital area of a man and directly ripping it open. She calmly replied to him, Do I need to know who you are? But now the indescribable excruciating pain has consumed his mind, making him unable to hear anything else. The sword continued to pierce through his chin and sliced vertically to the top of his head. With only a short groan, Yu Qiang's top-tier disciple was dead. Sama Young, as always, was ruthless and lightning fast. It wasn't until she stood up with her sword raised high that the body of the one who was split in two fell to the ground and gushed blood. The scene caused the remaining disciples of Yukyung to be extremely panicked. Senior brother, how could this be? The most outstanding great pupil of the Breaking Eagle envoy Yukyung was killed so easily. Even Sungwon, Sama Young's teammate, turned pale when he saw her fatal move. Although we knew she focused on making all her moves kill her opponent as quickly as possible, but I didn't think she would be so ruthless. Sungwon swallowed nervously when he thought back to the times he foolishly teased Sama Young. Her poking my eyes every day was nothing compared to the move she just used on the enemy. Right at this moment Sama Young sent a voice transmission urging Sungwon, "What are you doing?" Sama Young was slaying the enemies while turning back to glare at Sungwon. "If you don't hurry up and eliminate the enemy, the deputy leader will be in danger." Sungwon naturally didn't want to provoke the bloodthirsty tigress, so he quickly moved immediately. I know, coming now." In his heart he couldn't help but worry that he might die before getting old. Meanwhile, Yukyung's leather whip was moving freely in the air like a ferocious snake, launching towards Wonhui. He furiously whipped the whip after regaining his composure. The combination of the Heavenly South swordsman's brilliant martial arts and the golden blood body of action immediately brought a surge of power to Wonhui. His body began to move forward, dodging countless whips from Yukyung. It was so fast that even he couldn't believe it. Wonhui charged with confidence. "Before I was a little worried because my martial arts were inferior to his. I thought it would be difficult to confront him, so I planned to stall, but now, at least I can face this old man fairly." Fearing that Wonhui would become complacent and arrogant, Heavenly South reminded him, "Hurry up Wonhui, the golden blood body will make your body overly tense." Unlike Action or the twins, Wonhui can only use this technique for a shorter period of time and his body will bear a heavier burden. He also knew the limits of this technique so he rushed forward urgently. Even though Wonhui's agility had dodged all of Yukyung's whips, he still didn't flinch and continued to swing the whip to attack. The lash created a menacing wind-cutting sound. This time he changed direction and attacked vertically instead of horizontally like his previous strikes. Wonhui had just taken a step forward when the whip, like a snake, struck down again, forcing him to stop. The long range of the whip made it difficult for him to close the distance to use his sword. As the whip struck vertically from above, the sword immediately moved to create an opposing wave and they collided with each other. The leather whip moved freely, the thin blade also moved gracefully like a willow branch. The confrontation between these two forms of soft movement wasn't in Wonhui's favor. The opponent had an advantage because the whip could fly high, bend, and then strike down like a dragon or a snake, forcing him to block the tip of the whip by holding his sword horizontally above his head. Yukyung immediately retracted the whip for the next attack. But the whip didn't move according to his will, it was being held back and stretched taut. It turned out the whip had wrapped around Wonhui's sword after their previous clash. He seemed to not realize it and used the hidden sword/counterattack, releasing the power he had accumulated in his legs and leaping high towards the enemy. Initially, this sword technique was to be executed from a stationary position, but the wide distance created by the whip left him no choice but to charge forward to close the gap. At the same time, Wonhui was surprised to discover the whip was around his sword, hindering him from swinging it forward. His attack was delayed for a second, and Yukyung noticed it immediately. He instantly assumed that Wonhui had opened a weakness and seized the opportunity to snatch the whip back with a strong pull. The retrieved whip dragged Wonhui along, flinging him towards Yukyung. Wonhui's body flew through the air and fell towards Yukyung, filling the man with pride. "Gotcha, brat," he exclaimed, while his hand rose high like an eagle's talon, ready to grab him. However, Yukyung didn't expect the one who was captured to be him. Wonhui had set a trap from the moment the whip wrapped around his sword, aiming to make the enemy close the distance. While he was reveling in his victory, Wonhui swiftly drew his short sword with his left hand and swung it horizontally at the man. Yukyung's left hand, poised for a grab, had to stop to avoid the short sword aimed at his wrist. But he didn't just evade the sword, instead choosing to strike Wonhui's hand with a palm strike to force the short sword away. Seeing that Wonhui had lost his short sword and his right hand was still bound by the whip, Yukyung continued his advance, smugly mocking him, "You're just a worthless brat." Yukyung laughed triumphantly as he lunged towards Wonhui. At that very moment, the short sword that had been knocked away happened to be directly above him, aimed at his head. A thin, shimmering thread shone brightly alongside the glint of the blade. A whistling sound came from above. The short sword, controlled by Wonhui using his silver thread technique, plunged straight down. He intended to stab it into Yukyung's head or back, but the man realized it in time and immediately stepped back, avoiding the sneak attack. As Yukyung dodged, the short sword only grazed his cheek. Wonhui's enigmatic techniques left him astounded. What kind of monster are you, from short sword skills to throwing knives? Meanwhile, Wonwee was also surprised that he could see through the silver thread technique in such a brief moment, even though he had intentionally targeted his blind spot. Though the sneak attack failed, the whip wrapped around the steel sword had loosened due to Yu Kyung's momentary hesitation. Wonwee seized the opportunity, at the right distance to counterattack, and swung his sword with the posture to execute his strongest sword technique. The drilling revolving sword was unleashed. Wonwee spun the steel sword like a drill, tearing through the space, the sword energy around the blade whirled, forming a whirlwind that shot towards Yu Kyung. Right then, Wonwee's breathing became labored and his mouth was so dry he couldn't swallow. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips, and the sword technique, just halfway through, was retracted in a blink of an eye. Wonwee almost collapsed as dizziness hit him, and his chest felt like it was about to burst. Turns out, one of Yu Kyung's whips had struck Wonwee's chest, interrupting his sword technique and leaving him no chance to dodge. Wonwee slumped to the ground in pain and dizziness. Damn it, he's completely different from the opponents I've faced before. He chose the exact moment I was about to unleash the drilling revolving sword to whip me. At this moment, Wonwee realized that Yu Kyung seemed to have thoroughly studied the Heavenly South swordsmanship, specifically to counter the Heavenly South swordsman. On top of that, the whip's long-range advantage made the battle increasingly difficult for him. Wonwee trembled and gasped for breath, with the whip mark still visible on his chest. Thanks to the golden blood body, it wasn't excruciatingly painful, but he still felt regret because the power of the golden blood body was about to run out, and the drilling revolving sword could not reach the enemy. Seeing Wonwee's labored breathing and his skin gradually returning to its normal color, Yu Kyung realized, "You've reached your limit, but are you truly a disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman?" Since they were from the same generation as Action, Yu Kyung vaguely suspected that Wonwee was connected to him. He directly questioned him. "The symptoms appearing on your body now are strikingly similar to the golden blood body. How can you possess the techniques of a legendary master who disappeared from the Jianghu for so many years?" Wonwee staggered to his feet after regaining his breath. "I don't have an obligation to answer you. I'll consider it if you can make me kneel before you." Seeing Wonwee's continued arrogance, Yu Kyung snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter." He smugly assured him, "I'll get the answer whenever I want, as long as I chop off your limbs." Just then, something distracted him for a moment. Yu Kyung's gaze turned to Sama Young and Sungwon, who were slaughtering his subordinates. More than half of them had died while he was fighting Wonwee. The sight momentarily stunned him. What? The astonishment quickly turned to fury. Seeing his subordinates falling one by one, his expression contorted. "You dare kill my disciples, so, this is your gamble." Perhaps seeing his disciples murdered had changed something in Yu Kyung's mind. He began spinning the whip from left to right, and it started rotating in an infinite loop. "I thought I wouldn't need this secret technique to deal with a brat like you." Wonwee went from surprise to shock. The shift in Yu Kyung's technique left him petrified. The whip shone brightly as a surge of power erupted. Initially, the whip was just spinning in an infinite loop, but its trajectory gradually widened, enveloping Yu Kyung's entire body. It was as if he stood in the middle of a spherical cage that was growing in size. The whip moved faster and faster, striking the ground and tearing the surrounding space. Wonwee was stunned, unable to see any openings. All the whip strikes intertwined, like they were connected into a closed circle. If he were caught in it, he would surely be torn to shreds. Wonwee's limbs trembled. The fear of death began to creep in. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of death. Just because he had experienced it once, he would immediately log out if he made even one wrong move. Yu Kyung laughed arrogantly, standing in the middle of the sphere formed by the whip. "It's over, disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman." Though afraid of death, Wonwee had no intention of backing down. He raised his sword, telling himself, "I have to pour everything I have into countering this technique." Wonwee did not dare falter. He raised his sword, his eyes fixed on Yu Kyung's technique, searching for a weakness. He had to survive at all costs. At that very moment, a blue light flashed from the 3 dots on Wonwee's backhand. The desire to live was once again stimulated to its peak, automatically activating his abilities. At the same time, Wonwee heard the Heavenly South's voice. "Fekta, did you say everything would be over in a blink of an eye?" Wonwee. Instantly, Wonwee's vision blurred, and the scene before him changed. The sword's memory-reading ability had been applied to the Heavenly South steel sword, and a torrent of images flooded his mind. Before Wonwee's eyes, he saw the Heavenly South swordsman facing an opponent who was launching an attack similar to Yu Kyung's technique now. From the Heavenly South's perspective, through the narrow gaps in the opponent's technique, Wonwee recognized it was Yu Kyung, but he looked much younger than he did now, and both his eyes were still intact. In less than a heartbeat, the Heavenly South swordsman pushed off the ground and surged forward with terrifying speed. the Heavenly South swordsman charged straight through the whirling whips as if he was an arrow. Even though he moved in a straight line, oddly enough, the whips completely failed to touch his body. And that was the moment the outcome of the battle was decided. Yu Kyung lost his left eye at that moment, due to just one sword technique from the Heavenly South swordsman. The Heavenly South's memories flashed through Wonwui's mind like lightning, so fast he couldn't even see the sword technique used. What just happened? Heavenly South simply said one word: focus. The scene before Wonwui's eyes began to rewind, once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and 5 times. After using the memory reading ability while his body was exhausted, Wonwui's stomach cramped, and his insides felt like they were turning inside out, making him lose focus for a moment. Just then, the hurricane created by the spinning whips dragged him back to reality. The vision in his mind vanished, and when Wonwui returned to reality, he was instantly confronted with a wildly spinning whip in Yu Kyung's hand, who was grinning smugly. Today, I'll kill you here, disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman. Sensing Wonwui's wavering mind due to fear, Heavenly South encouraged him, focus until the very end. Wonwui, don't worry, Facta only lasts for a blink of an eye. Just focus on finding a way to break Yu Kyung's secret technique, until his whip is about to strike you. Be patient. Receiving Heavenly South's guidance, Wonwui tried to refocus on the memories. His current physical state wasn't ideal for controlling his inherent energy, but within those memories, there was still a way to win. The moment Wonwui opened his eyes again, he no longer saw Yu Kyung's arrogant smile but his shocked expression. In Yu Kyung's heart, he was terrified by the shift in Wonwui's movements and his sword stance. No, that's impossible. How could this brat? As Wonwui raised his sword straight ahead and placed his left palm at the base of the hilt, Yu Kyung instantly realized the danger. This brat managed to break my secret technique in such a short time. How is that possible? It was exactly like the way that bastard did years ago. The more Yu Kyung thought about it, the more astounded he became, finding the shadow of his old enemy in Wonwui's current image. However, Yu Kyung's shocked expression quickly changed to excitement. You think I didn't perfect the weaknesses in my secret technique? After saying that, Yu Kyung instantly turned his right hand holding the whip towards a different direction. He focused on changing the whip's trajectory in the blink of an eye, not noticing a thin thread flying towards him. The moment Yu Kyung's whip-wielding arm rose high, Wonwui's silver thread, along with his short sword, wrapped around his hand holding the whip. Yu Kyung was stunned as the whip suddenly stopped and his arm was bound. He strained to escape the grip, but even though his shoulder was dislocated, Wonwui refused to let go. He ignored the pain in his left arm and seized the opportunity to counterattack. There was a flaw in Yu Kyung's technique, but Wonwui knew it wouldn't last long. He had to reach him as quickly as possible to secure victory. Among the light skills Wonwui knew, Heavenly South Swordsman's the Radiant Star Step was good for dodging but not for approaching the opponent quickly. Action's Poison Sex Light skill was advantageous for breaking through diverse terrain, especially dangerous ones like cliffs, but its speed was not fast enough. Wonwui pondered, to approach the opponent with a breakthrough speed in this situation, only Ryona's light skill was suitable. When making the deal with Wonwui, Ryona stipulated that he could only use the light skill she taught in life-or-death situations, and with the intent to kill the enemy. Wonwui, of course, didn't forget his promise. Before charging towards Yu Kyung using the light skill Ryona taught, he muttered to himself, "Thank you, second young miss. No matter what, I will kill him." Bewildered by the combination of Wonwui's complex techniques, Yu Kyung tried to raise his hand to block the attack, but it was too late. The sword was in his eye. A scream rang out, seemingly capable of piercing the eardrums of those around him. Wonwui tried to plunge the sword deeper, but his hand holding the sword couldn't move. The tip of the sword was caught by Yu Kyung. Initially, he intended to pierce through his head, but it was slightly shallow, only blinding him. Yu Kyung roared in pain, "You bastard." Immediately after the curse, Yu Kyung swung his whip instinctively. Although both of his eyes were unusable, he could still precisely pinpoint Wonwui's location by gripping the blade of his sword. The whip wrapped tightly around Wonwui's entire body, rendering him immobile. Soon after, Yu Kyung unleashed his internal energy in his palm and let out a maniacal laugh. "You will join me, we will die together, disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Kyung struck a palm towards Wonwui's face. Seeing his hand flying like an arrow, Wonwui was terrified. He thought Yu Kyung could tear his face apart in an instant. At that moment, a purple light flashed, severing Yu Kyung's neck and arm. The severed body parts flew high into the air before falling to the ground, accompanied by a torrent of blood raining down. As the hand covering Wonwui's vision disappeared and Yu Kyung's body crashed to the ground, Wonwui saw the figure behind him. It was Sama Young. She had appeared at a perfect time. Wonwee slumped to the ground, his haggard face pale. Only when he heard Sama Young's voice did he manage a relieved smile. "How do you feel?" Sama Young was panting, her face equally exhausted, but she still smiled brightly, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Wonwee. "I didn't arrive late, right?" As Wonwee's body returned to normal, the consequences of the body-enhancing technique began to manifest. His body was plagued by pain, but most importantly, his dislocated arm needed to be reset. Someone helped him do it gently. Seeing Wonwee gritting his teeth without a sound as his shoulder was reset, someone chuckled teasingly. "Not bad, right?" Wonwee gave a bitter smile. "Indeed, the successor of the 18 dragon subduing palms is different. Resetting the shoulder joint is much easier, but it still hurts." Someone, still seemingly shocked, glanced at Yukyung's corpse. "After all, you defeated Yukyung, a notorious villain. This will soon become a huge sensation in Jianghu." Wonwee clicked his tongue. "I was just lucky," Sungwon scoffed. "As if I believe that. I know very well that he wasn't an opponent you could defeat with just luck." Looking at Yukyung's blindfold lying on the ground made Wonwee shudder. "I really was lucky in many ways. The difference in internal energy between us was too great." Wonwee sighed in relief as he looked at the back of his hand with 7 small dots. "Facta's feature helped me a lot." Seeing Wonwee staring intently at his right hand, Sama Young worriedly asked, "Why are you staring at your right hand like that?" Sama Young leaned close to Wonwee, showing her concern. "Is your hand injured?" Wonwee smiled and shook his head. "No." Thinking about how Sama Young saved his life, Wonwee smiled affectionately at her. "Thank you for your help, Sama Young miss." Sama Young smiled brightly, her face innocent as can be. "Oh, it's nothing. If it's the deputy leader's order, I could kill 100 men like him." Sodam, who had witnessed Sama Young's fighting style, couldn't help but laugh at this completely different side of her. "What a terrifying puppy." Seeing Sama Young thanked, Sungwon coughed to get Wonwee's attention. His expression clearly wanted to hear something similar. Wonwee forced a smile to appease him. "You've worked hard too, thank you." When Wonwee looked closer, Sama Young and Sungwon's bodies were covered in cuts and slashes. Taking down a few of the best disciples of a sect was already very difficult, let alone facing more than 20 people at once. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Wonwee couldn't help but feel a deep appreciation for his companions. They were strong, admirable, and had completed their assigned task flawlessly without complaining about the hardship. Thinking about leaving so many corpses in the middle of the forest would only cause more trouble. Wonwee quickly stood up. "We don't have time, let's dispose of the bodies and recover our internal energy." Wonwee tried to stand up and walk, but his body, affected by the golden blood body, kept stumbling as if about to collapse with visible muscle spasms. When Wonwee stumbled and nearly fell, Sama Young caught him. Coincidentally, his cheek brushed against her soft chest, causing him to flinch slightly. Wonwee awkwardly sat down on the ground. I didn't mean to," but Sama Young didn't seem to mind. She anxiously told Wonwee, "Deputy leader, rest quickly, we'll take care of the bodies." Wonwee felt uncomfortable, seeing that both Sama Young and Sungwon were not in good condition, but he had to cultivate his internal energy to be able to move a little more and not burden them. "Then I'll leave it to you too." Sama Young grinned. "Why be so formal with our relationship?" Then, Sama Young excitedly pulled Sungwon to collect the corpses. Sungwon lay flat, refusing. "Captain Sama, I'm injured in the leg too. I should probably rest." Sama Young threatened him. "Should I bury you with them so you can rest forever?" Meanwhile, Wonwee stared at Sama Young, confused, wondering what she was talking about. "Captain Sama, what kind of relationship are we talking about?" Heavenly South, being more experienced, explained. Wonwee, she's talking about the relationship of trust between superiors and subordinates." Sodam, once again annoyed by this unsophisticated and inexperienced boy, grumbled. "Shut your mouth, you fool." Wonwee clicked his tongue, ignoring the matter, and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. "I have to circulate my internal energy and leave quickly. It's too dangerous to stay here too long." As he circulated his internal energy, Wonwee's heart felt like it was burning. Warm energy spread everywhere as his inherent energy recovered and flowed through his meridians. However, Wonwee realized something had changed. His inherent energy seemed to have grown a little more. Wonwee knew that inherent energy would increase slightly when someone was put in a life-or-death situation, but this was still a little surprising. He wondered, could it be that the closer to death I am, the stronger I become? This is truly a unique ability. As Wonwee was about to continue his cultivation, he suddenly heard the sound of swords approaching. There was only one voice of swords, but he couldn't tell if it was many people or just one because there could be different types of weapons. Wonwee was unsure of the enemy's identity or strength, so he could only shout towards Sama Young and Sungwon, who were moving the corpses, "Quickly leave those and come here." While Sungwon was still confused, Sama Young, as swift as lightning, dropped the corpse from her shoulder, making a thud, and disappeared from her spot. The sound continued to get closer, but Wonwi still couldn't clearly determine the number of enemies. He could only try to stand up, his body trembling from exhaustion. Sama Young suddenly sped towards Wonwi, and he could understand why she acted so urgently. Perhaps she had also sensed the enemy's presence, but her subsequent warning shout made him jump in confusion. Deputy leader. Intuition told Wonwi to be alert, and when he glanced behind him, sure enough, he saw a blazing golden whip lashing towards him unexpectedly, but he was weakened and could barely react to it. Fortunately, Sama Young arrived in time and swung her sword. With a graceful spin, she slashed her sword in an arc, blocking the enemy's simultaneous attacks. After that, Sama Young immediately stepped forward to protect Wonwi. Deputy leader, are you okay? Wonwi nodded slightly. I'm fine, thanks to you. Someone, by this time, slowly ran over. Damn it, who are those guys anyway? Wonwi just needed to look at the long whip to know who these people were. What the hell, they won't let me rest for even a minute. Did these bastards split into two teams to ambush me? They must have been sent to lay an ambush outside the Dark Desires Manor, but they didn't see Yukyung return, so they came here. After sighing inwardly, he accepted reality and prepared to fight. Well, we have no other choice. There's no rule saying the enemy can only appear when I'm in my best condition. The man who had just attacked Wonwi with the whip immediately roared furiously, his face twisted in anger. You dare harm our master, we will cut off every limb of you to avenge him. His eyes were filled with anger, and it was clear he'd realized Wonwi's group was in a terrible state. That's why he dared to make such a bold claim in front of those strong enough to kill his master. At that moment, a large object was spinning under the scorching sun above the man's head. A man with a contradictory physique landed right in the space between Wonwi and Yukyung's disciples. He had a massive frame, his belly swollen like a temple drum, but his arms and back were incredibly muscular. His head was bald on both sides, but the hair in the middle was long like a horse's mane. He roared, shattering the ground as he stopped. More importantly, the grown man with the childish face chuckled and turned to talk to Wonwi as if they were acquaintances. You've caused a big mess again. You've killed that damn eagle breaker. Ka. Wonwi felt a sense of unease upon hearing that laughter, but he still wasn't sure if it was the person he was thinking of, due to the man's contradictory appearance. The anger of Yukyung's disciple immediately shifted to the fat man. That damn eagle breaker, how dare you disrespect my master like that? You pig! Yukyung's disciple roared, whipping his whip. The whip flew towards the fat man with enough force to tear anything apart, but the fat man remained calm. Immediately after, the fat man caught the whip with a gleeful smile. Yukyung's disciple was taken aback by the seemingly harmless man with a comical appearance, but the shock was short-lived, and he tried to retract his whip. However, the fat man held on tight and with a slight tug, pulled the entire body of Yukyung's disciple to the side. He was pulled close by the fat man helplessly and quickly, like a fish caught on a hook. While one hand was pulling Yukyung's disciple, the other hand of the fat man suddenly contorted his own face, making it look deformed, but he didn't seem to feel any pain and instead laughed gleefully. Cuckoo, you bunch of scoundrels, you dare take aim at my disciples. The mask was ripped off, revealing a much more ferocious face of the fat man. It was none other than one of the four great leaders of the blood cult, Action, the savage demon from heaven. The disciple who had just whipped his whip turned pale. He stammered, "Save, savage demon from heaven," but it was too late for him to regret his actions. Action punched him in the head, shattering his skull. Yukyung's disciple collapsed right there, lying flat in a pool of blood, with the cracked ground beneath him. Yukyung's group of low-level disciples was stunned by the death of their respected second senior brother. His last words before dying echoed in their minds, "Savage demon from heaven." Finally, some of them started to recognize the person they were facing. Action, the savage demon from heaven, the fourth great leader of the blood cult. Action continued to chuckle, his laughter echoing in Wonwi's surprised eyes. For the first time, he found the laughter endearing. Action puffed out his chest with the posture of a father protecting his son. Upon their reunion, he teased Wonwi, "Life away from home is tough, isn't it?" The next morning, the twin brothers arrived at their rendezvous point, a dilapidated manor in the northeastern part of Mangak village. It was also one of the blood cult's secret hideouts. Jwabek was already excited before reaching the manor's gate. I bet that brat Wonwi hasn't finished his family business yet. He probably hasn't arrived here. As for me, I only took 4 days within the 2-week deadline to secure the position of Murim's promising talents representing the Song family. Jwabek's imagination grew wilder. This time, I've surpassed him. My master will surely praise me. My position in the blood cult will rise even higher. Jwabek even imagined Sama Young praising him. "Brother, you're so amazing. can I follow you in the future, brother? Thinking of the girl's flower-like smile made Jwabek unable to hide his perverse expression. Arriving at the manor's gate, the guards stopped the twin brothers. Who are you? Jwabek, with a smug grin, stood with his legs swaying while pulling something out from his pants. Just take a look at this. All right. The guard, upon seeing Action's token, nodded and allowed the twin brothers to enter. Please come in. Jwabek, brimming with confidence, stepped inside. He didn't forget to ask the guard in a low voice, Wonwi, the deputy leader, hasn't arrived yet, has he? Jwabek smirked arrogantly. I'm a bit early, aren't I? But then the guard doused his hopes with a cold bucket of water. He's already arrived, sir. Jwabek's smile immediately froze. What? How is that possible? However, the shocking news didn't stop there. The guard, trying to suppress his excitement, whispered to Jwabek, it's quite lively inside, sir. Jwabek became even more eager and curious. What's going on? Tell me quickly. The guard whispered as he led Jwabek to the grand hall. Well, sir, the deputy leader Wonhui and his subordinates have been through a lot to get here, and the most terrifying thing is that he brought the head of Eagle Breaker Yukyung with him. Upon hearing this, Jwabek's face turned pale and stiff like a freshly sculpted statue. What? Shortly after, the news was sent back to the manor in the southeast of Guizhou, Jiangkou County. Second young miss, the people we sent to Yulong So family and Chaozhou family have successfully secured the position of Miram's promising talents as planned. Galma smiled contentedly upon hearing the messenger's report. So the first step has been successful. Bika also smiled and nodded. Yes, this is good for us. The messenger continued to summarize the situation, but there's been an issue on Deputy Leader Wonwi's side. The head of the So family had gone to the Dark Desires Manor to commission an investigation into the disappearance of the former So deputy leader. Bika felt uneasy upon hearing this. This goes beyond our initial plan. Galma also felt worried. If the Dark Desires Manor accepts the So family's commission to investigate the disappearance, it will be very troublesome. The messenger continued leisurely, his voice fluctuating between fast and slow, creating a sense of suspense and excitement for the listeners. Fortunately, the So deputy leader confirmed that the Dark Desires Manor refused the commission. However, on his way back from the Dark Desires Manor, he encountered Eagle Breaker Yukyung. Ryona, upon hearing this, excitedly slammed her fist on the table and jumped up. Eagle Breaker Yukyung. The messenger immediately stopped as the expressions of the three high-ranking leaders froze in shock and tension. Their reactions were like those of children who couldn't wait to hear the story to the end. Meanwhile, the intelligent Ryona immediately made a deduction. If there was no conflict, there's no way they would fight. The So deputy leader is a wise man and wouldn't cause trouble while on a mission. After pondering for a while, Ryona suddenly remembered that Wonhui had used the name of the Heavenly South Swordsman in order to gain a righteous reputation and exert pressure to win the position of Miram's promising talents for the So family in the Miram Assembly. Ryona couldn't help but feel worried as the messenger opened a wooden box, a box large enough to fit a head. Everyone knew that Eagle Breaker Yukyung had been blinded in one eye by the Heavenly South Swordsman when he was young. If he happened to discover the So deputy leader, he would obviously not let him go. So could it be that inside that box was? Ryona stared intently at the box with wide eyes, her expression full of tension. A disturbing thought flashed through her mind. Yukyung is a martial artist. Only the four great leaders and the bloody stars of the blood cult could handle him. Could it be that, the young master? The box was opened and pushed in front of the three high-ranking leaders. Inside the box was a pale head with a cut across both eyes. Everyone who saw what was inside the box was shocked and relieved at the same time. Galma, who had known Yukyung, even jumped to his feet, unable to comprehend what had happened. What happened? Did the fourth great leader intervene? The messenger immediately continued his report. No, second leader. When the fourth great leader and we arrived, Eagle Breaker Yukyung and his disciples were already dead. Bika curiously asked. So they took down Eagle Breaker Yukyung. How did they manage that? The messenger replied. We learned that the So deputy leader used a trick to deceive Yukyung. He was killed due to carelessness, and the deputy leader used himself as bait to kill him. Bika could only sigh with mixed emotions, not knowing whether to praise Wonhui for his extraordinary bravery or scold him for his recklessness. To use his own life as bait to face that guy. Wonhui, you really are. Then Galma spoke. Are the three of them all right now? The messenger answered. They all have injuries, but nothing serious. If the fourth great leader hadn't arrived in time, they would have been in danger of their lives. The fourth great leader said that due to the unforeseen circumstances, the So deputy leader needs to rest for a while to recover before continuing his next mission. Both Galma and Bika nodded as if they understood the situation. That's good. If he's not in peak condition, it will be difficult to complete the plan at the Miram Assembly. Galma involuntarily thought of his eldest disciple, whose arm had been chopped off by Wonhui. He let out a deep sigh. I guess I have no choice but to acknowledge that those kids are very talented. Then Galma looked at the head that had been sent back and clicked his tongue. In this tournament, we'll have a higher chance of bringing the blood demon sword back to our sect. Ryona, feeling relieved that the report was over, said to the messenger, if you've finished your report, then you can return. The messenger hesitated and stammered, young miss, there's still something I want to report. The fourth great leader has a message for you. Seeing the messenger's hesitation, Bika urged him, just say it quickly if you have something to say. The messenger swallowed hard before repeating Action's words, you guys better acknowledge this kid's talent for killing that eagle breaker. Tell them to promote So Wonhui, the deputy leader, to the position of leader. The messenger, after conveying Action's message verbatim, added an explanation with emphasis, those are the exact words of the fourth great leader, sir. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the three high-ranking leaders turned pale. After a while, Galma couldn't contain his emotions and burst into laughter. That's definitely his style, ha ha ha. That night, in Waha County, Anhui Province, there was a manor of normal size and its atmosphere outside was also normal, but if you open the door and take a few steps inside, you would see how truly terrifying it was. There were countless corpses lying scattered. Amidst the pungent smell of blood, a woman wearing a bamboo hat was sitting leisurely on the railing of the corridor next to the pile of corpses. That woman was Hai Hang, looking up at the night sky and enjoying the moonlight. The moon was so bright tonight. Hai Hang grinned maliciously, looking down at the only survivor. This is a perfect night to die, don't you think? Hai Hang looked at the middle-aged man kneeling while bound. The man quickly shook his head. She chuckled. Oh, right, you can't speak, can you? Maybe I should just leave your ability alone. Hai Hang approached and grabbed the man's chin, squeezing it tightly. But I will ask you again. It's clear that you have enough skills to hide your eyes from me. Can you do it? At the same time, Hai Hang's eyes turned crimson as she stared at the man's face. The moment the middle-aged man saw the cruelty and coldness in Hai Hang's eyes, his eyes widened and his body trembled in fear, unable to answer immediately. Feeling displeased with the man's hesitation, Hai Hang poked her finger through his abdomen. You can do it, can't you? The middle-aged man nodded in pain. Hai Hang then pulled her finger back, satisfied. You should have cooperated earlier, then you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Right after, Hai Hang waved her robes and left with a threatening command. I'll give you 3 days. Zhang Riyang, who was waiting outside, immediately approached Hai Hang as she stepped out. Hai Hang coldly opened her mouth. You've arrived. Zhang Riyang immediately reported. Yes, great young miss. The 5 of us have been arranged into the Muram assembly. Hai Hang grinned mischievously. Good, but how many people do you think Ryonho will send to the assembly this time? Zhang Riyang, brimming with confidence, replied. My subordinate is certain that second young miss's faction doesn't have many people qualified to send as many as us. Zhang Riyang said with a mocking tone, even if they infiltrate the assembly, they will never be able to win against us. Zhang Riyang became more and more enthusiastic, even showing arrogance and contempt for his opponent. Please rest assured, great young miss, my subordinate guarantees that I will bring the blood demon sword back to you. 20 days had passed since that full moon night, when we finally set foot in Wuhan City, Hubei Province, which was considered the holy land of the Muram Alliance. When we looked down at the city below with a sense of nostalgia. It's been a long time since we last met. This is where I used to come frequently before my regression. I spent 8 years here, always worrying about being discovered as a blood cult spy. Below the mountain where we stood was the most solemn holy land of the Orthodox Muram, a stronghold with the greatest power throughout the Muram mainland. Sodam curiously asked Wonhui, why is this the holy land of the Orthodox Muram? Wonhui chuckled to himself, of course, because there are many great powers and masters here. This Wuhan city is guarded by 2 of the 8 great masters of the mainland. That's why the demonic path can't get anywhere near here. One is the Taiji Sword Emperor, the sect leader of human Wudang, whose name reverberates throughout Jianghu, Jin Injinren. The other is the Muram Alliance Master, the leader of the White Path, the first sword of Jianghu, Hyangmuk. Sodam seemed surprised and shuddered in fear. There are so many terrifying monsters in the Muram Alliance. Heavenly South, on the other hand, was in awe. That's why this place is so peaceful. Wonhui thoughtfully replied, yes, of course, but this peace won't last long. Sodam exclaimed in surprise. Why? Wonhui explained based on his memories from his previous life. The positions of the 8 great masters of the Muram mainland will soon change hands within the next 6 months. Wonhui pondered for a moment, then continued. The first to leave will be the sect leader of human Wudang, Jin Injinren. The place where Jin Injinren will fall is at the peak of Wudang Mountain. the one who can take his life, of course, has equivalent strength. He is one of the 4 great villains, nicknamed Slaughter Steel Heart Wolf, Jeol Sim. By then, the relationship between the Miram Alliance and the Peerless Warriors will have broken down. With the departure of the Taiji Sword Emperor, the Miram Alliance will become unstable. Jianghu will descend into chaos, with many powers from both the orthodox path and the demonic path rising to fight for power, plunging everyone into a period of constant turmoil and bloodshed. Action stumbled at the front of the group as they moved towards the inn. There it is. Damn, it's so hot out here, let's get inside quickly. Wonwee looked on, feeling sorry for him because all his muscles had to be covered by thick clothes amidst the summer heat, which was no different from boiling water. Their destination was Xian Yuan Inn, a secret outpost of the Blood Cult located on the outskirts of the Miram Alliance's area. They had decided to contact the Blood Cult spies within the Miram Alliance here. Sungwon was also drenched in sweat because he had to wear a human skin mask. He sighed in his perspiration. This inn is so crowded. Wonwee replied with a smirk. The Miram Assembly is an opportunity that only comes once in many years, so most Miram people come here to watch the excitement. When they stepped inside, the inn was packed. Wonwee clicked his tongue and said to Sungwon and Sama Young, "There are no seats left. Guess we'll have to stand and wait until there's space." Meanwhile, Action and the twin brothers had already sat down. It was a table for 6 people, but there was no space left after the 3 of them sat down. Moreover, the inn was too crowded, so they couldn't move any more chairs. Action, knowing this, chuckled and teased Wonwee. "The reason you don't have a seat is because you were too slow. Cuckoo." Action grinned, waving Wonwee away. "We'll stay here, you guys go find a place somewhere inside." Sungwon walked while sighing. "I'm going to die from the heat if I keep standing like this." Wonwee clicked his tongue in response. "You can use your inner energy to regulate your breathing and you won't be hot anymore." Of course, Sungwon knew that heat could be dissipated when using internal energy. However, how many people would go through cultivation while walking? Even Action, with his abundant energy, wouldn't bother doing that. Sungwon continued sighing with a frown. "What are you saying? I don't have the energy to do that. Who would continuously cultivate just to cool off?" Wonwee nonchalantly replied. "There's someone right next to you." To his left is Sama Young, who hasn't broken a sweat despite also wearing a human skin mask. When Sungwon turned to look at Sama Young with a hesitant gaze, she smiled very friendly. "You must be dying, Sungwon, you fool." While Sungwon was being hit by Sama Young, someone's voice rang out, calling Wonwee. "Those younger brothers over there." An old man with gray hair was striking up a conversation with Wonwee. "There are no empty tables left inside. If you guys are okay with it, you can share a table with us." Wonwee immediately happily clasped his hands and politely thanked the old man. Junior expresses his gratitude for Senior's kindness. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man sitting at the same table as the old man glanced at Wonwee with a scrutinizing gaze. When Wonwee saw the middle-aged man's face slowly turning towards him, he was shocked. That person is... Both Sodam and Heavenly South were curiously anxious upon seeing Wonwee freeze. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Wonwee swallowed nervously. "How could I not recognize him? He's the breaking sword of the lieutenants, one of the 8 great masters of the Miram mainland." The middle-aged man who left a strong impression with his thick eyebrows and bushy goatee in Wonwee's memory was the breaking sword of the lieutenants, Jin Kyun. Breaking sword of the lieutenants, Jin Kyun, although he didn't belong to any righteous or demonic forces, was known for his upright character, hating evil as much as he loved good. In Wonwee's memories, Jin Kyun was a man of great character, a hero who never compromised in the face of injustice. He couldn't imagine that the great man he had only been able to see from afar was now standing right in front of him. But more importantly, I find Jin Kyun's appearance very strange. As far as I know, he doesn't usually care about Miram events like this. I don't understand why he's here. Wonwee stood there stunned for a moment, hesitant to sit down. Jin Kyun, who was drinking water, glanced at him. It felt like his gaze could see through everything. Evidence of this was Jin Kyun's immediate realization through Wonwee's eyes that he knew him. "How do you recognize me?" Meanwhile, Sama Young and Sungwon behind Wonwee were confusedly transmitting sound to him. "What's wrong, Vice Captain?" Wonwee bit his lip and answered Sama Young while considering how to deal with Jin Kyun. "That's breaking sword of the lieutenants, Jin Kyun." Seeing Jin Kyun's expression darken as he waited for an explanation, Wonwee quickly said, "Junior has seen Senior from afar before." Jin Kyun asked again in a deep voice, "You've seen me before?" Jin Kyun calmly sipped his tea, but his suspicion towards Wonwee deepened even further. "Then why don't I remember ever seeing you before?" Wonwee's heart pounded at Jin Kyun's questioning. "I said I saw him from afar, but I didn't expect him to react this way. Could it be that he's suspicious of us?" Wonwee became increasingly worried as he thought about it. I can't rule out that possibility. If he's a master who has reached a level like breaking sword of the lieutenants, then he could probably easily grasp the aura of everyone in this inn as if he were looking at the palm of his hand. Seeing Wonhui standing there hesitantly for a moment with a nervous look, Action secretly transmitted a message to him. What's the matter? Wonhui was afraid of making things worse, so he could only tell Action that there was nothing wrong. At the same time, he was worried about his master's safety. Before Wonhui's regression, Action was destined to have his arm cut off by the severed king's breaking blade during an encounter. Knowing this could happen in the future, he couldn't help but worry. In this situation, Wonhui could only try to use all his memory and intelligence to find a solution. If they clashed here, not only would the mission fail, but worse could happen. Think, Wonhui, think carefully, use your brain. Wonhui finally came up with a solution and calmly lied. Of course, Senior wouldn't remember me. I met you at Dongting Lake, in such a crowded place. How could you possibly remember me? Jin Qian frowned, his eyes still full of doubt. Dongting Lake. According to Wonhui's memory, 5 years ago, the severed king's breaking blade brought his family to Dongting Lake. A group of people from an unorthodox sect targeted his family. Wonhui seized this opportunity to show his admiration for Jin Qian. Wasn't it you who eliminated the group of black-hearted bandits who targeted your family at Dongting Lake? Senior, I was there. Wonhui grinned, using his adoptive father as a shield. I went with my father to Dongting Lake at that time for some business and happened to see your prestige, Senior. Jin Qian remained alert and continued to question, do I know your father's name? Relieved that Jin Qian's tone had softened, Wonhui smiled and replied, my father's surname is So, his courtesy name is Ikian. Upon hearing this, the old man sitting with Jin Qian burst into laughter. Oh, isn't he the So clan head of Yulong So family? I didn't expect you to be from such a renowned family. Jin Qian finally let go of his suspicions. Seems like I misunderstood. I thought you were a disciple of that chubby old man sitting there. Wonhui felt his forehead sweating profusely as he had to keep thinking of a way out of this. It was true that his intuition was sharp. He must have noticed the exchange of glances between him and Action earlier. Wonhui quickly made up a story for Jin Qian. That man is an old friend of my father. His nickname is Huddled Golden Mansion. Have you ever met him, Senior? In reality, this was already part of their plan. Huddled Golden Mansion was a real person, but he had died unexpectedly, and Action was using his identity to infiltrate the Miram Alliance's convention. The old man happily asked Wonhui, I seem to have heard the name Huddled Golden Mansion before. You're here to participate in the Miram's Promising Talents martial arts competition, aren't you? Wonhui smiled politely and replied, yes, that's right, Senior. The old man chuckled and pointed at Jin Qian. So, you might end up fighting against the grandson of this friend of mine. Wonhui was shocked. The grandson of the severed king's breaking blade. The more Wonhui thought about it, the more chills he felt. Did that mean Jin Qian's grandson would appear in this Miram's Promising Talents competition? At that moment, a young man walked towards Jin Qian's table. The old man smiled and pointed at him. Here he is. The grandson of the severed king's breaking blade, Jin Yong, was a young man with the same physique and hair as his grandfather. Grandfather, I've paid for the inn. Jin Yong didn't notice Wonhui and continued talking to Jin Qian. There are so many people here for the Miram convention that it's not easy to find a comfortable room to sleep in. Meanwhile, Wonhui carefully observed him. Wonhui glanced at the blade behind Jin Yong with sharp eyes. The breaking blade was specially crafted for using Jin Qian's breaking blade technique of the poison sex. If people like him were also participating in this competition, then things wouldn't be easy. Based on Wonhui's assessment, judging from Jin Yong's aura, he seemed to be close to reaching the pinnacle of mastery. It would be difficult to fight him unless he used his inherent energy. Indeed, the descendants of one of the 8 great masters of Miram were different. After a while, Jin Yong finally turned to look at the 3 people in Wonhui's group. Who are these people? Wonhui politely replied, I am Wonhui, the 3rd son of the Yulong So family. The old man looked surprised. The 3rd son? I thought you were the eldest son, since you're representing your family in the Miram's Promising Talents competition. Jin Yong replied with a friendly smile, I'm Jin Yong, pleased to meet you, my friend. However, that smile wasn't for Wonhui. Jin Yong was treating Wonhui like someone he didn't care about. He arrogantly turned to greet Sama Young. What's your honorable name? Seeing Jin Yong blatantly disrespecting her Wonhui, Sama Young couldn't help but feel angry and her face darkened. Immediately, Sama Young ignored Jin Yong and ran to the 2 older people sitting there, bowing respectfully. I am Ma Young. I pay my respects to you both, seniors. Seeing Sama Young's respectful attitude, the old man laughed happily. Ha ha ha, this young friend is truly sharp. Meanwhile, Sama Young's eyes looked as if they wanted to devour Jin Yong. You bastard, dare you disrespect Wonhui? Feeling ignored, Wonwi was also annoyed. In the end, that bastard didn't even bother to acknowledge his presence. If he had been a little more perceptive, he would have realized the atmosphere and apologized profusely. At that moment, a jet of water shot straight at Jin Yong's stomach, pushing him back, leaving Wonwi stunned with surprise. The scattered droplets shimmered, highlighting Jin Yong's expression of pain, which was so intense that his face was contorted. Wonwi couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was both surprised and cautiously glanced towards the source of the water jet. Is this real? To Wonwi's astonishment, the one who had done it was Jin Kyun. He glared coldly at his grandson. You fool, you're nothing like my son. Since you're the only grandchild in the family, I must have spoiled you too much, brother, so please don't be offended by his actions. However, Wonwi didn't care about that. He was still preoccupied with how Jin Kyun had used just 2 drops of wine on his fingertips to launch internal energy and send that guy flying. How profound must his internal skills be to achieve that? After Jin Yong crawled back to his feet, he was met with Jin Kyun's reproachful gaze, causing him to jump in fright. Jin Yong quickly stood up and clasped his hands in apology to Wonwi. I have offended you, brother, so please forgive my rude behavior. Wonwi secretly sneered at his foolish act. Oh, only now are you apologizing? Seeing Jin Yong's feigned respect, Wonwi's eyes switched to scrutinizing mode. What should I do? He has apologized, but his attitude wasn't sincere at all. Wonwi clicked his tongue inwardly as he noticed Jin Yong's teeth clenched silently, indicating reluctance. He clearly wasn't aware of his own rudeness. In that moment, Wonwi had a wicked thought to teach Jin Yong a lesson. He was doing this just so his grandfather would see and let him off the hook for his rudeness. I'll make him taste a bit of bitterness. Immediately, he said to Jin Yong with a hint of grievance, no, it's not like that. Perhaps I'm not renowned enough in the Jianghu to catch Master Jin Yong's attention. It's just, Jin Yong's face stiffened at Wonwi's words. It sounded humble, but it wasn't actually. Jin Kyun's expression twisted as well. Wonwi hesitated, pretended to be flustered, paused for a moment, then looked at him with an apologetic gaze. I'm just worried that I've brought shame upon my family. Jin Kyun immediately stood up and walked towards Jin Yong with a reprimanding attitude. You really have brought shame upon your grandfather. Jin Kyun stared intently at Jin Yong. Come with me. I have to fix your arrogant habit of looking down on everyone before the competition. Wonwi chuckled inwardly. Interesting. I can actually use his straightforward nature to teach that bastard a lesson. Anger filled Jin Kyun's heart, and he strode away without looking back, the old man accompanying him sighed. Oh, not again. Then he turned to Wonwi. You said you were going to participate in the competition, right? We'll see you later. Best of luck to you, young brother. Wonwi bowed politely to the old man. Please take care. But when he looked at Jin Yong, he intentionally showed provocation. What are you still doing here? Aren't you going? Seeing Jin Yong's resentful expression, Sodam couldn't help but laugh gleefully. His face is full of hatred for you. Wonwi continued to pretend to be kind. We'll see each other again at this convention. I hope you achieve good results, master. At that moment, Jin Kyun's angry voice came from outside the door. Hurry up, will you? Jin Yong hurriedly ran away. Yes. After Jin Kyun's group left, Action secretly transmitted a message to Wonwi. Who was that? As Wonwi had predicted, Action had sensed something was wrong even from a distance. Now, he finally dared to reveal the truth to his master. That was the severed king's breaking blade, master. Action questioned suspiciously. So you were saying there was nothing important? Wonwi replied awkwardly. I'm sorry. I was so surprised to meet him. So, Action clicked his tongue and warned Wonwi. Come on, I know what you're thinking. I'm sure you were afraid that I'd clash with him here, which is why you did that. Wonwi explained further. I dare not forget the reason we came to this Miram convention. At that moment, 3 men entered the inn, attracting the attention of both Action and Wonwi. As soon as Wonwi saw him, he recognized the man leading the group of 3 as Du Younghwan, the high-ranking spy who had infiltrated the Miram Alliance for 9 years. Sodam's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Du Younghwan. 9 years. He's more experienced than you. Wonwi clicked his tongue inwardly. If the spy contacting us this time is Du Younghwan, then it will be very helpful for us. Sodam was even more surprised. Do you two know each other? Wonwi didn't answer her immediately but turned to call Sama Young and Sungwon to sit down. There are empty seats. Come and sit. Then Wonwi told Sodam about Du Younghwan. You know, before the regression, he gave me the most advice. The last thing he advised me was, the end of all spies is destined to be the same. Don't expect too much from anything. Wonwi sighed, thinking back on Du Younghwan's words. His last hope from his previous life had indeed turned out like he said. He still couldn't forget that advice. Soon after, Du Younghwan sat down at an empty table and started complaining. It's so hot. Wonwi knew right away that it was a natural expression containing a coded message from Du Younghwan. if he were to say the keyword or signal now, Du Youngwon would recognize who was the person on the mission through the transmission. Sodam observed Du Youngwon and asked, "Are you sure he's okay? All he's doing is glancing around." Won-wi clicked his tongue in his heart. That's the basic skill of a spy. People can familiarize themselves with faces in just 2 or 3 glances. If he stopped looking around and pretended not to hear the transmission, then it would be a problem. As everyone was silently contacting Du Youngwon to signal their identity as the person on the mission, suddenly Jwabik chuckled, his shoulders shaking. He. I'll be the main character of this competition. His action startled Action. If the Miram Alliance's spy hunting team was here, we'd be caught red-handed. On the other hand, Jin Young was dragged into the forest by his grandfather for training until late that night. Jin Kyun roared with a fierce expression. Who said you could fall down? He was just making Jin Young practice swordsmanship with even more intense intensity, not punishment, but practicing for the whole day without rest left Jin Young unable to stand up. Jin Kyun was still full of energy and roared loudly, "Stand up now." However, Jin Young only responded with a slump. He didn't even have the strength to lift his sword anymore. Jin Kyun clicked his tongue in exasperation. The old man who accompanied them felt sorry for Jin Young and spoke up to dissuade Jin Kyun. "Don't be so harsh. I'm sure your grandson didn't mean it that way. He's probably just curious because that friend who stood behind him earlier seemed even more outstanding than the third young master of the So family." Jin Kyun coldly snorted, which made Jin Young, who was pretending to faint, feel even more heartbroken. If that's the case, he deserves to be scolded even more. The old man asked Jin Kyun in surprise, "What do you mean?" Jin Kyun clicked his tongue and sighed, because he can't recognize who he needs to really pay attention to. Jin Kyun clearly pointed out the key issue. "Don't you realize, the third young master of the So family possesses strength far beyond what can be seen with the naked eye." Jin Kyun even warned his grandson who was pretending to faint, if he has to face him directly, I'm not sure which side would win. The next morning, after receiving information from Du Youngwon, Action's group and Won-wi's group moved to a village outside the backyard of the Miram Alliance. This was the location Du Youngwon had chosen for their operation this time. Their names were already on the reservation list at this secluded inn. Step into the room on the far right and pull out the third wooden board under the bed. You will find a piece of paper the size of a palm hidden there. It contains the necessary information about the Miram Alliance. When things were initially settled, Action told Won-wi and the twins, "Only a few people can recognize my aura, but it's certain that the 2 and the 8 great masters at the Miram Alliance will recognize me even if undisguised." Action instructed Won-wi, who was burning the letter containing the information, "So, I'll stay here and remain still, waiting until the last day of the Miram's Promising Talents competition. I'm sure you already know what you need to do, right?" Won-wi and Jwabik answered with full confidence, "Yes, Master, only we can safely enter the inner city now. I have all the necessary information, you can rest assured." After that, Won-wi's group and Jwabik's group moved separately, each taking a different route to avoid unnecessary attention. Each aimed for the goal of reaching the final round of this Miram's Promising Talents competition. Finally, if both of them reached the final of the competition, Jwabik would concede victory to Won-wi, as they had discussed beforehand. Won-wi had bought a new scabbard for Heavenly South, as promised. However, this scabbard was specially designed with a space inside to hide another sword. Although it made Heavenly South feel uncomfortable like wearing a loose-fitting shirt, there was no other way. During the 10 days before the competition, they could do whatever they wanted in Wuhan City. This village south of Wuhan City's outskirts was a blacksmith village. It had a full range of weapons crafted by skilled blacksmiths, all things that Miram warriors were extremely fond of. However, Won-wi mainly wanted to come here to make a small repair to his sword, to ensure that others at this Miram competition could easily recognize it as Heavenly South Sword, the Sword of Heavenly South. Because even those who were close to Heavenly South in the past, like Gwak Kyung, couldn't recognize Heavenly South Sword immediately. The core reason was because scratches and rust had spread all over Heavenly South Sword. Those things had obscured the unique shine that only a sword crafted from a special type of tin could possess. The number of blacksmith workshops in this village alone was over 40, but ordering from a renowned place like this would be extremely difficult. Therefore, Won-wi had to find a less visited shop to ensure the repairs could be done in time. Heavenly South worriedly asked Won-wi, would a less famous shop be able to handle the work with tin? It's very special. Won-wi clicked his tongue and replied, I'm thinking of this blacksmith shop, but I don't know if they're still here. According to Won-wi's memories from his previous life, a skilled master blacksmith had appeared on this blacksmith street. He had made a name for himself by successfully crafting the infinite supreme sword for the alliance leader Miram Hyangmook. However, when he arrived here with the two soul swords, Sodam immediately displayed a skeptical expression. So, this is where the genius blacksmith lives. Sodam clicked her tongue and criticized. It looks so empty and dilapidated. You can't even hear the sound of hammering inside. Wonwi clicked his tongue and replied, that's because his name is not yet known at this time. Heavenly South took the opportunity to preach. My previous master said that worldly life is no different from nothingness. The higher you reach in the realm of super high levels, the more difficult it becomes to recognize. Heavenly South became more and more enthusiastic in his preaching. Aren't there many restaurants that are actually very delicious but look very dilapidated? My previous master discovered many delicious nameless restaurants like that. Sodam, who enjoyed teasing, immediately gave Heavenly South a judging look. Why does your old master know everything? Is there anything he doesn't know? Heavenly South could only remain silent. Obviously, no one in this world knows everything. Wonwi clicked his tongue to stop the argument between the two soul swords. Let's go meet him first and then we can conclude. As he stepped inside the dilapidated blacksmith shop, he saw a middle-aged man lying down and sleeping in the middle of the day, with the strong scent of alcohol wafting up. The sight made Wonwi exclaim in surprise, "What's this?" Even when Wonwi approached the blacksmith, the man was completely unresponsive. He was still sleeping soundly like death. Sodam clicked her tongue, indicating a lack of hope. You see this and still don't know. He's drunk. He looks like a drunkard. Wonwi sighed. That's not what I'm talking about. Look at the broken metal pieces around here. They seem like pieces of a sword. At this moment, a faint voice of the sword rang out. Please, please, kill me. I can't live like this. Please melt me down. The voice of the sword seemed filled with resentment. Wonwi vaguely realized that he had heard similar sounds before somewhere. Wonwi thought for a moment and finally remembered the similar feeling from his first encounter with Hai Yang in the Valley of Flesh and Blood. Ah, that's right, the sword Hai Yang was holding at that time also made this sound. The sword kept complaining that it wanted to die. Wonwi continued to hear many similar eerie sounds coming from deep inside the blacksmith shop, but he couldn't understand why they were groaning so miserably. Wonwi curiously sneaked into the storeroom of the blacksmith shop, where the mournful sounds were even more intense. When he looked down at the source of the sound, the scene before his eyes left him dumbfounded. What is this? Under the ground and inside a large barrel, there were many swords, but they were all chipped or worse, broken into pieces. Sodam felt heartache when she saw the broken swords. What the heck is this? Why are there so many broken pieces? Wonwi recognized the familiar shape of the sword hilt as soon as he saw it. Isn't this the beautiful silence? Ah, no, they're just replicas. Sodam asked Wonwi in surprise. The beautiful silence, isn't that the treasured sword of the Miram Alliance leader? Is it broken or something? Wonwi was also curious, so he immediately went towards the broken swords. I guess we'll find out the reason soon. Immediately, Wonwi picked up the broken sword and used Fekta's power to delve into its last memory. An old man was holding it and saying he would check the sword's quality. While the old man raised the sword and prepared to use a technique to test it, the blacksmith had to cover his own eyes. It seemed to be a secret technique that blacksmiths were not allowed to see. The moment Wonwi clearly saw the face of the old man holding the sword, he instantly recognized him. An exasperated sigh escaped his lips. How could I forget his face? That was the Alliance leader Miram Infinite Supreme Sword, Hyangmook. Wonwi's heart pounded as he witnessed the scene. This was his chance to see firsthand the techniques the Miram Alliance leader used in his swordsmanship. A mist rose from the sword, sending chills down his spine. The trajectory of the sword and the flow of energy were on a whole different level. Since arriving in Wuhan, Wonwi had not taken a day off, constantly learning the skills of the Heavenly South swordsman through the memories of the Heavenly South sword. Despite witnessing the Heavenly South swordsman's swordsmanship improve daily, he had to admit that it was incredibly difficult to reach Hyangmook's level. The swordsmanship the Miram Alliance leader displayed lived up to his title as the first sword. It was flawless, making it seem like the Heavenly South swordsman could not even get close, let alone surpass him. However, Wonwi also realized that there was still potential to further develop the Heavenly South swordsman's techniques. There were many aspects that could be made stronger and more brilliant. After the sword dance concluded, Hyangmook's voice filled with satisfaction. Good. The blacksmith, his eyes covered with black cloth, hesitantly asked, "Are you still not satisfied?" Hyangmook bluntly replied, "No." Wonwi was completely baffled. This was clearly a superb sword, capable of withstanding Hyangmook's powerful sword techniques, yet he was still not satisfied. He then placed 2 fingers on the blade and swept them along the length of the sword. Immediately, Hyangmook infused the sword with a surge of energy, causing it to gradually turn crimson, as if injured. The sword cried out in pain, the horrifying sound enough to make anyone's ears bleed. the brand new sword was now half rusted, the rust spreading wherever Hyangmook's fingers touched. Soon after, the sword cracked into numerous pieces. Although it hadn't yet fallen, the cracks were so large that even a slight touch would cause it to shatter. Hyangmook looked down at the cracked sword with disgust and a cold snort. What horrified Wonwee most was the immense amount of killing intent he had infused into the sword earlier, as if he had slaughtered the entire Mirim. Hyangmook stuck the cracked sword into the ground and took a deep breath after closing his eyes. After a while, the intense killing intent dissipated, and his energy balanced again. He ordered the blacksmith, "Redo it." Having spoken, Hyangmook waved his sleeve and left the forge. The blacksmith, after removing the cloth from his eyes, looked at the shattered sword with a bitter expression. By now, Wonwee understood why the sword was depressed. Although Wonwee didn't understand why Hyangmook emitted such strong killing intent, it rendered this sword beyond repair. The sword had been broken as soon as it was born and became unusable, so its misery was understandable. At the same time, Wonwee's vision blurred, and he returned to reality. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, he couldn't help but feel sympathy and wanted to comfort it. "Don't blame yourself, you didn't do anything wrong." The cries stopped as the broken sword spoke in a childish voice. "Thank you." Immediately after, the entire cracked body of the sword shattered, and the metal shards turned into dust. All that remained was the hilt. Sodam exclaimed in astonishment. "What just happened?" Wonwee also shook his head, bewildered. "I don't know either. Why did the sword turn to dust like that?" Suddenly, the blacksmith appeared behind Wonwee, making him jump. Perhaps he had been too focused earlier and hadn't noticed him waking up. Like a child caught stealing candy, Wonwee quickly stood up and apologized to the blacksmith. I didn't mean to." Before Wonwee could finish his sentence, the blacksmith touched the metal dust on the ground and said surprisingly, "I will repay you." Then, the blacksmith turned toward the other broken swords and mumbled, "But truthfully, can you do the same to all these swords?" Seeing Wonwee hesitate, the blacksmith went to the side of the forge and confided, "I've put my soul into these swords. They are the product of my hard work, yet they became unusable." The blacksmith gave a bitter smile as he looked at the burning furnace. "I tried to destroy the children I created with my own hands, but I couldn't do it." Wonwee now understood that the blacksmith's feelings were just as painful as the broken swords. That's why he put them in this container, to remember the broken swords that he had created with his heart and soul but were destroyed and became unusable. Wonwee seized the opportunity and proposed a trade. "Senior, you seem to be skilled in sword repair. Would you mind taking a look at this sword and fixing it?" The blacksmith happily replied, "Of course." The blacksmith carefully examined the Heavenly South sword. "Is this sword made of tin?" "In this case, the work is a bit complicated, so it might take at least 5 days to repair. However, isn't the scabbard a bit large for the sword?" The blacksmith sighed regretfully. "I can't believe such a precious sword ended up like this. Did you leave it in a humid place for over 10 years? That's why it has so many rust marks." Wonwee replied shyly, "There are many reasons." After handing the Heavenly South sword over to the blacksmith, Wonwee returned to his lodgings. Sodam kept nagging along the way. "I'm glad everything went well. You should find a chance to upgrade me, you know." Wonwee clicked his tongue and deflected. I didn't expect him to notice right away that the scabbard was a bit large for the sword. Immediately, Wonwee smirked. "After all, that was a great opportunity for me. I never thought I'd have the chance to witness the Mirim Alliance leader's swordsmanship through those swords." Wonwee smugly chuckled to himself. "I can't miss this chance to learn the 4 great swordsmanships, considered the pinnacle and strongest in the current Mirim world. There are many broken sword pieces. I'll have enough time to learn a bit in the next few days." But there was something else that still bothered Wonwee, the sight of the sword turning red due to the killing intent infused by Hyangmook. No matter how you look at it, that aura didn't suit Hyangmook, the first sword and current leader of the righteous Mirim sect, or rather, that killing intent was more similar to the killing intent of martial artists in the underworld. Wonwee pondered deeply as he slipped into the bustling crowd. What could it be, and what's the reason for creating so many copies of his precious sword? As Wonwee was lost in thought, a young man with a slender frame, wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, brushed past him, deliberately hitting his shoulder. Wonwee dodged, but the young man unexpectedly grabbed his wrist. Wonwee realized the other party had collided on purpose and immediately flung his hand away. However, the young man had enough strength to grab and hold Wonwee's wrist, causing him to be startled. The young man's aura far exceeded what Wonwee had expected, possibly surpassing even him. The next second, the young man deliberately pushed Wonwee into an alleyway. It was incredible strength, so much so that even using his inner energy to resist, Wonwee was still pushed back. While Wonwee was still in shock, a familiar voice came from the young man's mouth, making him even more shocked. "I heard you fell into the river, yet you managed to survive." What shocked Wonwi most at this moment was that the voice belonged to one of the two candidates for the future liege of the blood sect, Hai Yang. Wonwi stared at Hai Yang in astonishment for a long time. How strong-willed she had to be to personally infiltrate the Miram Alliance. More importantly, her internal energy was stronger than Sama Young's. He tried to pull away, but couldn't shake off her hand. Defeated, he threatened her, "Great young miss, are you going to keep holding my hand like this forever? If you have no intention of killing me, then let go of my hand." Hai Yang giggled. Even though she was wearing a human skin mask, it was obvious that she was smiling sarcastically. "Wonwi, you've become more and more confident in speaking since the last time I saw you. Is it because of you? Has it gotten stronger?" Wonwi was unfazed and had no intention of using inherent energy to resist. He continued to raise his voice in a more audacious threat. "I'm sure you wouldn't want to be exposed here, would you?" Of course, Sama Young's martial arts skills had changed a lot since he first met Hai Yang, but his confidence stemmed from his situation, not his strength. This alley was sparsely populated, but blacksmith shops were just a few steps away. Overall, it was still considered a crowded area. Even if Hai Yang was bold, she wouldn't recklessly kill anyone here. Normally, the Miram Alliance was already heavily guarded, but security had been reinforced in recent days as the tournament drew near. If she revealed her identity, she would certainly be killed by the forces of the righteous sect. Of course, Hai Yang understood Wonwi's meaning, but instead of anger or fear, she chuckled with amusement. "It's interesting, someone like you isn't suitable for that child." Wonwi couldn't help but be surprised and wonder, that child, is she talking about Ryonha? Soon after, Hai Yang looked deep into Wonwi's eyes and persuaded him with a threatening voice. "I'll give you a chance, come under my command. I'll help you develop your abilities and become stronger. Your future will be filled with blood at the hands of that little girl." Wonwi was shocked by this offer. Hai Yang must have known that Hei Action had chosen to stand by Ryonha. What was the purpose of this recruitment? Sama Young's face didn't show any comfort. Obviously, it was because Hai Yang's murderous intent was escalating more intensely. "Who is this woman? Her murderous aura is terrifying. I've never encountered anyone with such a terrifying murderous aura before." However, there was no guarantee that a small pawn wouldn't be discarded once its usefulness was over. Based on his previous encounter with Hai Yang, Wonwi could sense how cold-hearted and decisive she was. Moreover, Wonwi believed that Hai Yang's real purpose was to approach Hei Action and try to persuade him, but first, she would try to draw on his disciple to cause internal conflict. Therefore, he politely declined. "Thank you for your offer, but my master." At that moment, Wonwi felt a strange sense of dread. In the blink of an eye, he instinctively tilted his head to the side. Hai Yang's blade-like technique pierced straight through the wall behind Wonwi. If he had been just a little bit slower, it would have been his head that had a hole in it. Wonwi was scared and broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at Hai Yang slowly pulling his hand back to his face. She giggled again and said, "See, you avoided it. I want you." Wonwi became even more confused and confused. What does that mean? She wants me and not Hei Action. Wonwi couldn't understand. There were so many thoughts running through his mind, until Hai Yang conveniently stroked his cheek and whispered in an amused voice. Everything became clear. "I've always felt something. That's the difference in you. I always thought it was strange. A guy who had just passed the top master level could detect my incoming killer move and avoid it." Wonwi couldn't say anything after knowing that Hai Yang really wanted to recruit him and that it was just a small challenge, and she kept coming closer with her eyes shining with excitement. "Because why does my intuition say that you are stronger than what you appear to be? You can reach this level after just 1 year of studying martial arts. This is the first time I've seen someone who can grow so fast. Well, except me of course." The closer Hai Yang gets, the more Wonwi feels like she's a scary woman. She didn't even use her internal energy, but she still guessed that she was hiding her true strength. He could only swallow and try to hide the truth. I think she was mistaken. Suddenly Hai Yang clicked her tongue with a hungry look on her face as if she had seen a delicious meal. "I've changed my mind. I feel if I carry your seed, the strongest children in the history of education faction will be born." Hai Yang continues to confuse Wonwi until he stiffens. "What the hell? I don't know much about women, but this is someone I especially can never guess what she's thinking." "What?" Sodam immediately shouted, warning Wonwi when Hai Yang's hand caressed even more fiercely. "Wonwi, she will eat you." Soon after, Hai Yang unexpectedly locked Wonwi's hand against the wall behind him and changed her tone to flirt. "I thought you would become a good warrior or bodyguard or something, but no, someone like you would be a good husband. What do you think? If you consider it, it's clearly not a bad idea, right? You would become the second most important person in the sect if you became my husband." As she spoke, Hai Yang's hand caressed Wonwi's hand, moving from gripping his wrist to intertwining with his fingers. It was indeed a sweet and seductive flirtation. However, there was something Hai Yang had forgotten. She was currently wearing a man's mask. Therefore, Won-wee didn't feel even the slightest bit attracted. Immediately, Won-wee decisively pushed Hai Yang's hand away, showing his refusal resolutely. This shocked the woman who was so confident in her beauty. Won-wee's eyes steadfastly looked straight into Hai Yang's eyes and declared, "I will pretend I haven't heard these words." However, Hai Yang didn't give up. She put her hand on Won-wee's chest and stroked it. "Why? Because you like Ryona more?" Won-wee proudly straightened his chest and responded, "I don't have that intention." Hai Yang continues to smile seductively or say flirtatious words. "I guarantee you will enjoy spending the night with me more than with that child. There are not many opportunities to marry a woman not as attractive as me." Won-wee felt a shiver run through his body after hearing this. Please don't say such things while wearing the face of a man. This was the first time Won-wee had found himself in such a situation. The heavy feeling urged him to change the subject. "Why are you here?" Hai Yang, as if her spirit had been dampened, raised an eyebrow with an eye as sharp as a knife. "The reason is the same as you." Won-wee tried to make excuses to chase Hai Yang away. "But you still have time to do things like this to me." Hai Yang chuckled and shrugged. "Well, either way the sword will fall just my hand. You don't need to worry about that. What you should focus on is coming to me." Won-wee decided to take more drastic action by directly making a threat. "Do you think you can do it if I reveal your identity here?" Hai Yang is not afraid at all, but on the contrary, if you still show indifference, you won't do that. "Look, the child and I were destined to confront each other. But someone like you wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal to those righteous people that our blood religion is having internal conflicts." Won-wee's intimidation tactic was ineffective because Hai Yang understood their positions clearly. No matter how internally conflicted they were, they couldn't reveal their divisions and had to protect each other for the sect to survive. She returned to her previous topic, but her flirting gaze became as sharp as a knife. "You know, I never give up on what I've set my eyes on. I'll have you, even if I have to use force. I like you." Sama-young felt he should carefully consider Hai Yang's intentions. In fact, this was an offer worth considering. If there were no incidents in the Six Blood Valley, being on the side with more advantages was clearly not a bad thing. Soon after, Hai Yang clenched her fist and attacked Won-wee in a flash. She tried to strike his acupoints, but he managed to block her in time. After retracting her hand, Hai Yang focused her internal energy into her technique and swung her hand horizontally, aiming for Won-wee's side. That powerful killing action forced Won-wee to open his middle dantian, and the internal energy that flowed out knocked Hai Yang's hand away while he flipped and flew into the air to escape from Hai Yang's grasp. Won-wee finally revealed his strength, causing Hai Yang's eyes to light up. "I was right." Once again, Hai Yang had no intention of killing Won-wee, but only wanted to force him. Won-wee also realized her intentions and frankly admitted, "Yes, you were right. That's why I don't need to hide my strength anymore, otherwise I will definitely be dragged away by you." While landing on the ground, Won-wee drew the short sword from his chest and lunged at Hai Yang's wrist. But she didn't even bother to dodge it. She just used 2 fingers to catch the blade. "You think this little thing can do anything to me? With this broken sword, is this what you use to face me?" Before Hai Yang could finish her words, Won-wee leapt into the air again and kicked her shoulder. She was forced to throw her short sword away to block the kick. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Even though she blocked Won-wee's attack, Hai Yang was still pushed aside 3 steps, increasing the distance between her and him. Won-wee landed lightly and stepped back. He knew Hai Yang was a tough opponent, so his only goal was to escape her attack and grip. As soon as he achieved his goal, Won-wee quickly turned and fled using his light kung fu. Instead of feeling annoyed, it seemed like Hai Yang was extremely excited by her prey's resistance. "Not bad. I guess I'll have to use more force." Won-wee couldn't help but shiver as a red, blood-like aura emanated from her body and a terrifying murderous aura spread around her. Won-wee felt a chill and glanced at Hai Yang while continuing to run. Her murderous intent was too terrible. "Even though we were in a deserted alley, there were still many people in the surrounding area. Miss, don't we care about that?" Hai Yang jumped towards Won-wee, closing the distance in the blink of an eye as if she was an eagle flying to pounce on prey. Won-wee was completely dumbfounded in that moment. Why did this happen when Heavenly South Sword is being repaired? Can I deal with her with just my short sword and fighting skills? As Hai Yang's hand reached toward Won-wee, a purple light flashed, squeezing into the narrow gap between them, forcing Hai Yang to stop in her tracks. Both Hai Yang and Won-wee widened their eyes, looking at each other, or rather, they were both looking at the person standing in front of him. Won-wee was astonished and delighted to see it was Sama-young. Sama-young sensed the murderous aura rising from Hai Yang, so he pointed his sword straight at her face. "Who are you?" At this moment, a strand of hair and a piece of Hai Hang's human skin mask were severed by Sama Young's previous sword strike and fell to the ground in disarray. Hai Hang said in a cold commanding voice, "Get away." At the same time, her eyes widened and stared at Sama Young with flashes of murderous intent. There was no feeling of comfort on Sama Young's face, obviously because Hai Hang's killing intent was rising more intensely. Who was this woman? The murderous aura radiating was truly terrifying. Before I've never encountered anyone with such terrible murderous intent. Despite being surprised, Sama Young wasn't afraid. She clicked her tongue inwardly. Okay, whatever. Soon after, she smirked, gestured with her hand, challenging Hai Hang. Try it if you want. Hai Hang obviously won't let go of someone who dares to provoke her. She immediately rushed to attack Sama Young with a half smile, so arrogant. Thus, the two disguised beauties charged at each other relentlessly, with a terrifying killing intent engulfing the space around them. As they were about to collide, Wunwei channeled his inherent energy into his steps and sprinted with all his might to gain momentum. With a powerful leap that created an explosion, shattering the tiles beneath his feet, Wunwei suddenly wrapped his arms around Sama Young's waist. The silken cord, flung out in a straight line, snagged onto a pillar behind the blacksmith's alley. He channeled his innate energy into the cord, propelling himself and Sama Young out of the alley at breakneck speed. The crowd on the street looked up in astonishment, watching Wunwei and Sama Young soar above them. Look, someone's flying. Is that light kung fu? In a blink, Wunwei and Sama Young vanished from Hai Hang's sight and that of the passers-by, as if they were ghosts appearing in broad daylight. Hai Hang stood amidst the thick dust cloud, brushing off her clothes and grumbling, "What a joke, they actually escaped that way." Soon after, Hai Hang chuckled, her voice reaching Wunwei who was hiding behind a building in the opposite alley. "Even if you manage to escape now, you'll be kneeling at my feet soon enough." Sama Young looked down at the arm wrapped around her waist and blushed, but Wunwei paid no attention to the awkward situation. His gaze remained fixed on the alley where Hai Hang stood. Sama Young hesitantly called out, Deputy leader," but Wunwei didn't even glance at her. Instead, he coldly reminded her, "Keep your voice down, she might hear you." His hand remained firmly around Sama Young's waist, and Wunwei muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Hai Hang to dare show up here in person. This is the worst possible scenario," he thought. "I need to tell Master about this immediately." Wunwei was focused on the situation at hand, while Sama Young, on the other hand, was fixated on him with a shy smile. Fortunately, Hei Action was still at the prepared guest house, so Wunwei quickly informed him about Hai Hang's presence. The news was so shocking that Hei Action stood with his mouth agape for a long time. After pondering, he clicked his tongue and decisively changed his plan. He would no longer wait at the outskirts. He gave Wunwei two instructions. Firstly, if Hai Hang pursued him again, do not hesitate to shout with all your inner strength, and I'll come to your rescue as quickly as possible. Hei Action believed Wunwei couldn't face Hai Hang with his current strength. Of course, Wunwei couldn't deny that. Even after opening his middle dantian, he still felt threatened by her killing intent. Secondly, Hei Action instructed Wunwei to stay with his group. This was slightly inconvenient, but it would ensure a higher chance of dealing with Hai Hang than going alone. 3 days passed, and Hai Hang hadn't appeared again. This made Sungwon doubt if Hei Action was making a mountain out of a molehill. Despite his complaints, Sungwon still wanted to go out with Wunwei and Sama Young. He was exhausted from the boredom of waiting inside the inn. While Wunwei went to the forge to dispose of the broken swords, Sungwon chatted with Sama Young. "Yesterday's roast duck was delicious. I wonder what the four masters will have us eat today. What do you think, my young?" However, Sama Young sat there in a daze, muttering to herself without paying any attention to Sungwon. He touched me, she repeated. Sungwon grumbled irritably, "Hey, hello, who are you talking to?" It was the 4th day since the encounter with Hai Hang. Wunwei had reduced 75 broken swords to dust. As he witnessed their memories, he gently comforted each sword, assuring them that they could leave in peace. After watching Baek Hyangmook's sword testing technique 75 times, Wunwei had completely understood it. It was etched in his mind to the point where he could even use it now. Sodam beamed at Wunwei. "Congratulations, you've completely made that sword technique yours." However, Wunwei sighed inwardly. "Not entirely, it's just an imitation. Unfortunately, I don't know how he channeled his energy when performing this sword technique." As Wunwei thought deeper, he realized he had seen the memory of this sword technique more than 75 times. Perhaps he had reached a different level of enlightenment, a higher one, but he hadn't realized it yet. Wunwei decided he had to try it out. He turned to Sama Young, who was lost in thought, and said, "Sama, could you move a bit please?" Sama Young jumped up like a spring, flustered, "Yes." Even Sodam noticed Sama Young's unusual behavior, but Wonhui was oblivious to her. As he intently stared at the wine jar on the bench where Sama Young had been sitting, she hastily ran over to take the seat from Sungwon. The two started arguing. "Don't sit so close to me, it's hot, and shut your mouth before I chop you up." When Wonhui felt ready to try something new, he closed his eyes and focused on his inherent energy for a moment. Gradually, Wonhui raised his energy level to the 5th stage, but he didn't stop. He continued to breathe in and out steadily, and his energy surged with increasing intensity. For a moment, the surrounding space became silent, as if he were the only one there. Heavenly South had said that if he trained enough, his energy could transform into an invisible, sharp sword. After gathering his inherent energy in the tip of his finger, Wonhui slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the jar on the bench. With a sharp exhale, Wonhui decisively swung his arm, throwing out what he felt was a concentrated form of energy from his fingertip. His target was the small jar, about 10 meters away. However, the jar remained completely unchanged. There was no sound of cracking, nor any sign of shaking. Wonhui clicked his tongue and looked at his hand regretfully. "I thought that at least there would be some mark left behind, but now, I guess I was wrong." At that moment, a faint cracking sound came from the jar. Wonhui quickly looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation. A sharp cut appeared on the neck of the wine jar, causing it to shatter as if it had been sliced by a sword. The cut was so clean that there wasn't a single crack around it, no matter how small. Not only that, but something even more astonishing happened, something even Wonhui hadn't anticipated. The ancient tree behind the jar suddenly toppled over as if it had been felled with a single swing of an axe. Sungwon stood up in a panic, eyes wide with shock. Deputy leader, what did you just do?" Wonhui said nothing, just stood there in awe. "This feeling is different. Finally, I've reached the level Heavenly South worked so hard to teach me. The 6th stage of the Stellar Light Divine Technique," he thought, "and this is just the beginning. If I keep practicing, perhaps I can reach the level of Heavenly South." The swordsman, Wonhui smiled happily, his eyes filled with excitement and hope for the future. It was a pity that Heavenly South couldn't witness this memorable moment. Wonhui had achieved a significant feat, so he decided to take Sama Young and Sungwon to celebrate at Dongfang, the most renowned braised meat restaurant in the area. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted with opulence that lived up to its fame, and the aroma of braised meat filled the air, tantalizing their senses. The dishes of braised pork were served, and Sama Young and Sungwon immediately started drooling. "Finally, we get to eat braised pork from Dongfang. I'm going to faint after eating this," Sungwon replied while munching. "Don't worry, I'm sure the deputy leader will take you home if you faint." Sama Young is even more excited while enjoying the delicious meal. "Hee, then I will fall down in peace." Wonhui couldn't help but exclaim that even though they often argued, they were still a perfect match when joking about food. After getting Heavenly South sword back, which was repaired, tomorrow, Wonhui would have to enter the main area of the Miram Alliance. That's when his mission would begin, and he wouldn't be able to relax and roam around as freely anymore, so he decided to stop by this restaurant before the opportunity slipped away. Actually, Wonhui's group had come to this restaurant 2 days ago, but it was packed with customers, and they couldn't find a seat. Now, he could finally savor the taste of this delicious dish. However, just as Wonhui was about to pick up his chopsticks, Sodam called out to him with a serious tone. He quickly understood the reason for her alarm. Using his keen hearing, Wonhui detected 5 to 6 warriors entering the restaurant. They seemed quite strong, and it was easy to identify them thanks to his sword sense. As Wonhui carefully listened to the sounds of the 2 swords wielded by the group, he could sense that they were renowned blades. Their voices were distinct from ordinary swords. Since his fecta had been opened, Wonhui's sword sense had become much stronger. He could even guess if a sword was a legendary one just by its sound. Soon after, the group of 6 ascended to the 2nd floor. Wonhui recognized them instantly. They were people he had seen at the Miram Alliance before his regression. The woman with her hair tied in 2 braids was Tang Haiwa, a disciple of the Sichuan martial arts school. The man with thick eyebrows was Qin Miang, a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. The man with long hair was Hyun Jin, a disciple of the Tonchan sect. In Wonhui's memory, they were all decent people, righteous, selfless, and focused solely on their training. The swords Qin Miang and Hyun Jin wielded were the renowned blades of the Qingcheng and Tonchan sects, but more importantly, Wonhui hadn't expected these good people to enter the restaurant with. These guys, the remaining 3 in the group of 6, were the siblings of So Jian's wretched friends. Unfortunately, their seats were assigned right next to Wonhui's table. The one with green hair was Du Jiang-wook, the one with blonde hair was Joik, and the woman with red hair was Kan Hyami. As soon as they saw Wonhui, Du Jiang-wook greeted him with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, well, isn't this the useless donkey from Yulong City?" Because they were talking to Wonhui, Qing Myung became interested and approached them. Joik smirked and introduced himself with a mocking tone. Do you remember the story I told you earlier, about the one who was kicked out of the Yulong-so family? If Sama Young heard those words, things would get messy, so Wonhui decided to intervene and greet Qing Myung. Brother, isn't this Qing Myung, a disciple of the Qingqing sect? Qing Myung seemed a bit confused and replied politely, yes, it's me. How do you know me? Wonhui cleverly replied, how could I not know you? It would be even stranger if I didn't know about the promising talents of the Qingqing sect. Joik's expression completely changed as Wonhui was not like the easy target he was before. It is said that praise can make even whales fly. Qing Myung immediately smiled shyly and friendly to Wonhui. After all, promising talents, you're exaggerating, sir, in Wonhui's eyes, because these people were inherently good, so their moods were easy to guess. Afterwards, Wonhui turned to greet Hyun Jin and Tang Haiwa. I also send my greetings to you all, Hyun Jin of the Tonchan sect and Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan sect. I am Wonhui, the third son of the Yulong-so family. It is an honor to meet famous people like you. Both Hyun Jin and Sama Young were shocked by Wonhui's words. According to Wonhui's experience, recognizing the other party first and greeting them could create a good impression. As expected, both Hyun Jin and Tang Haiwa gladly replied to Wonhui's greeting. You are the son of the Yulong-so family, sir. I am Hyun Jin of the Tonchan sect, and I am Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan sect. Unable to stand being overshadowed, Joik was about to say something, but at that moment, Wonhui patted his shoulder lightly. He grinned as if he was very happy to see him. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Jo Hyung. Joik immediately tried to shake Wonhui's hand off. Since when were we friends? But before he could shake Wonhui's hand off, his hand tightened around his shoulder joint. Because Wonhui used internal energy in that grip, Joik's body stiffened. If he moved even a little in the wrong direction, his shoulder would be broken immediately. His eyes trembled as he looked at Wonhui, who was still grinning and talking as if they were very close. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land like this is truly a happy thing, isn't it? While smiling, Wonhui quietly transmitted his voice to Joik. Smile, or you will participate in a competition for promising talents with a broken neck. As the strength on his shoulder tightened, Joik was forced to smile. Du Jiang-wook was bewildered at seeing Joik's awkward smile. Joik, why aren't you saying anything? You really intend to be friendly with that useless donkey? Immediately after, Du Jiang-wook's eyes widened as Wonhui transmitted his voice to him. Hey, Du Jiang-wook, shut up. Du Jiang-wook was shocked to realize Wonhui had learned martial arts. Moreover, unless he was an idiot, he would certainly recognize that his internal energy was not ordinary. He stammered back in a whisper, how can you? Wonhui responded with a warning. That's none of your business. This is a warning. Never think about fighting me again. Du Jiang-wook's expression hardened at Wonhui's warning. If he had even a little bit of sense, he would know to step back. But to prevent his arrogance from driving him to do something stupid, Wonhui wanted to ensure he could not act recklessly, so he smiled and declared to the three people from those prestigious sects, it's an honor to participate in the tournament and also be able to meet respected people like you. Du Jiang-wook could not hide his shock at Wonhui's words. You're participating too. Looking at their reaction, it seemed like they didn't know about the So family's change of representative. If Wonhui said he was rightfully chosen, it would only lead to more questions, so he just casually said while pushing Joik, well, you might not know, my brothers are all sick, so I was asked to represent the family. Kang Haimi immediately asked Wonhui with a worried voice, are they really feeling unwell? Normally she was always disrespectful to Wonhui, so he just nodded in response with a sarcastic tone, yes, if you're worried, go visit them later. Hi. Before, Wonhui was looked down upon and forced to treat Kang Haimi like his older sister, so now that the situation was reversed, her cheeks trembled with anger, but she could do nothing because in fact, Wonhui was older. Hi. Then, she lifted her chin arrogantly and said in a sarcastic tone, what a pity, if your brothers had come to participate in the competition, maybe they would have yielded good results, but you, participating, Sama Young, who was eating deliciously, couldn't help but laugh and let out a mocking sound. Seeing that, Kang Haimi frowned. Are you laughing? Sama Young frankly turned around and mocked Kang Haimi. Yes, it's ridiculous that you judge my senior brother without even knowing anything about his abilities. Kang Haimi bit her lip in resentment like a child. She was young, and her attitude and behavior were also childish, so her personal emotions easily clouded her reason and judgment. Kang Haimi gradually trembled with anger and said to Du Jiang-wook, Du Hyung, since you're also from Hunan, why don't you teach this So Hyung a lesson to make him less arrogant? She was a cunning fox, intending to push Du Jiang-wook into a fight. However, he did not rush to answer. Du Jiang-wook's hesitation was natural because now Wonhui was the representative of the So family, meaning the head of the family had acknowledged him. He couldn't bully him easily like before. When he hesitated, Kan Haimi gritted her teeth. Jiang-wook Hyung. Her fiancé's furious gaze made Du Jiang-wook's face clearly shocked. He could only transmit his voice to persuade her. Calm down, Haimi. That guy is not someone you can easily mess with anymore. Kang Haimi's throat trembled as she threatened Du Jiang-wook through voice transmission. Oh, so you don't care about your fiancé's image being ruined? Du Jiang-wook trembled in response, as if he was about to cry. No, that's not it. I mean, I don't even know where to start with that guy. Wonhui looked at the scene of Kang Haimi complaining and forcing Du Jiang-wook to take action. He felt more and more uncomfortable having to deal with these childish people and decided to teach them a lesson. At that moment, a young man in a blue robe appeared and greeted Wonhui. So sure Shu, I didn't expect to meet you here. As soon as he saw him, Wonhui recognized him as a disciple of the Southern Skies sect. Hyun Jin also recognized the person who had just appeared as Seo Ilju, a disciple of the Southern Skies first sword, Jo Chongwon, so he immediately greeted him. They seemed to know each other, and the Southern Skies sect being here meant Young was also here. More importantly, Wonhui had an idea to use this situation to deal with those childish people more easily. After politely greeting, Hyun Jin asked Seo Ilju, but who are you referring to when you call him Sure Shu? Seo Ilju smiled and explained while looking towards Wonhui. Oh, you probably don't know. After speaking, Seo Ilju walked towards Wonhui and asked permission with his eyes. After Wonhui nodded in agreement, Seo Ilju solemnly introduced, this So Sure Shu is a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. I'm sure everyone knows about the relationship between the Master Swordsman Ho Jiangdae and our Southern Skies sect. The three children from Hunan were all shocked by how Seo Ilju showed respect to Wonhui. In many sects, especially in the mainstream, the hierarchy system was very important, so they were naturally shocked. Not only those three, but everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Just mentioning the Heavenly South Swordsman, everyone was like losing their minds. Both floors became noisy as the crowd gaped and talked. Did you hear that? The Heavenly South Swordsman, the direct disciple of swordsman Ho Jiangdae. The attitudes of Hyun Jin and Ching Myung quickly changed. They all bowed their heads. Why didn't you tell us about that earlier, sir? If you are the senior of Seo Hyung, you are also our senior. I almost committed the greatest sin. Yes, we were disrespectful. As expected of those Taoist sects, they valued etiquette above all. Everything was intentional, but Wonhui pretended to be slightly embarrassed and replied, oh dear, this puts me in a rather awkward situation. Afterwards, he glanced at the three children from Hunan. By the way, what were you saying earlier? You would teach me a lesson. Wonhui's question made the atmosphere even more chaotic. Everyone couldn't hide their shock at someone wanting to teach a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. Wonhui added another sarcastic question. Who would teach me that lesson? The three children from Hunan quickly bowed and waved their hands while retreating far away from him. Thanks to Seo Ilju, Wonhui's group avoided some unnecessary troubles during the meal and could fully enjoy the flavor of the braised pork. When leaving, Seo Ilju smiled brightly and carried 2 bags of braised pork and said goodbye to Wonhui. Everyone is waiting, so I'll excuse myself first. Whenever we have the chance, let's eat together, sure Shu. Wonhui smiled friendly and waved to Seo Ilju. Take care, please send my regards to Young. Meanwhile, Sama Young and Sungwon were stroking their stomachs cutely as they stepped out of the restaurant. Ah, it was so good, I'm super satisfied with this dish. Then, the two of them looked at Wonhui with sparkling, pitiful eyes. I think they also took a takeout order. Should we ask for some, right? Didn't the Southern Skies sect's Taoist also take braised pork takeout? Wonhui burst out laughing at their cute expressions and immediately agreed. Okay, but get some for the master and the twin brothers too. Sama Young and Sungwon immediately ran excitedly inside. We'll be right back. Wonhui was surprised by their reaction. Although the braised pork here was famous, he didn't expect them to like it so much. Wonhui chuckled thoughtfully. What a novel experience. Before regressing, I never went through this situation. At that moment, a voice echoed from below Wonhui's feet. Sir. Wonhui looked down in bewilderment and saw a child about 5 or 6 years old. Me. The cute child handed him a small folded piece of paper. Please take this, sir. After completing his task, the child ran away. Wonhui looked at the paper in his hand in a daze. Who sent me a letter? Did the mission change? When he opened the paper and read the few short lines on it, a sigh of exasperation escaped his lips. I guess not. The contents of the letter were a threat. If you don't want to lose your sword, come to the forge alone tonight. Wonhui actually went to the forge as promised. It was late at night, there were very few people on the road. The mastermind had deliberately targeted this time to avoid attracting much attention. When he entered the forge, Wonwee could see the furnace gradually cooling down. The tools were scattered on the floor, so he guessed there had been a fight here. Moreover, he could sense more than one presence inside this place. As Wonwee stepped deeper into the forge, a masked man wearing a bamboo hat was sitting with the Heavenly South sword in his hand. What a fine sword! Is this the famous Heavenly South sword? Glancing at the blacksmith lying unconscious in the corner, Wonwee frowned and looked towards the hatted man with highly alert eyes. "You, who are you?" The hatted man smiled while plugging the Heavenly South sword into the ground and said with an arrogant tone, "I'm here to deliver a message from young miss." At that moment, Wonwee immediately guessed he was talking about Hai Hyang. Then, the hatted man grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly South sword and pushed his foot onto the blade, trying to bend the sword to intimidate Wonwee. "Give up the tournament, and tell young Miss Ryona that if she wants to be spared, surrender. You wouldn't want to lose your precious sword, would you?" If Wonwee didn't listen to him, the sword would be broken, but this man underestimated him. He showed impatience to stop him. "Wait, calm down, I understand what you're saying." While speaking, Wonwee had one hand behind his back to control the Yin Wan Ti to move like a snake towards the Heavenly South sword. When Wonwee transmitted his internal energy into the Yin Wan Ti, it wrapped tightly around the Heavenly South sword and pulled the sword away lightning fast. The sight made the hatted man stare in shock. When the sword returned to its owner, Wonwee continued to speak in a deep voice. "This is not Hai Hyang's message, but yours." Wonwee stared intensely with a challenging look at the hatted man. Then, he raised his sword towards the shocked man, the blade suddenly flashing as if the Heavenly South itself was expressing its anger. "Should we continue the previous topic? What about my sword?" In a moment, Wonwee's sharp eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. "Of course, it's very unpleasant when someone uses a sword as a hostage to threaten its owner." Looking at the eyes that seemed to say, "Let's see what you'll threaten me with this time," the man in the hat walked closer to Wonwee with a carefree, curious look. "I've heard that you possess a secret skill on your body. I didn't expect it to be true. What is it?" As Wonwee had guessed, this guy didn't see the movement of the silvery thread. It seems he didn't even notice a silver thread wrapped around the sword. He clearly wasn't strong enough, so Wonwee didn't even need to open his central dantian to pull the sword back. At this point, the man in the hat was still arrogantly holding his sword in a posture ready to attack and threaten Wonwee. "You should have accepted to give up the competition when I gave you a chance." Then he rushed towards Wonwee with his blade raised high, aiming at his face, shouting loudly, "I will make you regret ignoring my warning." The moment the man in the hat charged, Wonwee gently shifted his body to the side, dodging his blade, and grabbed his face with his whole hand. He was so shocked that his eyes, which were filled with killing intent in a blink, turned into eyes of terror that were about to pop out of their sockets. Then, Wonwee simply pressed his opponent's head down to the ground. As soon as his body touched the ground, he tried to make him lose his balance with a kick, but Wonwee tightened his grip on his face. The sound of his teeth hitting each other was very clear. While his opponent's body trembled in pain, Wonwee quickly acupointed his acupoints to ensure that he could no longer move. The reason he didn't kill him right away, of course, was because he had something he needed to get from him. Then, Wonwee removed his two masks and repeated the first question he had asked when he first saw him. "Who are you?" Looking at his martial arts, Wonwee guessed he was on par with a first-class warrior, at least at the level of a captain. He revealed his truly ugly, swollen face, growling in pain from his broken jaw, but stubbornly threatening Wonwee. "You better unlock my acupoints right now. You think why I asked you to come here alone? My people are..." Before he could finish, a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the forge, along with the sound of something being dragged and thrown onto the floor. Sama Young and Sungwon walked in. "You mean these guys?" They dragged in three men wearing the same masks as the ugly guy, Sama Young reported to Wonwee. "Only three, Vice Captain," Sungwon added. "These guys are all first-class warriors." The ugly guy grimaced like a monkey eating chili peppers. On his forehead, it was as if the words "you idiot" were written. He truly thought that Wonwee would come here alone just because he was asked, and was so arrogant and underestimating him that he thought bringing three first-class warriors was enough to subdue him. According to Wonwee's speculation, if he was wearing a human skin mask, he would definitely participate in the tournament, and it's highly likely that he is a disciple of an elder or some bloody star. Therefore, an interrogation began to shatter the peaceful night with screams. Threats and torture are necessary in certain circumstances, and Sama Young is always ready to perform them whenever needed. Only a few fingernails were scattered on the floor. The ugly guy's tears flowed down his face as he whimpered in pain and confessed, "I'm Yo Eub, the second disciple of Ngu the Bloody Star." The effectiveness of his torture is truly great. Yo Eub was so panicked that he begged, I will answer all your questions, so please tell this bastard to stop pulling my fingernails. However, Yo-Eub chose the wrong way to address her, which angered Sama Young. She immediately pulled out another nail. Her actions were always decisive and faster than words. Bark again and see. While Yo-Eub's expression became twisted once again, Wonwee was lost in his deductions. Ngu the Bloody Star, is he talking about Huang Kong? That guy is indeed a close subordinate of Hai Yang, but I doubt this is what she wants. Hai Yang wanted me to be her husband, but then suddenly she changed her mind and told me to give up the competition so simply. It's impossible. There must be someone behind this, someone who could benefit if I gave up this competition. At this point, Wonwee glanced down at Yo-Eub, but his eyes did not show a hint of kindness. Wonwee sat down in front of Yo-Eub with a gloomy expression. Hai Yang didn't order you to do this, right? Yo-Eub's eyes trembled in panic. Yes, young miss only asked me to watch you. My master, my elder brother, asked me to do this. Young miss ordered that no one is allowed to touch or kill you, so he told us to threaten you. Sama Young was furious with their outrageous actions and snapped another nail off Yo-Eub's finger. You target the vice captain for such a trivial reason. Yo-Eub cried out in pain and trembling. I've answered the question. Why are you still doing this? Sodam, on the side, curiously asked Wonwee, the great pupil of Ngu the Bloody Star. Do you know who he is? Wonwee quietly shook his head. I don't even know his name. While Yo-Eub's eyes moved frantically due to the pain, Wonwee continued to question him. What you've done is against your master's orders. You know the reason why your elder brother wants to do this to me, right? Seeing that Yo-Eub hesitated to answer, Sama Young issued a warning while grabbing his hand and breaking it behind his back. Answer, there are still a few more fingernails left. Yo-Eub screamed in panic. I will answer, yes. Sama Young was ready to pull out another nail if he answered even a little late. Yo-Eub hastily explained, young miss wanted you to be her husband. My elder brother overheard it. Wonwee widened his eyes in astonishment. He hadn't told anyone that Hai Yang wanted that, yet, Yo-Eub blurted it out only because of fear. More importantly, Wonwee couldn't help but shudder with cold sweat running down his back when he thought about the fact that Yo-Eub's elder brother did this just because he didn't want him to be Hai Yang's husband. I don't want to know about his taste in women, but what the hell is there to like about that crazy woman? At this moment, Sama Young pulled out another nail even though it was no longer necessary. Tang Haiweo helplessly let out a lament before collapsing to the floor. Sama Young's eyes widened at Yo-Eub's confession, and she glared at Wonwee. Vice Captain, you didn't tell us about that. Wonwee couldn't even look directly at her because he felt like he was making a clumsy excuse. No, I didn't say anything because it's ridiculous. Wonwee didn't know why he was so careful with Sama Young's feelings at this moment, but his intuition told him to do so. Sama Young turned her eyes back to Yo-Eub and put her sword to his throat. So that's why that woman was chasing the vice captain. Looking into Sama Young's eyes, it seemed like she was going to kill him immediately if Wonwee didn't stop her. Before taking action, she said in a cold voice, they targeted my things, so they must die. That woman too. Wonwee became even more confused by this declaration. Heavenly South shook its head. Indeed, the more attractive a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Wonwee had no choice but to grab Sama Young's wrist and pull her sword away from Yo-Eub. Calm down, she replied by pouting. Why? They are targeting the vice captain. Wonwee sighed and advised her, you don't need to kill him. Sama Young was furious and didn't understand his words at all. She puffed her cheeks and repeated, why? Wonwee clicked his tongue and explained, if we kill them now, we'll give his elder brother a valid reason to come for revenge. I suspect that's his real purpose. Then, Sama Young finally calmed down, and they released the captured men. Watching the silhouettes of the men leaving in the dawn light, Wonwee mumbled to soothe Sama Young's mood. If my prediction is correct, they will end up dead anyway. Sama Young tilted her head in surprise. How do you know? Wonwee didn't explain, but in his heart, he was sure that being released wasn't something those men should be happy about. I think I know a little about the personalities of most people in this sect. If something like this happens, the outcome is almost predetermined. Not long after, inside a manor in the suburbs, Hai Yang sat cross-legged while looking down at four men kneeling below her. They trembled as if they had just committed a terrible sin. The man with prominent golden hair beside Hai Yang was staring at Yo-Eub with a resentful look. This stupid bastard, he should have been killed by the disciples of the Fourth Lord. The young man with blonde hair, clear eyes, and glowing white skin, he is Sang Hyun Myung, the great pupil of Ngu the Bloody Star, and as Wonwee predicted, his plan was ruined because he no longer had a reason to incite Hai Yang to kill Wonwee. Meanwhile, the expression on Hai Yang's face wasn't very good either, with a frustrated curse. "You idiots." Her anger was really hard to deal with, even for the first bloody star, so no one dared to speak a word. Hai Yang stood up from her seat and slowly walked towards the kneeling men. "I told you to just observe," a masked man stammered. "Yes, young miss." Even at this point, Sang Hyunmyeong still didn't say anything. Yo Eub immediately transmitted his voice to urge him. "Elder brother, you promised to help us." Sang Hyunmyeong quietly replied, "Be quiet. If I do anything now, young miss will only be even angrier." At this very moment, Hai Yang coldly asked, "What should one do when their dog doesn't obey?" The masked man spoke again, "It should be killed." Hai Yang didn't hesitate for a second and made her decision. "Then, die." Immediately, she closed her hand holding the fan and swept it across the necks of the three masked men. Their heads instantly flew off. Blood spurted out from the severed necks. Yo Eub, the only one who had not been decapitated, was so terrified that he froze for a moment. With a pale face, Yo Eub quickly begged Hai Yang, "Please, young miss, please spare me. I had no intention of doing this. I was only..." The moment the truth about the person behind the orders was about to be revealed, Yo Eub's vision suddenly blurred, and his pleading voice faded away. A terrifying silence enveloped the space for a moment, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Sang Hyunmyeong grabbed Yo Eub's head and twisted it backwards. "You idiot, if you knew how to keep your mouth shut, you might still be alive." At the same time, Yo Eub's entire body collapsed. Hai Yang coldly interrogated Sang Hyunmyeong. "Who told you to kill him?" Sang Hyunmyeong immediately knelt down to defend himself. He not only defied young Miss's order but also tried to justify his mistakes, so I felt the need to discipline him. Before Sang Hyunmyeong could finish, Hai Yang kicked him in the face with a straight kick. The kick sent him flying backwards, writhing in pain as his jaw felt like it was crushed. However, the punishment ended there. Hai Yang snorted and turned away, leaving with a warning, "This won't end here if not for the tournament." Sang Hyunmyeong quickly sat up and knelt down, clutching his bleeding nose. I'll remember that." Sang Hyunmyeong dejectedly bowed his head, but his face flushed with murderous intent. "Like a demon, Wonhui, young Mrs. Husband must be me." Another day passed. Now, Wonhui and the twins stood before the Miram Alliance headquarters, where thousands of martial artists from renowned sects and clans were lined up. There were countless people wielding swords, daggers, spears, and various other weapons. The estimated number of people present exceeded 1,000, and counting those who had already arrived and registered, the number could be more than 10,000. Sama Young stood amidst the crowd, feeling bored and complaining, "Ugh, I just want to get inside already." Song Jwabik pretended to know the situation and told Sama Young, "There's no other way, we have to wait because we're not part of the most prominent clans." While the Chosun Song clan and Yulang So clan are well known, their reputation still falls far behind the 5 great clans. According to the Miram Alliance's standards, a clan must be at least mid-tier to receive proper treatment. Then, Song Jwabik tried to flirt with Sama Young. "We just need to wait for an hour. While we wait, I'll talk to you so you won't feel bored." Song Jwabik still liked Sama Young, but she wasn't interested in him and quickly brushed him off. "Well, I guess those people are from prominent families, huh?" At that moment, Sama Young saw a group of people dressed in fine clothes. Unlike the others waiting in line, they were immediately identified by the guards and escorted inside. This made her upset. Isn't this discrimination? As the privileged group passed by Sama Young, their leader suddenly glanced at her. Immediately, in a flash, he sneered, showing contempt for Sama Young having to wait in line for so long. Sama Young rolled her eyes in anger. The thought of killing him instantly flashed through her mind. "He's so annoying. Should I kill him now?" The guard leading the special guests happened to see Wonhui while clearing the path. "Excuse me, please make way." That's..." Immediately, the guard rushed over to confirm Wonhui's identity. "Excuse me, sir, are you from the Yulang So clan, Wonhui and Master Ma Young?" Wonhui didn't know how he knew, but he simply nodded. "Yes, it's us." Upon receiving the answer, the guard immediately bowed to Wonhui. "I am Pamo, a warrior of the Miram Alliance. Welcome, disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master. I have been ordered to let you through the gate immediately. I will guide you." In an instant, the eyes of everyone in line were focused on Wonhui and Sama Young. Even the guests being escorted ahead stopped and looked at them. Wonhui felt embarrassed receiving so much attention, but Sama Young was delighted. At that moment, she locked eyes with the man who had sneered at her earlier. Sama Young responded with a mocking smile and a challenging gaze. The man was provoked, but unable to act rashly. He could only smirk back with a hostile look. Sama Young didn't like being suddenly noticed, but she couldn't refuse the offer either, and since PMO mentioned someone ordered it, there must be someone higher up behind this. At that moment, Song Juabek hurriedly shouted to get Pamo's attention. "We're with him." Pamo turned back in doubt. "You are?" Song Juabek struck a cool pose and declared, "Song Juabek and Song Woohyun of the Chosun Song clan." He said his and his brother's name, hoping for something special to happen, but Pamo merely mumbled as if they were unfamiliar names. "Chosun Song clan, ha." After a moment of contemplation, Pamo flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but we haven't received any information about you. You'll have to wait in line and enter later." This caused Song Juabek's face to droop like a deflated pancake. A moment later, a smug, arrogant smile suddenly spread across Song Juabek's deflated face. As they were allowed through the gate, the idiot burst out laughing. Wonwee was sure half the people there were already thinking about his mother's past. Sodam couldn't tolerate Song Juabek's attitude either. "You should have let him stand in line." Wonwee sighed internally. "I thought so too." In fact, Wonwee had planned to let the twins wait in line, but seeing Song Juabek's disappointed face, he felt pity and asked Pamo for help. Initially, Pamo seemed confused and said he wasn't allowed to do that, but then Wonwee threatened to stay in line if the twins had to, so they were all allowed to proceed first. After being escorted through tall, long walls, Sama Young exclaimed loudly upon seeing a vast square before them. "This is Heavenly Square, the pride of the Miram Alliance. The surrounding tall buildings are so impressive." Pamo instructed Wonwee's group before they entered, "Please wait here." As Wonwee's group was following the instructions, someone unexpectedly approached them. It was the arrogant man who had provoked Sama Young at the gate earlier. He was still smiling arrogantly as he greeted them. "I am Peng Wu Jin of the Peng clan, Hubei." Though reluctant to respond, Peng Wu Jin had greeted them first, so Wonwee could only answer politely, "I am Wonwee of the Yulangso clan." Then, Peng Wu Jin glanced at both Sama Young and Wonwee before smoothing his hair back to look cool. "I heard you are the disciple of the sword master, Ho Jiangdae." With a mocking smile, he arrogantly pointed his chin towards the sky and said, "I look forward to a good fight." Sodam immediately scoffed. "He's like Song Juabek, but much worse." Wonwee couldn't disagree. He had seen many people pretending to be cool like this before, and Sodam was right to mention Song Juabek. Although Wonwee only responded casually, everyone still seemed interested in their interaction. He finally understood why he came to greet them alone. He was trying to use Wonwee to gain attention and boost his fame. However, the people accompanying Peng Wu Jin all covered their faces and pretended to avoid Wonwee's gaze. Embarrassed, such blatant fake actions only to attract attention were indeed embarrassing, of course, if the person could be bothered by it. Then, Song Juabek suddenly stepped forward to greet Peng Wu Jin. "You said you're from the Hubei Peng clan, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Peng Wu Jin replied indifferently, "Who are you?" Immediately, Song Juabek pretended to be a handsome, charming man with a bright smile. "I am Song Juabek from the Chosun Song clan." For a moment, Wonwee felt Song Juabek was like a mirror image of Peng Wu Jin. However, Peng Wu Jin simply nodded without paying any attention to Song Juabek's greeting. Then, he turned around and walked away with his companions without any reply. This caused Song Juabek's expression to instantly distort. "He dares to ignore me." After a moment of awkward stiffness, Song Juabek muttered in embarrassment as he lowered his hand. "Damn, he's so rude." Wonwee watched Song Juabek with a bored expression. "Why did you interfere? It's best not to get involved with people with such big egos." Afterward, Wonwee's group of 5 was separated. The twins were assigned a standard guest house for warriors, so they left first. Meanwhile, Wonwee, Sama Young, and Sungwon were led to a place resembling a mansion, located a bit further into the complex. It even had a garden in front, making Sama Young unable to hide her excitement. Wonwee guessed this was probably a special privilege because they were disciples of the Heavenly South Sword Master, but he didn't expect to be accommodated in an entire building like this. Sungwon was also excitedly exploring the surroundings, muttering to himself, "They probably won't notice even if we steal a few things here." Although the rooms assigned to the twins were quite large, they were nothing compared to Wonwee's residence. Thankfully, Song Juabek had been separated earlier, otherwise, he would have definitely complained about everything. However, Wonwee felt uncomfortable. Who wouldn't like special treatment? But with this much preferential treatment, someone must be very interested in them. The question is, who? As Wonwee finished unpacking, Pmo came again. "Have you all settled your belongings?" Wonwee nodded. "We just finished. You came at the right time." Pmo continued to Wonwee and Sama Young. "Could you spare some time for us?" Of course, Wonwee knew this was coming. A superior must have requested this from Pmo. As Wonwee was about to ask who it was, Pmo took the initiative and said, "The first advisor requested that I bring you to see him." Wonwee's eyes widened in surprise at these words. The first advisor. There are 3 advisors in the Miram Alliance, and the one who requested to see Wonhui is the leader of the 3 advisors, also known as the Commander Advisor. He is the second most powerful person in the Miram Alliance, only after the Miram Alliance Master. He is the first advisor, Jjel Wonmyung. On the way to Jjel Wonmyung's building, located in the center of the advisor hall near the main building of the Miram Alliance, the thought of seeing someone like this up close, something Wonhui hadn't even dreamed of in his previous life, made him anxious. More importantly, he had no clue why the advisor wanted to meet him. As Wonhui was about to enter Jjel Wonmyung's office, Heavenly South suddenly whispered, "Wonhui, there is a powerful weapon inside. It seems to be a kind of sword." Wonhui was confused by Heavenly South's words. It was normal that he couldn't hear the voice of the sword, and Heavenly South's reminder indicated that it was a formidable weapon, but the problem was that Jjel Wonmyung was famous for his skills with fans or bare-handed combat, meaning there was another guest inside. While Wonhui was wondering who it was, they were led to Jjel Wonmyung's office on the top floor of this 3-story building. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white robe, sat on a high chair facing the door, welcoming them. Wonhui and Sama Young bowed respectfully as they greeted him. The third son of Yulang So-jia, Wonhui, pays his respects to the first advisor. "I am Ma Young, and I pay my respects to the first advisor." Jjel Wonmyung looked at Wonhui and then glanced to his left. "It might be a bit rude to ask this, but young master, could you show the sword on your back to the elder?" As Wonhui followed Jjel Wonmyung's gaze, he saw 2 other people in the office, one standing and one sitting. The sitting man looked unusual. His right sleeve was loose, meaning he had lost that arm. For some reason, Wonhui felt like he was being asked to prove his identity. At that moment, Heavenly South finally recognized the identity of the sword and the old man with the missing arm. "No wonder I felt so familiar with the sound of that sword. It's the North Heaven sword." The old man with the missing arm was the North Sword Star, Hyung Jik, and the young man standing beside him was his disciple Jang Myung. Hyung Jik extended his left hand towards Wonhui and demanded, "Give me the sword." Hyung Jik was once one of the 8 great masters of Miram, so renowned that people said the North Sword Star dominated the northeast, while Heavenly South Swordsman dominated the southwest. However, unlike the Heavenly South Swordsman who had disappeared from Jianghu long ago, the North Sword Star lost his arm in a battle and retreated from Jianghu. As requested by Hyung Jik, Wonhui drew his sword without hesitation and presented it to him respectfully. However, he still didn't understand why he was here. Before his regression, this man had no connection to the Miram Alliance, and even his disciple had established his reputation independently of the Miram Alliance. Then, Hyung Jik examined the sword he received from Wonhui. It had recently been treated for rust and looked new. He observed it silently for a moment and said, "As expected, it's the sword of the Heavenly South Swordsman." As Hyung Jik was about to return the sword to Wonhui, he took the initiative and said, "My greeting might be a bit late, but it's an honor to meet you in person, Senior Hyung Jik." His eyes lit up immediately after hearing Wonhui's greeting. Perhaps he thought Wonhui wouldn't recognize him. But even after such a polite greeting, Hyung Jik only nodded and returned the sword to Wonhui with an indifferent and cold attitude. "Take it." Wonhui sheathed his sword and sighed with relief. "It seems this is enough to verify that I am the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, right?" But then, Hyung Jik called out to Jang Myung and gave him the North Heaven sword. As Jang Myung stepped into the middle of the room, Wonhui immediately realized he would need to compete with Jang Myung somehow to prove his identity, and he sighed. Is this really necessary? Wasn't showing the sword enough? Seeing Wonhui's confusion, Jjel Wonmyung explained, "Please don't take this as an insult. Besides you, countless others have also claimed to be disciples of the Heavenly South Swordsman over the past decade." When Wonhui thought back, many people he had met said the same thing. Initially, they all considered him an imposter and forced him to prove himself in one way or another. As Pamo brought 2 go boxes to Hyung Jik, he silently mixed the black and white pieces on the table while Jjel Wonmyung continued to explain. "The North Sword Star fought with the Heavenly South Swordsman for many years, so he can judge whether you are truly his disciple." Then, Jjel Wonmyung smiled warmly and suggested, "We just want to make sure, so, would you be willing to accept this little test?" Wonhui automatically stood in a spot next to Hyung Jik's table. The room was spacious enough to swing a sword, but he still didn't understand what they were trying to do until Hyung Jik picked up some black and white pieces and said, "Jang Myung, show him an example. Only cut the white pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung Jik flicked the go pieces on the table with incredible speed, using only his fingers. Dozens of pieces flew towards Jang Myung with the speed of arrows. In a flash, he drew his sword and cut the white pieces in half midair. The demonstration continued. Hyung Jik flicked out more black and white pieces, interweaving them. But Jang Myung seemed quite used to it, and his sword flashed in the air, cutting through the white pieces. Despite the movement of the blade, the black pieces remained intact and fell to the ground along with the shattered white fragments. We couldn't imagine how much force Hyung Jik's fingers had to exert and how fast Jang Myung had to cut to achieve this effect. After cutting around 30 pieces, Hyung Jik ordered Jang Myung to stop. He immediately sheathed his sword and remained silent. Hyung Jik turned to Wonhui and asked politely but with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, "Did you see clearly? Can you do that with your starlight sword technique?" Now, Wonhui understood why Hyung Jik wanted him to do this. He wanted to compare him to his disciple to demonstrate that he had achieved something. Wonhui had never done anything like this before. Cutting go pieces wasn't something people did during training, so he hesitated. Seeing this, Hyung Jik provoked him. "If it's too difficult, you can just show the basic technique." Wonhui chuckled lightly as he saw Hyung Jik intentionally provoking him. In other words, this was not just a test to prove his identity, but Wonhui, as the disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman, had to demonstrate that the starlight sword technique was still at its peak and would protect his master's honor. Wonhui said nothing but silently drew his sword while stepping towards the middle of the room. "If I can't perform at least as well as Jang Myung, the Heavenly South swordsman's honor will be tarnished right here. I guess I need to show them something." As he reached the center of the room, Wonhui stood still and used the tip of his sword to draw a small circle on the ground. Hyung Jik immediately questioned, "What are you drawing a circle for?" Wonhui stepped confidently into the circle. "I will do it without stepping out of this circle." Hearing those arrogant words, both Hyung Jik and his disciple furrowed their brows. Immediately, he started flicking the go pieces randomly with a short statement, "Let's see if you can do it." Only the black pieces. The go pieces flew towards Wonhui like a rainstorm. He simply stood still and swung his sword. In that instant, the pieces seemed to slow down, a mix of white and black pieces obscured by the bright light of his sword, with sword strokes like dancing dragons. After a wave, Hyung Jik continued to flick more than a dozen more pieces, the force even stronger, as if trying to pressure Wonhui. Once again, Wonhui used the third form of the starlight sword technique, the phantom flow slash, with his blade like a soft willow branch lashing through the air. This was the most suitable technique to cut these small things in half. The black pieces fell haphazardly to the ground as the air filled with the sound of clattering. When Hyung Jik's hand stopped, Wonhui also stopped, and there were no pieces left in the space around him. Jang Myung exclaimed in disbelief, "Unbelievable." Meanwhile, he looked down at Wonhui's feet to check if he had stepped out of the circle. The floor around Wonhui's feet was covered with the halves of the black go pieces. Of course, his feet hadn't moved out of the circle. Seeing this, Jang Myung expressed his desire for another chance. "Master, I will try again." However, Hyung Jik shook his head and frowned. "Don't you realize yet?" Immediately, Wonhui took the initiative and extended his left hand towards Jang Myung, who still hadn't realized the enormous difference. Upon seeing the intact white pieces falling from Wonhui's hand, Jang Myung's eyes widened. No one could have imagined that Wonhui would achieve something so incredible. Standing in the circle, he cut all the black pieces in half while catching all the white pieces. A smug smile appeared on Wonhui's face because he had just demonstrated a level of skill at least 2 levels higher than his opponent. Seeing Wonhui catch the go pieces with his left hand, Hyung Jik's eyes lit up with interest. "You've been practicing using both hands?" Wonhui nodded and replied, "Yes." No one knew that he had honed his skills in using his left hand to wield a short sword or silver needles in moments of crisis. Hyung Jik's lips curved into an unexpected smile. "Shame on me. I always thought I could teach my disciple better, at least, but your old master taught you well." His words remained blunt as before, but his tone was softer, as if reminiscing about an old acquaintance. Jang Myung bowed and apologized to his master. "It's because I am not talented enough." Hyung Jik comforted his disciple. "No need to be ashamed. You haven't fallen short by much. Nothing is absolute in this world. There are always higher mountains. Take this as a lesson." Jang Myung bowed again. "Disciple will remember." The conversation between them is a classic example of the standard master-disciple relationship, a sight that sends chills down Wonhui and Sodam's spines as they imagine if it were Hei action in this situation, he would turn his disciple into a walking punching bag. In contrast to Hei action, Hyung Jik acts like a true gentleman. He also politely apologizes to Wonhui. "I apologize for testing you upon our first meeting. I had to do that because there have been too many imposters." Wonhui politely replies, "It's alright. How could I blame you when you are an acquaintance of my master?" Hyung Jik nods approvingly with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha," as expected from that person's disciple. Then, Won Myung stands up from his chair and politely bows to Wonhui. "I should apologize as well. I heard that you appeared after being missing for over a year. It is highly unlikely that a child who was kicked out of his family due to a damaged dantian could return, let alone under the guise of the long-lost Heavenly South Swordmaster's disciple. The Southern Skies First Sword of the Southern Skies faction has confirmed your identity. However, as an advisor of the Miram Alliance, I have no choice but to ensure that you are not lying. Listening to Jjel Won-myung's explanations, Won-wi begins to feel anxious. What other information does this man hold? He even confirmed with the Southern Skies First Sword. Well, I guess being the first advisor is not without reason. Finally, Jjel Won-myung ends with a sincere apology. Please forgive me for acting rudely, wanting to verify your true identity. Won-wi politely replies, "It's alright. I'm just glad that my master's honor was not harmed and the doubts have been resolved." Jjel Won-myung also politely smiles. "Thank you for understanding the situation this way." After saying that, Jjel Won-myung orders another tea table to be prepared for Won-wi and Sama-young. As soon as Won-wi sits down, relieved that the doubts have passed, Jjel Won-myung turns to Sama-young. "Excuse me if I'm being rude, but may I ask how you, Master Ma-young, became the disciple of Heavenly South Swordmaster?" As expected, a meticulous person like him doesn't let anyone slip through his grasp without thorough scrutiny. The information about Won-wi has been widely spread. However, Sama-young is different. She is wearing a human skin mask and not using her real name, so there are even more questions. Won-wi has also prepared a lie for this. After confirming with him with a glance, Sama-young begins to explain. "I happened to meet him while searching for herbs in the mountains." Won-wi adds, "He worked hard to treat my master when he was sick, and then my master took him in." Jjel Won-myung shows immediate concern. "How is his health now?" Won-wi nods in reply. "My master is much better now, so you don't need to worry." However, after hearing that the Heavenly South Swordmaster is ill and still under treatment, Jjel Won-myung turns to Hyung-jik instead of Won-wi. Their throats tremble as they send voice transmissions to each other. After they exchange words and nod to each other, Jjel Won-myung orders the servants and guards to leave the office. "We need to discuss this privately. You all go out." Won-wi's thoughts become increasingly hazy. He can't help but think back to his earlier question. Hyung-jik has no connection with the Miram Alliance in the previous life, so he couldn't have rushed here just to confirm my identity. There must be something unusual. When everyone else has left, Won-wi takes the initiative to say to Jjel Won-myung, "It seems you want to talk about something that nobody else knows." After hearing his judgment, Jjel Won-myung smiles with amusement. "Indeed, you are astute. From now on, it will be a story that nobody else will hear." Sama-young feels worried and quietly transmits a question to him. "Deputy Leader, will this be alright? Won't it hinder our mission if we intervene too deeply?" There is some truth in her question, so Won-wi stands up from his seat and bows. "Excuse me, if it's such a serious story, then I'd like to excuse myself as well." However, Jjel Won-myung reveals information to encourage Won-wi to listen to the story. "Why don't you stay a little longer? It might be related to your master. Of course, you can leave if you want." These words make Won-wi hesitate. They will suspect him if he acts as if he doesn't care, because now he is associated with the name Heavenly South Swordmaster. Eventually, he is forced to sit down. "Alright, I will listen." However, in his heart, he has already decided, if it's something he shouldn't be involved in, he won't hesitate to get up and leave. As soon as Won-wi sits down, Jjel Won-myung asks in a low voice, "Master, so, have you ever heard your master talk about his duel with a man with golden eyes?" This is a completely unexpected question for Won-wi. He knows about the man that Jjel Won-myung is referring to but has forgotten about it for a while. Won-wi feels confused. Isn't that man with golden eyes the mysterious man who pushed the previous owner of the Heavenly South Sword to his death? And isn't he also the one who cut off the legs of Han Ji-sang, the Flying Dagger Assassination King, before pushing him off the cliff? Won-wi furrows his brows and looks questioningly at Jjel Won-myung and Hyung-jik. "It seems these two know something and want me to share information with them, but is that alright? After all, even Heavenly South doesn't have any information. All he knows is the golden eyes of that man. It would be great if I could get information in return from Jjel Won-myung and Hyung-jik. But the problem is that Won-wi can't tell them about Heavenly South Swordmaster's death, and getting involved too deeply could be dangerous for him." Sensing Won-wi's hesitation, Heavenly South suddenly speaks up. "Won-wi, you don't have to stay here just because you're thinking of me. I don't want you, my current master, to be involved with that dangerous person." Heavenly South's words immediately warm Won-wi's heart. He silently smiles at him. "I'm sure you are the most curious about that golden-eyed guy. Now, I consider you all as my real family and brothers, so let's continue this story." After thinking for a moment, Won-wi cautiously says, "I heard about it from my master." Hyung-jik immediately reacts strongly, slamming his hand on the table. "As I thought, Is it related to your master's illness? From this, Wonwi guesses the reason why Jaejel Wonmyung and Hyung-jik were so eager to inquire about Heavenly South Swordmaster's health, so he won't need to lie about this and sadly nods his head, yes. This confirmation causes Jaejel Wonmyung to sigh and glance at Hyung-jik, as I thought, and as you said. Hyung-jik then nods silently. It seems our hypothesis was correct. Wonwi doesn't understand what kind of hypothesis they have in mind. He cleverly asks them, may I know why you asked like that? Faced with Wonwi's curiosity, Jaejel Wonmyung speaks in a heavy voice. What I'm about to tell you is a secret known only to the elders or those with high ranks in the Miram Alliance. I'm only telling you because you have a master-disciple relationship with Heavenly South Swordmaster, so keep this confidential. Wonwi firmly nods his head. I understand. In his heart, he thinks to himself, if this is a high-level secret, it might be helpful to me in the future. After hearing Wonwi's assurance of confidentiality, Jaejel Wonmyung continues to speak with a heavier voice. It seems the blood sect is about to rise again. Wonwi is speechless with shock when he hears the name blood sect mentioned here. His face freezes as he's unsure how to react to this news. In this situation, Sodam would even tease Wonwi. They'll be even more shocked when they find out that the person they're talking to is a spy of the blood sect. Wonwi doesn't like this joke at all, because his heart is twisting like yarn. First, he talks about the man with golden eyes, then he switches to the blood sect. After reasoning for a while, he boldly asks Jaejel Wonmyung, could there be some kind of connection between the man with golden eyes and the blood sect? Jaejel Wonmyung replies in a solemn voice, we are not sure, but we think it's possible. Chendo, Jang Chanji, do you know any of them? Wonwi furrows his brows and replies, how could I not know them? They are renowned figures in Miram, comparable to my master. Immediately after that, Wonwi is startled when he realizes the connection between those names. The reason for his shock is simple. The two masters that Jaejel Wonmyung just mentioned are dead. Jaejel Wonmyung finally put everything together. Chendo, Jang Chanji, Heavenly South Swordsman, and the Northern Dao hero here. All four martial artists have two things in common. First, they are all masters, part of the next generation of the 8 great masters and holds the future destiny of Miram. Second, there was someone who could defeat all of them. Some were injured so badly that they had to retreat. Some even lost their lives. Wonwi hesitantly speaks, you mean, the man with golden eyes? Jaejel Wonmyung nods, yes. To be honest, this is just our speculation because your master has been missing for a long time, but your words have confirmed that speculation. In short, what Jaejel Wonmyung is saying is that the man with golden eyes defeated 4 martial artists who were potential candidates to become the next generation of leaders of the Miram Alliance. As a result, the alliance is currently lacking in strength, and who benefits from this? Obviously, a reasonable deduction is that the golden-eyed man is from the blood sect, because from the perspective of the blood sect, which wants to rise again, lowering the strength of its opponent is a logical move. But Wonwi knows that the blood sect wouldn't do that. More importantly, it's not a baseless question. After reasoning, he speaks in a low voice, playing along with the situation to avoid suspicion. I don't think we can rule out the possibility that this could be related to the 4 great elders of the blood sect. Jaejel Wonmyung continues to say, yes, we are only about 70% sure about this hypothesis, but if the golden-eyed man is truly not related to the blood sect, then why would he do all of this? Hyung-jik silently adds, I have been trying to follow his tracks since I lost my arm in the fight with him, but I have not yet been successful. Catching him is important, but we also need to focus on the bigger picture. As he finishes speaking, a glint of sinister intention flashes in Hyung-jik's eyes, as if there is a bigger surprise waiting behind. Then, Jaejel Wonmyung stands up and points to a wooden board covered with cloth in the center of the wall behind him. As the cloth is removed, it reveals a wooden board with many red dots. After the Righteous Evil War, we've been gathering information for a long time to find the remains of the blood sect. Does your heart tremble with fear when you see these red dots? As Jaejel Wonmyung says, Wonwi's heart is trembling because there are dozens of dots on the map, including some familiar locations like the Valley of Flesh and Blood. He swallows involuntarily with anxiety and tries to suppress his shock as much as possible. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Miram Alliance are truly amazing. Jaejel Wonmyung continues to stare intently at the map with sharp eyes. The blood sect, which was originally divided after the war, is secretly developing its strength. Do you know how many locations on this map have been eliminated? We've only been able to deal with 1/3 of them. They are clever enough to constantly slip away from us. Do you know what that means? Jaejel Wonmyung's gaze was like a knife at Wonwi's throat, making him feel that this man was truly dangerous. He might die at any moment if he reacted even slightly out of the ordinary. Of course, Wonwi knew the meaning behind Jaejel Wonmyung's question. However, it was difficult to say it with his own mouth, so he hesitated and swallowed dryly for a moment. Finally, Wonwi was forced to say it. The information was being leaked, and there might be spies within the Miram Alliance. He had never imagined a situation where he would have to talk about the possibility of someone being a spy. Jejel Wonmyung's expression changed, relaxing with a hint of satisfaction. It was truly an insightful observation, as expected of the disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master. Now, Wonwi could feel a bit relieved, although it wasn't complete trust. He felt that Jejel Wonmyung had placed some faith in him. Jejel Wonmyung continued the story. As you said, the blood cult spies are present within the Miram Alliance. We have found a dozen of them so far, but there may be more. Wonwi's heart kept trembling, so they knew. Unlike the hidden blood cult, which was difficult to infiltrate from the outside, the Miram Alliance welcomed everyone, making it easy to plant spies. The real challenge was infiltrating the higher ranks of the organization. Jang Myung, who had been listening silently, suddenly asked, "Is it okay if we don't catch all those spies?" Hyung Jik also nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Jejel Wonmyung shook his head. "Even if we catch them, new spies will surely come, even if we leave just one." At this moment, Wonwi skillfully continued Jejel Wonmyung's statement as if it were a natural continuation, avoiding suspicion. "I'm afraid the information afterwards will become difficult for us to grasp, and the reason for keeping the spies alive is simple. It's because we can use the spies whose identities have been revealed to leak false information." However, after listening to Wonwi, Jejel Wonmyung suddenly looked at him with wide, terrifying eyes, as if he was about to strip away Wonwi's spy mask. Even though he tightly gripped his arm to prevent himself from trembling, Wonwi couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Why is he staring at me like that? Does he think I should have kept silent? I had to do this, at least to avoid suspicion, but how did it turn out like this? Suddenly, Jejel Wonmyung smiled cheerfully and proposed, "Do you want to join the Miram Alliance under my command?" Wonwi was completely shocked by the sudden change in attitude. But Jejel Wonmyung didn't stop there. He lavishly praised Wonwi. "You are quite talented. If you didn't aim to become a martial artist, I would have wanted to recruit you to my advisor group right away. It's a shame. Don't you really think about trying to be a junior advisor?" Wonwi blushed and gave a light smile. "You flatter me." Fortunately, Jejel Wonmyung praised Wonwi. However, he still had to be cautious because Jejel Wonmyung's mind was truly unfathomable. At this moment, Jejel Wonmyung clapped his hands with a bright smile. "I truly feel at ease knowing that our righteous factions have talents like you. Your talent makes me think you'd be perfect for this. Can I ask for your help?" Things began to get difficult for Wonwi. Jejel Wonmyung then spoke again with a serious expression. "Although it might be pushing things a bit, this will be crucial for our Miram the orthodox path." Sama-young looked at Wonwi with extreme worry, urging him to back out before it was too late. But Wonwi transmitted a reassuring message to her. "It's all right. It's not too late to get out of this after we hear their intentions." Seeing Sama-young and Wonwi's anxious expressions, Jejel Wonmyung anticipated their worries and said, "Don't worry, we won't ask you to track down or confront the man with golden eyes. This is related to the tournament you're about to participate in." When Wonwi's face calmed down, Jejel Wonmyung continued with a heavy voice, "There's a high possibility that the blood cult spies will also participate in the tournament." Jang Myung looked at Jejel Wonmyung with a stunned expression and exclaimed, "Then the tournament won't be a simple tournament anymore." It meant that what Jejel Wonmyung was about to ask Wonwi to do would also be Jang Myung's task. Wonwi calmly raised his teacup to his lips, but inside, he felt bitter as Jejel Wonmyung hit the nail on the head. "Right, one of them is right in front of you." Jejel Wonmyung continued to analyze the situation. "We can guess their motives have 2 points. Jejel Wonmyung pondered and explained, "First, if they have good martial arts skills and achieve high positions in the tournament, they will have the opportunity to infiltrate key high-ranking positions within the Miram Alliance. I'm sure they will pursue this goal." And then there's the second. As Jejel Wonmyung paused for a moment, Wonwi's heart pounded with anticipation. He didn't like this one bit and couldn't help but worry. What will he say? I hope it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm thinking. Jejel Wonmyung finally said exactly what Wonwi was afraid of. "I'm sure they are also targeting the blood demon sword in the armory." Hearing this, Wonwi could only sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he made the right decision to stay and listen to the story, but unfortunately, what you fear will come to pass. At this moment, Wonwi cursed bitterly in his heart, because he will have to use his head even more if he wants to escape this ironic situation. "Oh, my young missus, I think this time we're in for a rough ride." Difficulties kept coming in waves. The task of retrieving the blood demon sword, already challenging, became even more difficult because these people from the Miram Alliance had anticipated the blood cult's intentions. Wonwi had no choice but to use the current situation to extract more information. He then cautiously said to Jjel Wonmyung, if they are targeting the sword, we cannot be careless now. Could your request be related to the blood demon sword? Jjel Wonmyung immediately shook his head. No, you don't need to worry about that. Wonwi asked in astonishment, what do you mean? Jjel Wonmyung calmly replied, even if they are lucky enough to win the tournament, they won't be able to touch the sword. In 5 days, the blood demon sword will be transferred to Wudang Mountain. Jin Jinren will be responsible for guarding the sword, so we don't need to worry about it during the competition. Jjel Wonmyung revealed that information more easily than Wonwi had imagined. So he had gathered the most important information. The blood demon sword would be transferred from here to Wudang, and one of the 8 great masters would be responsible for guarding it. Jang Myung, upon hearing this, asked, so what do you want us to do? Jjel Wonmyung replied, what you have to do is find the suspicious individuals in the tournament. Jjel Wonmyung smiled as he spoke, if possible, I want you to climb to the highest positions in the tournament so that any spy won't have the opportunity to do anything around here. It was obvious that his words held a strong killing intent towards the suspicious spies in the tournament, and Jang Myung realized that. He immediately bowed his head in response to Jjel Wonmyung's righteous request. How can I refuse this as a member of the Miram Orthodox faction? I will not disappoint you. Jang Myung's words forced Wonwi to do the same, and finally, he stood up and boldly declared, I will surely complete this mission. Sama Young, upon hearing this, was startled. He agreed on the surface, but in his heart, Wonwi was panicking. Damn it, he's asking me to spy on the very faction I'm joining. It's insane. After Wonwi left the office, Hyung Jik remained and asked Jjel Wonmyung, advisor, is that true? Jjel Wonmyung replied coldly, what? Hyung Jik squinted his eyes in suspicion and looked at Jjel Wonmyung. What you said earlier, you told the disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master that the Blood Demon Sword will be taken to Wudang, but we haven't discussed that at all. Jjel Wonmyung immediately burst into a sinister laugh. Ha! Hyung Jik immediately understood the problem. You lied to that child. Jjel Wonmyung smiled cunningly and stroked his chin with smugness. That's because we have to be certain, of course, since you personally confirmed his identity. I trust you. About 90% of me believes he is the disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master. However, there's still 10% suspicion, because besides that child, there are other children who disappeared for a year and then came back. It turns out Jjel Wonmyung had noticed the unusual relationship between Wonhui and the Song twins. Hyung Jik immediately frowned and suggested, then shouldn't we also check them? Jjel Wonmyung calmly stood up with a dignified and arrogant posture. I've thrown the bait. Hyung Jik continued to ask in confusion, what do you mean? Jjel Wonmyung smiled cunningly while glancing at Hyung Jik. If the blood cult is attracted by the false information about the blood demon sword, wouldn't this be a good opportunity for us to expose them? Jang Myung exclaimed in astonishment, that's the false information. Jjel Wonmyung laughed heartily in response. Ha, you understand, right, that's why we don't catch all the spies immediately. Jang Myung felt chills of fear when he heard Jjel Wonmyung's words. He learned that martial arts weren't the only kind of power in this world. If Wonwi was a spy, he would surely be defeated by this trap. After their conversation, Jjel Wonmyung patted Jang Myung on the shoulder, encouraging him and escorting him and his master to the door. I have high hopes for you. I hope you'll do well. Jang Myung replied with a bright smile. Thank you, advisor. As Jang Myung was about to leave, he suddenly saw something gleaming on the chair where Wonwi had been sitting. Hey, what's that? Jjel Wonmyung didn't have a single doubt when he saw the dagger lying on the chair. That dagger, I think it belongs to Wonwi. Who would have guessed that the dagger was actually a spy that he had planted as a precaution? Afterward, Jang Myung returned the dagger to Wonwi. Then Sodam, boasting about his achievement, recounted the story he had overheard to him. That's what happened. Sodam kept on recounting with excitement, but Wonwi only listened once and then ignored her, lost in his thoughts. I left Sodam behind because I thought they had something to talk about, but I never imagined it would save my life. I almost fell into his trap. Jjel Wonmyung. I never imagined he could create such a trap. The more Wonwi thought about it, the more he realized the first advisor's intellect was something he could barely comprehend. Sodam laughed happily, proud of her contribution. Even with his intelligence, he could never have guessed that a short sword could eavesdrop. Right, Wonwi had to humor her and praise her. Yes, amazing. Suddenly, Heavenly South's voice interrupted their conversation. Everything was going smoothly, but wouldn't it be faster if you used Fekta to review her memories? Wonwi seemed satisfied with the suggestion. Yeah, I'll have to do that in the future. Sodam immediately flared up, scolding Heavenly South for giving Wonwi advice, because then she wouldn't have any opportunities to show off and receive praise from him anymore. Meanwhile, Sama Young told Sungwon everything that happened when they returned to the guest house where he was waiting. After listening, he wanted to report to Hae Action and change the plan, but Wonwi disagreed. Sungwon asked, as if he couldn't understand Wonwi's decision, "So, you don't intend to report to the Four Lords and change the plan?" Wonwi explained, "It's a trap. Don't you find it strange that such crucial information was leaked to us? We're not even part of the Miram Alliance." Sama Young frowned thoughtfully, then agreed with Wonwi, "You're right, there's no need to reveal the location of the Blood Demon Sword if they just want us to find spies." Sungwon reluctantly nodded, accepting this explanation. Suddenly, an idea struck Wonwi as he recalled the appearance of Hai Hyang's group in the competition. Wait, what if they've also leaked information to the other side? As Wonwi speculated based on the First Advisor's information network, besides their group, he must have suspected many others. Hai Hyang's espionage was bound to be discovered. Of course, they might have prepared for the competition, but Jejel Wonmyung was definitely using this bait to test her. After giving Heavenly South a lesson, Sodam joined the discussion with Wonwi again. "Isn't this bad? Isn't this our chance to take her down? Our side could seize control of the Blood Sect without the Blood Demon Sword if she dies." Heavenly South, despite having a swollen face, still dared to taunt Sodam. "Sodam, you've gotten a lot smarter." Wonwi also felt that her reasoning wasn't wrong, but there were more issues to consider besides that. Wonwi believed that if Hai Hyang fell into the trap, the Miram Alliance would use it as an excuse to mobilize all their forces to attack the Blood Sect. This would make the Blood Demon Sword the catalyst for a new war, and the Miram Alliance could even destroy it, as it was the target of the Blood Sect. In the worst-case scenario, the crucial factor was the loyalty of Hai Hyang's supporters. If their loyalty was stronger than we thought, they would try to save her even if it meant sacrificing their lives, and the Blood Sect, which hadn't even risen yet, would quickly fall apart. Moreover, from another perspective, Hai Hyang and Ryona, the two candidates for the leadership of the sect, were like a single entity. Only by ending this civil war without causing much damage could a perfect state be achieved for the Blood Sect to rise. Thinking about it, Wonwi suddenly felt guilty towards Hai Hyang. In a way, she could have taken control of the Blood Sect without much effort, but because of his appearance, she had to embark on the same difficult path as Ryona. Moreover, if her identity was accidentally revealed in a place filled with the Blood Sect's enemies, even Wonwi's group would be in danger. According to Jejel Wonmyung, the trap would be ready in 5 days. Therefore, Wonwi made a decision that left Sama Young and Sungwon speechless. "We need to contact Hai Hyang." Both of them exclaimed in unison, "Have you lost your mind?" Then, Sungwon pointed out something more important than questioning the reason. "How can we find her? Everyone has to hide extremely carefully to avoid being caught. What do we do?" Wonwi placed his hand on Sungwon's shoulder with a look of confidence. "Finding her here will be difficult, but I believe you can do it. Obviously, entrusting this information search to a member of the Beggar Sect is perfect." However, Sungwon seemed reluctant to do it. "Me?" Wonwi smirked threateningly. "Or me, perhaps." Sungwon bit his lip bitterly and accepted the assigned task. Wonwi then gave him a short deadline. "You have 5 days. Bring me all the information you have." Meanwhile, Sama Young silently turned away, suppressing the jealousy rising within her. She felt threatened by Wonwi's concern for Hai Hyang. A few hours later, Wonwi and Sama Young left the Miram Alliance headquarters, not to find Hai Hyang, but to head towards the forge. Since this place was unrelated to the Miram Alliance, they could roam freely. As they left the Miram Alliance headquarters and walked towards the blacksmith village, Sama Young suddenly spoke in a sweet voice. "Brother, can I ask you something?" She clearly calls him brother to try to attract his attention, but it makes him suspicious. Why does she call him cute, Sama Young took off her hat, revealing her long, soft hair, and blinked at Wonwi shyly and nervously. "Deputy leader, what type of woman do you like? Do you like bold women?" Hearing that, Wonwi's lips twitched repeatedly in confusion. "Huh, what do you mean?" Sama Young leaned closer to him. "Just answer me." Her bold approach startled Wonwi, and he quickly backed away. Sodam and Heavenly South peeked out, eager to hear the conversation. However, Wonwi only stammered a response, lacking any affection. "I don't know. I've never thought about that." Then, he tried to wave Sama Young away and said vaguely, "I think I like a more composed and elegant woman." However, Sama Young didn't consider those descriptions unsuitable for herself. She only needed to know that it was a completely different description than Hai Hyang's personality, so she clapped her hands excitedly. "Really, I'm so happy." Then, Sama Young shyly lowered her head, making Wonwi shiver and worry, wondering what she would ask next. Sama Young hesitantly asked Wonwi suggestively, "Deputy leader, after you get married, would you hate having a scary father-in-law? Won-wi completely collapsed in his mind when he thought of Sama Young's father, who would want to have such a relationship with one of the four great devils. Sodam read Sama Young's thoughts and grumbled, "You don't know how to flirt at all." Won-wi immediately growled, "Shut up, what do you know?" In fact, Won-wi had realized that Sama Young clearly liked him, because all her words were directed at him, but he was just a normal man who didn't want to have a scary father-in-law. At this point, Heavenly South intervened to comfort Won-wi. "Won-wi, don't worry, you don't need to fear her father. My previous master once had a younger brother who was forced into a rushed marriage. He told his soon-to-be married brother-in-law that even if his father-in-law hated his son-in-law to the point of wanting to kill him, he wouldn't do it because he loved his daughter." After hearing the advice, Won-wi felt even more desperate. Sodam then pounced on Heavenly South, beating him up for pretending to be experienced in love, despite never having been in a relationship. Seeing Won-wi's face turn pale and not responding, Sama Young placed her hand on his forehead and asked, "Why is your face so pale? Are you feeling unwell?" Won-wi stammered in response, "No, I'm fine." While Won-wi was struggling to answer Sama Young's tricky question, Sungwon suddenly appeared from behind a tree. Won-wi excitedly called out to him as if he had struck gold, "I've been waiting for you." As Sungwon cautiously walked towards him, Won-wi suggested, "Should we have some braised pork after we get back from the forge?" Sungwon immediately became excited, salivating, "Oh, excellent." Then, Sungwon sighed, "I've been running around for half a day searching for information, so it's hard to use light kung fu now." Suddenly, Sama Young angrily stepped on his foot, causing him excruciating pain. As Sungwon rolled on the ground in agony, Sama Young happily ran away. "I'll go to the restaurant and make reservations first. You guys go to the forge first." After Sama Young left, Sungwon dared to complain to Won-wi, "Deputy leader, why does Ma Young keep hitting her subordinates?" Won-wi knew it was because he had interrupted her flirting but couldn't say it. He also felt guilty for taking advantage of Sungwon earlier, so he could only whisper, "I'm sorry." As evening approached and many forges had closed, their workday was over. However, Won-wi had come here just to destroy the remaining 5 broken swords according to their agreement, so it didn't matter if they worked or not. But Sungwon still felt something strange. "I don't sense any presence inside." Won-wi nodded in agreement, "Me neither." Then, they hurriedly moved inside the forge. Almost all the tools inside the forge and the weapons hanging on the walls had disappeared. Only some traces of broken blades and other useless things remained on the ground. All the essential tools were gone, as if the forge had closed down. To examine more thoroughly, Won-wi moved deeper into the warehouse. Even the 5 broken swords he had to destroy had vanished. Sungwon searched the blacksmith's bedroom and shook his head as he walked out. There was no clothing. It seemed he had left in a hurry. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and struck Sungwon's forehead with such speed and silence that he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Sungwon then fell to the ground gracefully, his eyes rolling back in his head, white as snow. With only Won-wi left in the forge, the mysterious person who had knocked out Sungwon slowly approached him from behind, silent as a ghost, unnoticed by Won-wi. At this time, Won-wi was still struggling to examine the situation in the blacksmith's warehouse. The broken blades and other cracked things in the smithy were all left behind by the blacksmith. The only thing he took away were 5 bars. "Find the last copy of the Alliance leader Murim." Heavenly South immediately made a guess. Could it be that the Murim Alliance leader took them all away? Won-wi didn't have much clues, so he could only speculate. This is also very possible, but is there a real reason to make the Murim Alliance leader take such action? If the Murim Alliance leader wanted to keep the forging of these swords secret from the beginning, he wouldn't have chosen a black market blacksmith living in a village full of blacksmiths like this one. As Won-wi continued to ponder over this issue, Sodam's surprised voice sounded, startling him. Behind him, "Be careful, Won-wi." He immediately turned his head to glance at Sungwon. Won-wi was bewildered when he saw Sungwon lying motionless on the floor, but no one was around. Was Sungwon defeated? When did it happen? He didn't feel any aura around him, not even now. At that moment, Won-wi heard a voice behind him, "Don't look back." It was a voice that sounded inhuman, like he would be stabbed from behind if he moved even a little. This was the first time Won-wi felt such a threatening energy. He swallowed nervously, his eyes slowly moved to glance at the opponent, but the location of the mysterious person was in a shadowy corner so he couldn't see anything. He was right behind him, but he didn't feel any aura at all. Why would a grandmaster like this appear here? Thankfully, Won-wi had 2 other pairs of eyes observing for him. Sodam urgently informed him, "Won-wi, that guy is looking around." Won-wi immediately had a bad feeling. He's looking around. Won-wi thought the moment of conflict was approaching. He felt that the moment the mysterious person decided to strike, he would be immediately defeated, but it wasn't like he would have a chance to win by simply turning around and confronting him. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. According to Wonwui's calculations, there was only one way to escape this situation: run away from the enemy with all his strength. But when he looked at Sungwon, he hesitated. If he ran away, Sungwon would be captured, and he didn't know what could happen to him. Then, Wonwui considered another option. This place was right in front of the alliance, but the mysterious person didn't seem afraid of any conflict that might arise. If he could escape, he would go up to the rooftop and shout. Action would come to his aid. So, he used his Dantian internal energy, drew his short sword, and swung it backwards. Wonwui used all his strength to counterattack, but at that moment, something unbelievable happened. The mysterious person's hand moved with lightning speed and collided with the hilt of the short sword. Wonwui didn't even have time to see the moment the short sword was knocked back before it plunged into the ground. He immediately jumped back and drew his sword, but he couldn't see the opponent until he heard a voice behind him. "So you don't value your life." It turned out the mysterious person had moved behind him. His speed was so fast, like a ghost gliding through the wind. Wonwui didn't feel any killing intent, but his heart still thumped reflexively. He turned around once again, swinging his sword in multiple directions towards the mysterious person, but the result was still not fast enough to keep up with his movement speed. In the dilapidated forge, bathed in flickering lights, the mysterious person was already standing behind Wonwui in the blink of an eye. He possessed incredibly fast movements, making it impossible for Wonwui to see his figure. The mysterious person muttered, "With your level of skill, you can't see my face, so give up." At that moment, the blade in Wonwui's hand caught the moonlight, shining like a mirror, sparking an idea in his mind. Wonwui silently turned his sword, and quickly saw the reflection of the mysterious person behind him, but he couldn't see his face very clearly. The mysterious person noticed this and grumbled, "You're a sly one, aren't you?" In the reflection, only half of the mysterious person's face was revealed, but Wonwui could clearly see his eyes narrowing with a confused tone as he looked at the sword in his hand. That sword." Wonwui immediately turned around, not missing the moment his opponent was distracted. His body spun rapidly, with the sword flying through the wind like a whirlwind. It was the only sword technique he knew that could be effective when dealing with an enemy behind him, limiting his opponent's vision. In the blink of an eye, Wonwui jumped high and headed straight for the roof, with hope in his heart that he would escape according to his plan. "All right, I'll maintain this sword technique until I break through a hole in the roof and charge outside, shouting for help." The sword technique created a whirlwind that was coming very close to the roof. Wonwui was full of hope that he could just call out through the roof and action, who was nearby, would come to his aid. However, while Wonwui was anxiously thinking about action, his sword technique suddenly stopped. His heart thumped again. At the same time, the mysterious person used 2 fingers to catch his blade, breaking the whirlwind that was swirling towards the roof. The mysterious person gripped the tip of the sword and flung Wonwui away as if he were the owner of the sword. The swift and decisive action bewildered Wonwui. When did he find the flaw in this technique? Moreover, he used only 2 fingers to hold the blade, yet he could generate such force. Then, the mysterious person swung his sword and threw Wonwui away as if trying to shoo away a bug. He couldn't hold the hilt of the sword and his whole body fell, hitting the floor with a bang. The wooden floor cracked as his body collided with it violently. Wonwui felt like his body was about to break apart, but he endured and immediately sat up, coughing violently. He didn't expect his opponent's power to be deeper than he imagined. More importantly, Wonwui felt deeply humiliated and anger welled up inside him. This was the first time he was disarmed while performing his sword technique. There was no humiliation greater than this humiliation. This time, the mysterious person stood before Wonwui and held his sword in his hand, examining it, and seemed no longer concerned with hiding his identity. After a few seconds, he spoke in a tone as if he recognized his sword. "So you are the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman?" Wonwui cautiously asked the mysterious person. "Senior knows your junior." The mysterious person let out a relaxed laugh. "Of course, why wouldn't I know you? I want to see it for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked the sword with his finger, sending it flying at an extremely fast speed, like an arrow shot towards Wonwui, but it only plunged into the ground right between his legs. Seeing the sword shaking violently due to the force, but the floor below remained stable, with no further cracks appearing, Wonwui was amazed. Truly an incredible internal energy control skill. Looking at the mysterious person, although he still didn't know his identity, Wonwui could now be certain of one thing: this person's strength was worthy of a grandmaster, surely exceeding even action. Considering those who possess strength like a monster like this, only a few names appeared in Wonwui's mind. One of the 12 grandmasters. While Wonwui was still thinking in a daze, the mysterious person urged him, "Grab your sword and try to attack me with all your might." See. At this moment, Won-Wee truly didn't understand the mysterious person's intention. In his heart, he constantly pondered, a person who treated him like a child playing with a sword even when he used his middle dantian internal energy, now asking him to attack him. He didn't know if this was a test, but honestly, he had no chance of winning him. There was no opening to target. If he used both the golden blood body and Yin Nguyen Tai, would he have any chance of fighting back against him? No matter how many scenarios Won-Wee had envisioned in his mind, there was no chance to pass his test. The mysterious person saw him hesitating and began to complain, "You think too much." Immediately after, he lightly stomped on the ground, causing the wooden plank under his feet to crack. The mysterious person grabbed a large piece of the floor's debris. Then, he swung his hand a few times in front of the wood, his fingers moving swiftly as if drawing a spell. In the blink of an eye, the rotten wood transformed into a thin stick, resembling a sword. The mysterious person said to Won-Wee, "You'd better try your best." Won-Wee was astonished. He wanted to fight him with that flimsy wooden sword. In Won-Wee's eyes, even if his opponent was a grandmaster, it was unimaginable to use that rotten wood against Heavenly South's sword, a treasured sword forged from tempered steel. Hearing this, Heavenly South spoke up. "Won-Wee," my former master said, "for those who have reached the pinnacle of mastery, weapons hold no meaning anymore." Won-Wee immediately understood Heavenly South's reminder, "So I shouldn't be careless." Heavenly South agreed with that thought immediately. That's right, Won-Wee had no choice but to start using his internal energy to envelop the sword. A sharp surge of energy rose from Won-Wee's body. Although this was only the beginning of the battle, he realized he needed to use the 6th level of internal energy right away. It seemed like the only way to escape was to pass this man's test, but even so, he still wasn't sure if it was the way out. Seeing Won-Wee's internal energy overflowing, the mysterious person let out a chuckle of amusement. "Oh, at your age, you can already release such sharp internal energy." The mysterious person, of course, wasn't genuinely praising Won-Wee. He tried not to be distracted by his opponent's words and regulated his breathing to refine his internal energy, focusing it on his heels, ready to launch towards the mysterious person. Won-Wee raised his sword, pointing it at him, with a sharp gaze and his body tense, generating force. Although in terms of speed and technique, he couldn't match him, he was confident that he could at least land a blow. The best answer he could give to this man's request was to unleash his strongest move right from the start. Won-Wee stomped hard on the ground and launched himself towards the mysterious person. Thrusting his sword, he subtly rotated his wrist to the left, gathering a massive amount of energy focused on the tip of the blade. He wasn't sure how effective this technique would be because he had only tried using the 6th level of internal energy once. The mysterious person also raised his sword. The wooden sword creaked as if cracking as he moved his wrist. This was a phenomenon that was expected as he began to release internal energy through that rotten sword. Won-Wee could only hope his technique would work. He released his internal energy through his sword as much as he could and pushed it forward. The energy surged like a whirlwind, charging forward like a violent storm. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, the mysterious person simply stood still with his wooden stick. He didn't seem to have any intention of dodging or countering, but just as Won-Wee's blade came close enough to the wooden blade, the stick in his hand started to move. He rotated his wrist in the opposite direction of Won-Wee's attack, and the sharp energy emanating from the attack seemed like nothing to him. Won-Wee was completely shocked as the energy whirlwind he had created was completely deflected. Not only that, the mysterious person bent Won-Wee's attack in a different direction, ensuring that not a single bit of energy touched him. This was completely beyond Won-Wee's expectations. The energy being bent in the opposite direction could cause his arm to twist if it continued like this. Won-Wee was startled. His arm could be crippled, but at that moment, an idea popped into his mind. What if I countered by reversing the direction? Won-Wee thought that if his opponent had tried to deflect his attack, then he would adapt to it and use a similar method to counterattack. Thinking his doing, he took another step forward and twisted his elbow in the opposite direction outwards. As Won-Wee's sword rotated in the opposite direction of the mysterious person's movement, he felt like the power behind the sword had doubled. Once again, the mysterious person chuckled. It seemed he was quite excited to see Won-Wee's fierce resistance, but this only made Won-Wee feel humiliated, as if this resistance was nothing in his eyes. Won-Wee gritted his teeth as he pushed the sword forward. The wooden plank under his feet was torn apart by his sword-spinning technique, and his eyes became blurry from the dust. He could feel a clear collision on the tip of his sword. Won-Wee's sword kept spinning like a drill, relentlessly drilling into the wooden sword, yet that broken sword stood firm as a rock, not even a sliver of damage. Based on the feeling he sensed with the tip of his sword, Won-Wee thought his technique was working, but suddenly, an invisible force pushed him backwards and slammed him against the wall. After the fall, Won-Wee felt like his whole body had been broken. He could only try to lean on his sword to stand up with unsteady steps. Dust obscured his vision, and it took a while before he could faintly see the mysterious figure. The man approached with a word of praise. Not bad. When he looked closer at the wooden sword, there were many clear cuts on its surface, but that was it. There was no significant damage. Won-Wee was increasingly horrified. He had intended to use his opponent's strength to double the power of his sword techniques, but he couldn't even break that wooden stick. The mysterious man continued to raise his sword, pointing it at Won-Wee, challenging him. Your attack is not bad. Then let's see how your defense is. Then, the mysterious man slowly walked closer. It felt like he was giving Won-Wee time to get up. He couldn't hide his worried expression. Should I use the silver cloud needle here? He thought. I want to do something, but I can't use the technique action taught me without knowing which side he's on. That would be the ace up my sleeve that leads to my death. The mysterious man took 3 steps and stopped. He complained once again. You're overthinking. Overthinking can be beneficial, but it can also be harmful. I'm sure your master has taught you that. As he finished speaking, the stick in the mysterious man's hand suddenly shot forward like a snake, aiming straight at Won-Wee's head. He thought it wouldn't reach him because the distance between them was still quite far, but he was wrong. Won-Wee quickly moved back reflexively. Luckily, he was still agile enough to take a step back and lean back to avoid the mysterious man's sudden attack. However, the wooden stick continued to stretch out and chase Won-Wee, as if it were a living creature. He tried to restrain his opponent's weapon by counterattacking with delicate sword movements within the clear light sword technique. But as soon as Won-Wee unleashed his sword technique, he heard the sound of metal hitting wood echoing throughout the air. The broken wooden sword blocked his sword in a surprisingly smooth way. They clashed 3 times, and his attack was not a simple random movement. Won-Wee opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at the mysterious man's sword technique without a word. What's this? He thought. I'm using the clear light sword technique, and it's the improved version, not the old unfinished one. Yet, in a short moment, he found the flaw in my sword technique and resolved it with that wooden stick. While Won-Wee was still stunned, the wooden stick in the mysterious man's hand suddenly pressed against his neck, but the movement was gentle, as if he had no intention of taking his life. After pressing the sword against Won-Wee's neck, the mysterious man muttered, "You've already died once," making Won-Wee even more shocked and horrified. Immediately after, his wooden sword suddenly twisted back as he turned his wrist, hitting Won-Wee's chest with the tip of the sword. That small movement was enough to push him back 10 steps. He continued to speak in a relaxed tone. Try again. Won-Wee realized that the mysterious man had never intended to kill him from the beginning, but he still had many other questions. Is this really just a test? He wondered. Why is he doing this? What is his purpose? Who is he, after all? While Won-Wee was lost in his deductions and questions, the mysterious man had already raised his sword high. From the beginning, the wooden sword had been like a temporary item, only now was it being used to unleash a true sword technique. The moment Won-Wee saw the mysterious man's sword technique, he felt dizzy, as if he had seen this sword path before. Won-Wee realized he had seen this movement dozens of times, though it was just a small part of the sword path he had seen. He could be sure he had seen this sword technique in his illusions countless times while he read the memories of the Miram Alliance leader's sword trials. When Won-Wee was sure it was the Infinite Supreme Sword, he also knew the identity of the mysterious man before him. The only one in the world who could unleash this sword technique was the Infinite Supreme Sword. Won-Wee stared at the man in front of him, speechless. The man was the supreme leader of the Miram Alliance, the Alliance leader, Hyangmook. Won-Wee never imagined that his fate would be so cruel that he had to duel one of the 8 great masters. In Jianghu, there is a common rule. When martial arts masters reach their peak strength, every sword path they unleash requires no preparation. They can be said to execute their sword techniques as smoothly as flowing water and drifting clouds. Earlier, when Hyangmook blocked Won-Wee's sword techniques, it was the same. He didn't need to prepare, but almost just reacted very quickly and accurately to each of his sword paths. He could even anticipate the next sword technique Won-Wee wanted to use. According to Won-Wee's guess, Hyangmook suddenly unleashed his ultimate sword technique because he thought that if he used the simplest and most basic sword technique of the Infinite Supreme Sword technique, Won-Wee wouldn't be able to recognize his identity. But Hyangmook didn't know that Won-Wee had witnessed this scene countless times. The sword technique had been deeply etched into his mind after dozens of readings of the memories of the sword trials. Won-Wee knew exactly how Hyangmook's sword would move, or where he should counterattack. However, he still tried to feign worry to hide this truth because it was his only advantage. He had to find a way to make the most of this advantage. At this moment, Won-Wee suddenly recalled what Hyangmook had told him earlier. Overthinking can be an advantage but also a disadvantage. He instantly woke up, escaping the endless stream of thoughts in his mind. Wonwi realized that he didn't need to do any unnecessary calculations at a time when he needed sharp reflexes like this. He decided to just follow his intuition, and his feet automatically took a long step towards Hyangmook. Hyangmook was slightly surprised when Wonwi stepped forward to meet his sword path instead of dodging away from the tip of his sword. That was a reckless decision. As Wonwi closed in on Hyangmook, the wooden sword merely grazed him. He used his intuition to avoid the sword path he had memorized and slightly lowered his body to slip through it. Hyangmook's wide-open eyes reflected his astonishment because Wonwi was advancing without hesitation. Every movement was fast and decisive. Hyangmook immediately realized that Wonwi was putting his advice into practice. A spark of excitement for Wonwi's intelligence flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be able to turn words into action so quickly." Hyangmook could be sure that all unnecessary, rambling thoughts were gone from Wonwi's mind, and his decisiveness was being conveyed through every movement. He didn't hesitate for a moment, instantly turning and leaping. When he got close enough to strike, Wonwi thrust his sword forward. The tip of the sword collided with a solid object and shook violently. The sound of metal scraping echoed continuously. Unfortunately, Hyangmook was one step ahead. He used 2 fingers to clamp down on the tip of Wonwi's sword, preventing him from stabbing any further. Immediately after, Wonwi grabbed Hyangmook's sword hilt before he could counterattack. At the same time, he turned and jumped while pulling back his sword and kicking towards his face. Just as his kick was about to land on his face, his hand holding the wooden sword suddenly changed direction. With a simple flick of his hand, Hyangmook knocked Wonwi back. He had no support while his leg was raised high, putting him in a very disadvantageous position. However, Wonwi immediately pulled back his leg, curled up and bounced high to prevent himself from falling. He used the force that Hyangmook had just created to spin a few somersaults in the air. Hyangmook calmly looked up to see what Wonwi was going to do next. He didn't even bother to raise his sword in preparation to receive his move. Quickly, Wonwi stretched out, looked directly at Hyangmook, and landed. At this moment, he was trying his best to avoid any distractions. Wonwi gripped the sword tightly with both hands and unleashed a powerful move without much hesitation. The 5th form of the clear light sword technique was activated. In his mind, he only thought of one goal: to break the rotten wooden stick in Hyangmook's hand. The meteor falling sword was unleashed. The sharp blade, after being raised high, struck down with a decisive and powerful blow. At the same time, Hyangmook raised his wooden sword to block it. An energy explosion occurred. Wonwi could feel the energy exploding like a storm in that single collision. As his mind was freed from all distractions, Wonwi's heart pounded with excitement and hope. The result was that Hyangmook's wooden sword finally broke in 2 after his blow, and his sword continued to plunge down to strike him. However, Hyangmook praised him. "That's right. This is the correct way to use this sword." At the same time, Hyangmook caught Wonwi's blade with just 2 fingers. His satisfied smile was a deeply sarcastic jab at Wonwi. Wonwi's body was temporarily stuck in a suspended position as Hyangmook continued to hold the tip of the sword. He stared at his 2 fingers with wide, stunned eyes. Ridiculous, he thought. With just 2 fingers, he was able to block the best sword technique I could unleash. Then, Hyangmook's free left hand touched Wonwi's forehead, and his vision quickly went black. As Wonwi lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, he could faintly hear Hyangmook's final words before leaving. "The Heavenly South Swordsman taught his disciple well." Hyangmook left the forge right after subduing Wonwi. He strolled casually through the alley behind the blacksmith street. The surroundings were completely silent in the cold night. Suddenly, 2 men wearing bamboo hats appeared behind Hyangmook. They waited silently for their master to speak. Hyangmook said, "The blacksmith Shim has disappeared. Ask around and find out who has come and gone from this place." After Hyangmook gave the order, his subordinates respectfully clasped their hands together and replied, "As you command." They continued to walk slowly along the peaceful, deserted street, but a moment later, one of Hyangmook's subordinates suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The Alliance leader, your hand is bleeding." There was indeed blood between the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, the very fingers Hyangmook had used to block Wonwi's sword a moment ago. Hyangmook clicked his tongue, glancing at his hand with a casual smile. "It was just a minor scratch. I only intended to teach him a simple lesson, but it seems I've overdone it," he chuckled. "I've actually done him a favor, even though it's just a scratch. It's not something to be taken lightly." Hyangmook's subordinate exclaimed indignantly, "Who is he, anyway? I'll kill him immediately." Hyangmook waved his hand dismissively, changing the topic. "Don't worry about it, Baek-san. Who do you think will win in this competition among the young masters?" Baek-san immediately replied, "Who else but you, my lord?" Hyangmook smiled enigmatically, his words laced with hidden meaning. What if I told you it's not as obvious as you think? Though he's strong among the young masters, his opponent is certainly no pushover. He might have to work much harder than he expects. Baek-san was slightly taken aback, but couldn't bring himself to ask further. After what felt like an eternity, Wonwi vaguely heard the voices of Heavenly South, Sodam, and Sungwon. Hey, wake up, Wonwi, Vice Leader, wake up. As soon as he saw Wonwi open his eyes, Sungwon asked anxiously, Vice Leader, what happened here? He was dismayed to see almost half of the forge completely destroyed, all bearing the signs of a fierce battle. Wonwi sat up shakily, his head throbbing. The energy that the Alliance leader Murim had injected into his mind was unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, a dizzying sensation he'd never felt before. He managed to ask Sungwon, when did you wake up? How long have I been lying here? Sungwon answered, I just woke up a moment ago, and I came to call you right away. Realizing that Sungwon wouldn't be able to provide any useful information, Wonwi glanced at Sodam, seeking information from her. She thought for a moment before saying, you were unconscious for a short while, maybe about half an hour. Wonwi had anticipated a similar time frame. Afterwards, Wonwi and Sungwon left the forge. Seeing Sungwon in stable condition further solidified Wonwi's belief that Hyangmook had no intention of harming them. Sungwon, still curious, pressed Wonwi for what had happened, but he replied cryptically, you'll pass out again if I tell you. With Sungwon finally silenced, Wonwi fell into contemplation. The Alliance leader Murim, Infinite Supreme Sword, Hyangmook, what was he thinking? Putting me through this ordeal and then disappearing. Sodam then added that before Hyangmook left the forge, he had looked around, observing everything as if he were investigating the situation. This made Wonwi realize that Hyangmook himself didn't know what had happened here. The blacksmith couldn't have just vanished out of thin air. If there was an urgent reason for him to leave, there would be no need to take with him the 5 broken swords of Hyangmook. Considering those discarded swords, it became even more unlikely that Hyangmook was the one responsible. He wouldn't bother taking what he himself had already broken. Wonwi quickly concluded that a third party must have kidnapped the blacksmith, and this kidnapper also knew about the existence of the Hyangmook sword replicas. Importantly, this forge wasn't famous, so not many people visited it. At that moment, an image appeared in Wonwi's mind. Besides him, the blacksmith, and Hyangmook, only one other person had been here during this time frame and had seen those replicas. Yo-Eub, the second disciple of the 5 Bloody Stars. Ultimately, Wonwi's suspicions fell on the most likely person to pull off such an act, Hyang, but he couldn't understand why she would kidnap the blacksmith or need those sword replicas. As Wonwi stepped out of the forge, about to voice his deductions about the blacksmith's kidnapping, he unexpectedly encountered Hyang and Sama Young. A mischievous smile played on Hyang's lips beneath the shadow of her bamboo hat. It seems something interesting has happened here, hasn't it? Wonwi froze as he saw the 2 women standing before him at the forge's entrance. Half of Hyang's face was concealed by a bamboo hat, but judging by her jawline and lips, he recognized her immediately. What surprised Wonwi even more was that Sama Young was with Hyang. What the heck? I was just thinking about her, and now she's here. What's she doing here, and why is Hyang with Sama Young, miss? An hour earlier, at the renowned Dongfang restaurant, known for its delicious braised pork, Sama Young, following Wonwi's instructions, happily ran there to buy 3 portions of braised pork to take home. The waiter politely said, please wait a moment while we prepare it. Sama Young was still annoyed that Sungwon had taken away her chance to close the distance with Wonwi, but thinking about the unique flavor of the braised pork made her mouth water, so she temporarily put it aside. After the waiter left, Sama Young leaned against a pillar, waiting and observing the people eating. After a while, Sama Young felt someone looking at her. Her intuition told her to glance around at the guests in the lobby. Indeed, a few guests were staring intently at her. Sama Young couldn't help but wonder about the unfriendly gazes of those guests. There were many other customers waiting for takeout, but why were they only staring at her? Did they have some ulterior motive? Shortly after, Sama Young suddenly thought that her human skin mask might have gone wrong, but when she reached out to touch her face to check, everything seemed fine. The mask wasn't torn, nor had she exposed her true appearance. After carefully considering for a moment, Sama Young decided the situation wasn't dangerous. She only felt a little awkward being stared at, so she decided to go up to the 2nd floor to wait, avoiding those prying eyes. However, as Sama Young walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, she found it even stranger. The 2nd floor was quieter than usual. This restaurant was usually packed with customers until late at night, but it was now eerily quiet. Although she didn't want to attract attention and was headed for a quieter spot, she still felt something was wrong. Reaching the second floor, Sama Young was even more surprised to find the place nearly filled with people, but everyone was silent while eating and drinking. They were drinking quietly, unlike the usual atmosphere in this restaurant. What made it even more bizarre was that everyone's gaze was fixed on one particular person. No one even noticed Sama Young as she walked up the stairs. Everyone was staring at a young man sitting alone at a table by the window. He was quite noticeable with his slender physique and long hair that reached his waist. Sama Young only needed a quick glance to realize that the young man was actually a woman disguised as a man. She could be sure about this because she was also in the form of a man. The young man, chewing on pork, suddenly raised his hand and smiled. The braised pork here isn't bad, but it's not particularly special either. The voice that came out of his mouth was a woman's voice. The very next second, the young man's eyes changed, becoming sharp as they stared directly at Sama Young. His voice hardened like steel. You're one of the two subordinates who always accompany Manhwa, aren't you? It turned out that Sama Young had deliberately walked over to the table where the young man was sitting alone and nonchalantly sat down in the chair opposite him. Her bold action caused the people around them to draw their swords and point them at her. The young man had raised his hand earlier to stop his subordinates from attacking. Sama Young's face turned cold as she revealed her true nature. Her voice was laced with annoyance and resentment. And you're the one who attacked the vice leader in the alley that day, aren't you? Your name is Hai Yang, right? Immediately, someone behind Sama Young swung their sword with a ferocious shout. How dare you? The blade flashed dangerously close to the back of Sama Young's neck, but she remained calm and indifferent, her expression unchanged. Hai Yang didn't even bother to look at her subordinate, but coldly ordered, "Sit down." The subordinate, stubbornly wanting to demonstrate his loyalty, insisted, "My lord." But Hai Yang's face remained impassive, but her eyes flashed with a warning glare toward her subordinate. "I said, sit down." Immediately, the warned subordinates hastily sheathed their swords and retreated. Hai Yang continued her unpleasant conversation with Sama Young. "How did you know I was disguised?" Sama Young replied nonchalantly. "The scent emanating from her body is not something you would find on a man." Hai Yang sniffed her clothes and mumbled about its absurdity. "Just by this scent, you can really smell it." Sama Young continued in a bored tone. "My nose is a bit sensitive to scents." Shortly after, Sama Young subtly wrinkled her nose, offering an unflattering assessment of Hai Yang's scent. "The scent emanating from your body is quite alluring and sweet, even somewhat debauched. Of course, a man wouldn't have a scent like that, and even if you use such a scent, you can't hide the smell of blood." Without hesitation, Hai Yang grabbed the fake skin under her ear and ripped it off. "You guessed right. I tried to use it to mask the smell of blood. This is my favorite scent, but I've probably been using it for too long, so I wasn't paying attention." As her true face was revealed, Hai Yang tossed the human skin mask away. Sama Young exclaimed with a tinge of regret, "You're wasting such a fine human skin mask." Hai Yang responded indifferently, "It's useless now that you've seen through it. Besides, I have plenty more." After removing the cumbersome mask, Hai Yang suddenly grinned mischievously. "But you know, I don't actually dislike those who look like pale-skinned scribes like you. But I hate your eyes." As these words left her lips, Hai Yang's hand instantly attacked Sama Young. It was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. But what surprised everyone, including Hai Yang herself, was that Sama Young had blocked the attack. Hai Yang's eyes lit up with a chuckle. "Oh my, you blocked it." Hai Yang's eyes sparkled with amusement, but Sama Young remained indifferent and nonchalant. She calmly and effortlessly brushed A.S. hand away from her sight. With a cold expression but provocative eyes, Sama Young stared straight into Hai Yang's smile and asked mockingly, "Am I not allowed to block it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of them suddenly lit up. In a blink, Hai Yang jumped over the table and lunged towards Sama Young, her hands extended with sharp claws like knives, but her target wasn't to take her life. Sama Young had already figured out Hai Yang's target and reacted instantly. Just as it was about to reach her face, she kicked the table apart. Her small but sturdy foot swept past A.S.'s face, and a piece of the broken wooden table flew towards A.S.'s chin. The splintered wood and the two halves of the table collapsed to the ground, forcing Hai Yang to bend her body in the air like a shrimp. At the same time, Sama Young gathered energy in her hand, using the chair as a fulcrum to launch herself upwards. A second later, both Hai Yang and Sama Young landed. Their eyes met, as sharp as knives, and it was clear their confrontation wouldn't end so easily. Hai Yang attacked again in a flash, her 5 fingers extended like tiger claws, each sharp nail wanting to rip apart Sama Young's mask. In a blink, the hands of the two beautiful women clashed. Sama Young continuously defended against Hai Yang's relentless attacks, but she was gradually pushed back. Hai Yang's subordinates were furious to see their young miss fighting with a man. They wanted to jump in. How dare he? But a wise one among them stopped the fools. don't interfere with young Mrs. Business. The confrontation between Hai Hang and Sama Young ended quickly with Hai Hang winning. She sneered and mocked while pulling off Sama Young's mask. "Ah, look at this, the little brat Wonwi. Is he hanging around with an unknown girl like this?" At this moment, half of the torn mask was in Hai Hang's hand. Sama Young could only remove the rest herself. The eyes of the men who were looking at Sama Young with anger immediately changed, revealing a stunned and astonished look. In the next second, Hai Hang's subordinates all blushed, unable to hide their inner turmoil due to Sama Young's stunning beauty. The words "she's so beautiful" were written on their foreheads. Revealing her beautiful face, Sama Young smiled confidently, her eyes challenging Hai Hang. A person must know how to carefully hold on to what belongs to them. I don't like it when something marked as mine is taken away by someone else. Hai Hang also laughed, her tone mocking, playful, and provocative. "Belong to you, sounds good. I'm the same. Once I've claimed something, I'll get it no matter what." After those words, Hai Hang narrowed her eyes and coldly tossed Sama Young's mask away, warning her, "You must have two lives. Not many have spoken to me like that and lived to tell the tale." Sama Young immediately burst into laughter at Hai Hang's implicit challenge. "I guess I'm one of the few then." Hai Hang also laughed, but her voice was full of killing intent. "You seem pretty confident in your abilities." The atmosphere between them was getting tense, on the verge of exploding. Sama Young placed her hand on her sword hilt, ready for a fight. "Well, it's enough to cause a commotion. You can try it if you want." Hai Hang's keen eyes immediately followed her hand movement with curiosity. In the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, Sama Young smiled peacefully, her eyes narrowed. "This will be interesting, but if you really wanted to fight, you would have attacked me much sooner, right?" Seeing this, Hai Hang's expression became strange. She licked her upper lip and narrowed her eyes at Sama Young, showing more interest than displeasure or annoyance. Her voice suddenly became sweeter. "You have a certain allure, don't you?" Hai Hang's strange gaze made Sama Young frown. "Don't tell me you're interested in women too." Hai Hang clicked her tongue and shrugged ambiguously. "Who knows?" Receiving an unexpected answer made Sama Young shiver in discomfort. She hurriedly affirmed, "I'm not interested." Hai Hang seemed amused by Sama Young's flustered expression. She smiled, turned to grab a wine jug from the table, and asked directly, "What do you want to tell me? I can pretend I don't know, but isn't it obvious? You must have a reason to approach me like this." Hearing this, Sama Young was slightly surprised. She thought to herself, "This woman is stronger than I imagined. I thought she was the type who acted impulsively based on her mood and emotions, but she's not simple at all. She's quite intelligent." After a while, engrossed in watching Hai Hang drink with a captivating demeanor, Sama Young came to her senses and spoke what she had to say. "The vice leader wants to talk to you." This made Hai Hang's eyes light up. "Wonwi is looking for me." Wonwi frowned at Sama Young's account, that she had just brought Hai Hang here after seeing her at the restaurant. Hai Hang then immediately approached Wonwi with a seductive smile. "I hear you have something to tell me." Before Wonwi could answer, Hai Hang bit her lip and continued with a seductive voice, "Perhaps you've changed your mind." Sama Young understood Hai Hang's intention, referring to the marriage. She immediately glared as if she wanted to jump and tear her mouth open. Wonwi was also afraid of Hai Hang's invitation, so he quickly shook his head and waved his hands decisively. "No, it's not that." Hai Hang came closer to him. "Then what do you want to meet me for? I don't think you want me to kidnap you right here, do you?" Wonwi then seriously asked Hai Hang. "I'll get straight to the point. Have you heard this news? In a few days, the Blood Demon Sword will be transported from the Miram Alliance to Mount Wudang to be handed over to the sect leader of the Wudang sect during the Miram Grand Assembly." Hai Hang's first reaction was to widen her eyes in surprise, but Wonwi couldn't tell if she had heard the news or not. Was she surprised because she was hearing it for the first time, or was she surprised that Wonwi's group also knew about it? After a moment of surprise, Hai Hang frowned at Wonwi's question but didn't answer. She also rolled her eyes to avoid his scrutinizing gaze. Seeing this reaction, he guessed she had already heard about it. Wonwi couldn't help but be terrified. As expected from the top advisor of the Miram Alliance, Won Myung and his plan were truly frightening. He wasn't the only one under suspicion. There were many suspects and he wanted to take them all down in one fell swoop. Wonwi continued to probe Hai Hang. "Do you find that news credible?" Hai Hang clicked her tongue and shrugged while turning away. "I only believe about 50% of it. But after hearing you speak, my trust is down to 10%. Hai Hang's eyes turned back, glancing at Wonwi with incredible clarity and sharpness, revealing her intelligence and acumen. Hearing those words, Wonwi almost immediately smiled with amusement. He was impressed because he hadn't even mentioned the trap, but she could immediately guess the information was unreliable, just by knowing this supposedly confidential information. After pondering for a moment, Hai Hang suddenly looked at Wonhui with mischievous eyes and smiled. So you want to meet me to talk about this? Wonhui honestly replied, yes, because at the end of the day, we're on the same side in this situation. Hai Hang immediately looked at Wonhui with greedy eyes, revealing the deep desire in her heart. I understand, that's why I like you. Wonhui found it annoying to be looked at with such greedy eyes. Just when maintaining eye contact became difficult, Hai Hang accidentally stepped on a broken part of the floor caused by Hyangmook in Wonhui's earlier battle. She quickly looked away. After looking around and seeing the heavily damaged forge, Hai Hang couldn't help but curiously ask Wonhui with a teasing tone, who did you have such a heated conversation with? Wonhui answered immediately, as if he had been waiting for Hai Hang's question since she entered the forge, the infinite supreme sword. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Sungwon's mouth dropped open, his eyes blurry with shock. The infinite supreme sword. Even Sama Young, no stranger to the martial arts masters, had to widen her eyes in surprise and exclaim, it's actually the Muram Alliance leader. Only Hai Hang showed a confused expression, a vague one, not too surprised and not at all worried. On the contrary, a spark of desire flickered in her eyes. She carefully confirmed with Wonhui, are you saying you fought with the Muram Alliance leader? Wonhui then muttered with a loaded statement, all thanks to someone standing in front of me right now. Hai Hang clearly understood Wonhui's meaning, but her eyes intentionally avoided his scrutiny. Hai Hang's subsequent reaction was completely different from what Wonhui expected. She walked past him and licked her plump red lips. You're lucky, you got to fight that man, I envy you. Wonhui felt goosebumps on his back when Hai Hang said that so nonchalantly. He couldn't understand her strange mentality. This was definitely an unwinnable battle, but she was seriously looking around as if she desperately wanted to fight. Thinking about his opponent, one of the 8 great masters and the leader of the Muram Alliance, Wonhui felt even more terrified. Is she really that passionate about fighting? Meanwhile, Hai Hang was still absorbed in looking at the crack in the wall. It seems like you had a long fight. I wonder how the fight would have gone if it were me. After dodging the subject for a while, Hai Hang cautiously glanced at Wonhui and began to probe him in return. But why do you think your fight with him has anything to do with me? Wonhui glanced around the damaged forge and frankly stated his speculation, because the blacksmith here has disappeared. Hai Hang put on an innocent face and continued to ask, what does that have to do with me? Is it just your intuition telling you that? Seeing Hai Hang seemingly mocking him, Wonhui bluntly exposed her, based on the context of this place. Wonhui glanced towards the empty crate where the 5 copied swords had vanished, and analyzed. The one who saw it was your subordinate. He claimed to be the second disciple of the 5 bloody stars. Besides me and him, no one else has seen the swords in that crate. Hearing this, Hai Hang immediately grinned, faking a cunning cat-like voice. Oh dear, you caught me. Wonhui knew that she had no intention of hiding it from the beginning. She just wanted to play around with him. Wonhui couldn't help but worry about Hai Hang. Kidnapping a blacksmith working for the Alliance leader right under the Alliance's nose was too bold or even arrogant. He feared she couldn't cover it up if Hyangmook investigated. In response to Wonhui's concern, Hai Hang indifferently turned and walked away, confidently asserting, he won't be able to openly search for him, you don't need to know the details. Wonhui had anticipated Hai Hang's answer, so he didn't bother pressing her. There was no reason for her to tell him, but he could still speculate a little. Wonhui believed this was related to the swords he had seen in his memory. They turned red and broke when Hyangmook channeled his internal energy. There must be something mysterious behind those counterfeit swords. As Wonhui was lost in thought about this crucial matter, Hai Hang suddenly spoke after approaching Sama Young. I have something to tell you too. Wonhui apathetically showed a nonchalant expression and asked her, what is it? Hai Hang immediately pointed at Sama Young with a mischievous smile. I like this woman, so I'm going to let her join us. Sama Young, upon hearing this, tilted her head in confusion, looking at Hai Hang with a puzzled gaze. Wonhui's reaction was similar. He froze with a blank expression, simply because he didn't know how to express the emotions in his heart, but he would definitely spit water in her face if he had any in his mouth. Sama Young was startled and questioned Hai Hang. You're accepting me? What do you mean? Hai Hang remained nonchalant and replied, I like you. Then, Hai Hang uttered something even more unbelievable. I think it wouldn't be bad for the 3 of us to enjoy a romantic evening together. Sama Young froze, staring at Hai Hang with a dumbfounded look. 3, why? Wonhui was the main character in Hai Hang's imagined 3-person fun, but he shuddered and blushed in embarrassment at her bold suggestion. You're joking, right? Hai Hang put on a completely serious face with a cunning smile. Do you think I'm kidding? Meanwhile, Sama Young's face flushed red. She stammered in anger. Who wants to enjoy an evening with you? Hai Hang continued to chuckle and tease Sama Young. You're just pretending to be innocent. aren't you? Sama Young became increasingly flustered and tried to deny it with embarrassment. No, I'm not. The two of them completely ignored the main character who was frozen on the side. Hai Yang still couldn't stop her playful teasing. It's not fun. I don't like innocent people, Sama Young retorted even more fiercely. I'm a million times better than you. Who would like a manipulative person like you? Sodam saw this scene and excitedly teased Wonwee. She's teasing the little puppy, right? Wonwee tried to hold back a sigh in his heart. If he left them alone, she would probably continue to tease Sama Young miss. He had to intervene. Wonwee then used this as an excuse to step in and stop the argument between Hai Yang and Sama Young. Don't you think we'll be in danger if we stay here any longer? However, Hai Yang didn't give up her playful teasing and shifted her target to Wonwee. I forgot that I need to listen to your opinion. Wonwee, what do you think? Hai Yang deliberately pulled Sama Young closer to herself. The sight of the two beautiful women in the same frame stunned Wonwee. Sama Young's blushing face turned even redder, her eyes eagerly awaiting his response. Wonwee awkwardly forced a smile at a simple math question. 2 + 1 =. He suddenly felt dumb and couldn't give a proper answer. The three of them were caught in an awkward silence. After being stunned for a moment, Wonwee awkwardly changed the subject. If we don't want to all die here, it's best to disperse now. For the first time, Sodam saw this expression on Wonwee's face and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, your eyes have become lifeless. Hai Yang pouted, regretting the interruption of her teasing, and complained with a sarcastic tone. Are you scared of us being tracked down by others? You always want to find a way out of all problems, don't you? Wonwee clicked his tongue and shrugged in response, with a deep implication. I need to stay alive. Then, Hai Yang stopped mocking Wonwee and pulled out something wrapped in leather and tossed it to him. Honestly, fine, it's yours, right? Wonwee didn't need to open it to know it was the thing he had asked the blacksmith to make for him. The fact that she had it confirmed to him even more that she was the culprit who kidnapped the blacksmith. As Hai Yang stepped outside and put on her hat, she carefully instructed Wonwee, we'll handle the side of those chasing after the blacksmith, but about the one who deliberately revealed information to you, you figure that out yourself. If I were you, suspicion would increase when no one takes the bait. Hai Yang appeared cold but was actually genuinely concerned about Wonwee, hence the reminder of such an important issue. Before leaving, Hai Yang winked flirtatiously at Wonwee. Now I don't owe you anything anymore. Next time if we meet at the outskirts, I won't let you escape easily like this. As soon as she finished, Hai Yang leaped into the night and quickly disappeared. Wonwee, on the other hand, was immersed in planning for the upcoming events. Things were not simple at all. It was going to be even more challenging in the future. Wonwee couldn't help but feel disheartened when he thought about the faces he had encountered recently. The Miram Alliance leader, Hyangmook, First Advisor Won Myung, and Hai Yang, all formidable opponents with deep and unpredictable intentions. More importantly, the ultimate goal hung over his head as he participated in this competition, the Blood Demon Sword. Standing amidst the situation where top figures had already entered Wonwee's life, he couldn't help but sigh wearily. Would he be able to obtain the Blood Demon Sword in this chaotic situation? Meanwhile, a fierce chase was happening in a secluded corner of the outskirts, with two fully masked men swiftly escaping across rooftops. The two masked men dashed through the night, their eyes constantly taking turns to observe the pursuers behind them. How's it going? Are the Miram Alliance pursuers still following? It seems like we've escaped from them. Just as the two masked men landed on the ground and thought they were safe, one of the bamboo hat warriors suddenly appeared in front of them. The two masked men quickly braked, cursing bitterly. Damn it, the man in the bamboo hat sneered. Did you think you could easily escape from us? The bamboo hat warriors immediately blocked the road and surrounded the two masked men. Forget about escaping. Where's the blacksmith you captured? Speak quickly. The two masked men, cornered, stood side by side. The masked men only revealed their eyes, but those cold and sharp eyes clearly reflected their unwavering determination. It seemed they had decided to die rather than reveal anything. Seeing the masked men's stubborn silence, Baek San clicked his tongue and ordered the bamboo hat warriors, Tisk Tsk, all right, I already thought you wouldn't speak easily, go ahead and capture them. Before the bamboo hat warriors could complete their task, the two masked men's fierce shouts echoed. The peerless warriors will never forget today's grudge. Their declaration shocked Baek San, who rolled his eyes in astonishment. What? Before the bamboo hat warriors could react, the two masked men raised their weapons to their comrades' throats and decisively slashed. Two heads fell in a flash. The event happened so quickly that no one could prevent it. Seeing the two masked men fall in a pool of blood, the bamboo hat warriors were utterly bewildered and hastily sat down to examine the bodies. Unbelievable, they actually did this. They committed suicide right in front of us without hesitation. Baek San was also shocked by the two masked men's decisive and swift action. He didn't expect them to be able to commit suicide like that, but before they died, they mentioned the peerless warriors. Could it be that they are truly the force behind this? However, Baek San didn't have time to think leisurely. It was already late at night, and the masked men had shouted loudly before dying, so people quickly approached the area with curious and worried eyes. Whispers and discussions started to spread through the crowd. Did they just mention the peerless warriors before they died? They also said something about never forgetting this grudge. What's going on? Baek San couldn't cause panic in public opinion, so he could only urge the warriors to quickly collect the bodies of the two masked men and leave, quickly. We must immediately return to the Miram Alliance headquarters and report to the Alliance leader. The next morning, Sungwon, who specialized in gossip, quickly grasped the hot event from the previous night and recounted it to Wonhui. That's what happened last night. Rumors about it are spreading throughout this area. Everyone is talking about it. Seeing Sungwon picking his teeth after a hearty and delicious meal, Wonhui glanced at him with suspicion. Is that the reason you went to such a famous restaurant for breakfast? Sungwon clicked his tongue and smoothly reasoned, the more people there are, the easier it is for us to get better information. But what's that in your hand? Wonhui looked at the scabbard of the short sword and smiled. It's the blacksmith who made it according to my request. Obtaining such a symbolically designed scabbard made Sodam cheer excitedly. Oh, finally, I'm back to being a complete sword as before. Sodam excitedly spun in the air, showing off her new look to Wonhui. Look, Wonhui, that blacksmith really has skills. I'm so moved I want to cry. I'm finally repaired after 77 chapters. However, mentioning the past still caused Sodam to feel frustrated and she let out curses. I won't forget the grudge I have for being broken in half. Django, that damned bastard. When Wonhui got tired of listening to Sodam's grumbling and put the short sword behind his back, she became even more troublesome. Hey, is this the right position for me? Wonhui completely ignored Sodam's words. He was now lost in thought about the new information he had just learned, and he had to admit to himself that Sungwon was a great asset with his extensive experience in the beggar sect. He hadn't even asked him to scout for information, but he had already gathered it on his own. He also knew how to search for information, whether it was about the alliance leaders or Hai Yang. Thinking about what was being rumored, Wonhui was still astonished and repeated the words spread by the two masked men as if to confirm it with Sungwon. The peerless warriors will never forget today's grudge. Sungwon simply nodded silently in confirmation. Wonhui didn't need to investigate further to be certain that Hai Yang was behind this. Unbelievable. She used this method to escape from the Alliance's pursuit. She's truly clever, but her actions are also very cruel. Sodam, hearing this, curiously asked, will the Miram Alliance be fooled? Wonhui clicked his tongue and analyzed it for Sodam. The issue isn't about tricking them, it just adds confusion and anxiety. There are rumors that their final screams were very loud, and they committed suicide after attracting a lot of attention. This often happens in cases where spies are at risk of being captured. They do this to attract a third party. Even if people don't believe it, suspicion will always exist. Hai Yang has shifted everyone's attention to a third opposing force. Whether the Miram Alliance believes it or not, her plan is already successful. Furthermore, no one knows who kidnapped that blacksmith, and no one knows the importance of that blacksmith. So, this will definitely cause more chaos in the investigation, and everyone will have a suspicion toward the peerless warriors, the side that just recently broke off relations with the Miram Alliance. Though this plan is very clever, Wonhui still felt a shiver of cold dread, because this method requires sacrifice. Hai Yang is truly a terrifying woman, willing to sacrifice her subordinates for her own benefit. Of course, Wonhui also understood that to achieve a position like Hai Yang's, there are times when it is unavoidable to be cold-blooded and ruthless. Sodam interrupted with a curious question, is Baek Ryona the same? Wonhui thought for a moment and then firmly stated, yes, they're all the same. Wonhui recalled the past, when the Miram Orthodox sect attacked the Valley of Flesh and Blood. Baek Ryona had sent a group of subordinates running in a different direction to distract them. In other words, it was a substitute sacrifice for her. He sighed softly in his heart. This is certainly understandable in the blood cult. No, it's normal for dark sects. Though he called Hai Yang and Baek Ryona cold-blooded, Wonhui wasn't sure if he would use the same methods to survive if he were in their position. After thinking vaguely for a while, he said nothing and stood up abruptly, making Sungwon wonder curiously, where are you going? Wonhui only answered casually, I'm going to see the first advisor. Sungwon was left alone, bewildered and clueless. He had never been able to guess the deep and unpredictable thoughts in Wonhui's mind. As Hai Yang had reminded him the previous night, Wonhui took the initiative to go to the first advisor's residence to try to avoid suspicion. He had devised a way to respond, but because the first advisor's mind wasn't as simple as ordinary people's, he couldn't avoid feeling tense and anxious. After waiting for over half an hour, we finally met Won Myung, but his face was pathetically haggard with deep dark circles under his eyes. As soon as he saw Won Myung rushed to speak first. "Sorry for making you wait so long, the meeting lasted longer than I expected. We're very busy because of the tournament. If you have something to say it quickly." Seeing that Won Myung was indeed very busy, Won didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. "I've been thinking a lot about the words you said the other day, so I came here." Won Myung continued to scribble and asked in a rush, "What do you mean, the things I said? About what?" Won bluntly reminded Won Myung of his previous suggestion, saying that he had asked him to participate in the competition so that if any blood cult members joined, they wouldn't be able to win. Won Myung stopped writing upon hearing this. Seeing the other's reaction, Won knew that he had piqued his interest. The next second, Won Myung looked up at him with a curious and doubtful gaze. "Indeed, I did say that." Won Myung had certainly defeated thousands of people who tried to outsmart him, so Won decided to appear hesitant and unsure in his words. "I fear I must be very cautious in saying this because I am not a member of the Miram Alliance." As expected, Won Myung reacted just as Won hoped, eagerly asking, "What is it? Don't be shy, tell us." How could we disregard the opinion of a young man responsible for Miram's future? Won Myung even praised Won. "One could say that among Miram's promising talents this time, you are one of the brightest new stars, the future of the righteous Miram. How could I not heed your suggestions?" Won still appeared cautious, responding, "I greatly appreciate your encouragement. The thing is, didn't you say earlier that the purpose of the blood cult members participating in this tournament is also to pursue the blood demon sword?" As soon as Won said this, Won Myung squinted as if trying to understand his words more deeply. Won tried to stop himself from swallowing nervously. He knew the man before him had reached a level of understanding and wisdom unlike anyone else. There was no room for mistakes here, making the tension even higher. After careful consideration, Won Myung furrowed his brow, staring at Won to observe his every gesture. "Indeed, I did say that." Won couldn't stop the feeling of restless unease rising in his heart as he had to keep looking straight into Won Myung's eyes. It was terrifying. His gaze seemed to penetrate through him, with such a level of focus in his intelligence. If Won said even half a word wrong, he would be exposed and face disaster. Won suppressed his anxiety and calmly, resolutely suggested, "But wouldn't it be easier to catch them here instead of throwing bait into a vast field? I've thought of a simpler way to catch those spies." Won Myung continued to look at him with a curious and doubtful gaze. "What is it? Tell me." Then, Won spoke with an innocent and excited tone as if he knew nothing of Won Myung's plan. "Let's pick out those who are even slightly suspicious and deliberately leak information to them." Upon hearing this, Won Myung's expression immediately changed, surprised and puzzled. "Leak information?" Won acted as if he didn't notice Won Myung's expression and continued, "Yes, their goal is to retrieve the blood demon sword, so let's spread information about the time and place the blood demon sword will be transferred to Mount Wudong. The important thing here is that this information must be false because we don't need to actually risk placing the blood demon sword this time." Won continued speaking smoothly with his hand clenched in feigned excitement. "If the false news is leaked, the blood cult will surely take action, especially since their goal is the sword. That's when we can catch them, if we're lucky. Isn't this the chance to wipe out most of them at once?" Won had told Won Myung the entire plan but didn't receive an immediate response. He was sure that in his heart, Won Myung was very shocked because this was the very trap he had set up. The wrinkles around Won Myung's eyes moved as if he was thinking, but there was no significant change in his expression. He still stared with slightly widened eyes, trying to control his expression. After a while, an unexpected smile appeared on Won Myung's face. He laughed as if he was very amused by Won proposal. Won Myung's laughter was hearty and accompanied by loud clapping. "Ha ha ha ha, what a great plan. There won't be a day when I feel as envious of the heavenly South swordsman as today." Won Myung stood up with an excited face and praised Won. "Actually, I think the same. With promising people like you, Miram's future will no longer be bleak." "Well done." Won was surprised and humbly bowed. "I apologize. I didn't know you already had that idea in mind." Won Myung continued to enthusiastically praise Won. "It's nothing, really. You truly have both wisdom and courage. With someone like you, the future of the righteous Miram will be brighter." Won politely bowed and said humbly before quickly leaving, "You're too kind. I've said what I wanted to say, so I'll take my leave now." Won-wee left, hoping that this method had some effect. Now, even if no one falls into the trap, it would be hard for him to suspect that he was the one who leaked the information. So-dam immediately agreed and took the opportunity to be smug about himself. Exactly, who would have thought that a short sword overheard their conversation and informed you? After Won-wee left, Won-myung immediately summoned the guards, his closest aides. Unfortunately, this time Won-wee couldn't leave a short sword behind again, so he wouldn't know the content of their emergency meeting. Won-myung didn't take long to think about possible scenarios and made a decision. From now on, we will need to rebuild the entire security system within the first advisor's mansion and carefully monitor everyone inside. Won-myung did this because he was suspicious that Won-wee suddenly mentioning this plan, identical to what he had previously calculated, was very suspicious. It was possible that information about the counterplan had leaked out somehow. One of Won-myung's subordinates bluntly asked, "Do you think that information was leaked by someone among us?" Won-myung clicked his tongue and replied, "That's a possibility, about 30%. After pondering for a moment, Won-myung ordered a complete personnel reorganization to prevent any issues. For now, we can't determine who is an enemy and who is an ally, but the first thing you need to do is replace all the guards and servants in this mansion, except for those directly under your command." Won-myung had shown suspicion towards many people, but that was not all. He cautiously instructed further, "Have people closely monitor the Northern Blade Bear and his disciple. Don't let any movements happen, but don't take your eyes off them either." Won-myung suspected the Northern Blade Bear and his disciple simply because very few people knew about the counterplan. Among them only the Northern Blade Bear and his disciple were outside the control of the Miram Alliance, therefore, they couldn't be left unsupervised anymore. Won-myung was almost certain with the assumption that Won-wee knowing about this plan could be due to one of the Northern Blade Bear's disciples telling him. However, there was another possibility, although very small, that could still happen. As the guards began to move out of the room, Won-myung stopped one of them and ordered, "Have someone monitor Won-wee as well." Won-myung's subordinate immediately took the order but also questioned, "You suspect him too?" Won-myung quickly left somewhere and only replied with a doubtful voice, "I have some concerns about him being too innocent. Anyway, we can't leave anyone unchecked." It was a weak suspicion, but Won-myung's task was not to leave any doubts unchecked. Moreover, in his heart, Won-myung was contemplating another important matter. If he really thought of a plan similar to his own, and everything was just a coincidence, then he couldn't miss out on him. Before leaving the office, Won-myung gave a deep smile to his guard. "If he really is on our side, then we can raise him as my successor for the advisor position in the Miram Alliance. I will personally talk to the alliance leader about this." A while later, when Won-wee returned to the luxurious guest hall reserved for him, an uninvited guest was already waiting inside. Won-wee, unaware of the guest's presence, happily entered the room. "I'm back." Young had come here personally because Won-wee said his schedule was too busy to meet her. As soon as she saw her brother, she smiled brightly. "Brother, where have you been for so long?" Won-wee didn't expect to see Young, so he only forced a smile. "Young, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Young grumbled irritably, "I had to work hard to arrange my schedule to come here and visit you, and that's how you react. I just wanted to see my brother. Is that so wrong?" "Humph," Won-wee, scolded, hurriedly explained, No, I'm also very happy to see you again. Would you like to have lunch together?" Sama Young and Sungwon, sitting on one side, watched the two siblings bickering and praised their close relationship. Young was happy to be invited to lunch but had to decline with a sad voice. "I have the sex scheduled to go somewhere else. I just came by to see you for a bit, but you seem quite free." "Huh, you're one of the top 3 promising candidates, called the new 3 stars, but you don't seem busy at all." Won-wee couldn't help but open his eyes wide in astonishment. "What, me? The new 3 stars?" This was a title he had occasionally heard in the past, referring to those considered the most promising candidates for the championship. Young, thinking Won-wee didn't understand, explained excitedly, "What, you don't know? Those are the 3 people with the highest chances of winning this tournament, including the grandson of the fiery King Breaker, Jin Young, and a disciple of the Northern Blade Bear, Jang Myung." When mentioning her brother in the list, Young even solemnly poked Won-wee's cheek. "Finally, the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, that's you, brother." Won-wee, hearing this, couldn't help but wave his hand awkwardly. "You mean those are the notable figures at this Miram tournament? People should stop spreading rumors and focus on their own business." After teasing Won-wee for a while, Young got to the main point. "Ah, right, this time I came here because there's something important to tell you. The Miram Alliance had a meeting this morning and changed the second round's procedure." Won-wee was immediately shocked to hear this. A change? This didn't happen in the previous life. Having no clues about it, he began to frown worriedly and asked Young, "What kind of change?" Young thought for a moment and then pursed her lips with skepticism about the Miram Alliance's decision. It sounds a bit unreasonable. Early the next morning, the tournament began, starting with Hyangmook, the leader of the Miram Alliance. People of high status in the alliance took turns speaking as part of the opening ceremony. Of course, few people paid attention to that part. According to the rules, rounds 1 to 3 would take place over 10 days. A large hall had been built just for this, and the crowd of spectators numbered in the thousands. Wonwee nearly fainted when he first entered the hall due to the number of sword voices echoing in his head. Sodam couldn't help but worry when he saw him dizzy. "Wonwee, are you okay? You don't look well." Wonwee held his head and lamented, "The sound of the swords is making my head explode." Wonwee had anticipated this situation earlier. After all, 70% of Miram practitioners preferred to use swords because it was considered the king of weapons. He thought he would get used to it, but it turned out to be worse. Each sword echo brought a new sensation, possibly because everyone here had their favorite sword, and there were up to 4,000 people with swords here. As soon as Wonwee entered, Sama Young and Sungwon cheered for him from the sidelines. "Cheer up, senior. Good luck. I believe in you." Wonwee sighed inwardly. Why are these idiots so excited? This is just a mandatory task. What's there to be eager about? Then, Wonwee heard a familiar, provocative voice echoing in his head. It was Jwabaek's voice. "Wonwee, did you come here to play?" Wonwee looked around and saw Jwabaek not far away. Jwabaek grinned and telepathically taunted, "Don't get eliminated in the preliminary round and embarrass yourself." Despite Jwabaek's improved skills, he was still far inferior to Wonwee, yet he dared to remind someone better than himself. Wonwee, fearing that Jwabaek might overdo it and get caught by Hai Hyang's hidden card, bluntly replied, "Shut up, don't be insolent, focus on your own matters, this is a mission." Jwabaek was silenced and could only stare at Wonwee in astonishment. Wonwee clicked his tongue and tilted his head towards the stage. "Look ahead, it's starting." Jwabaek quickly turned his head to look at the stage. The person overseeing the first round was the second elder of the Miram Alliance, the Plum Blossom True Sword of the Huashan sect, Ho Yang True Man. Ho Yang might look old and frail, but he's a swordsman who could sever 100 plum blossoms with a single strike. Aside from the 8 great masters, he stands at the peak of martial arts. Elder Ho Yang then declared, "From now on, we will begin the preliminary rounds of the Miram's Promising Talents competition." Ho Yang's voice echoed throughout the arena as he amplified it with his inner energy. In response, everyone present erupted in cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Elder Ho Yang's opening words simultaneously instilled a sense of anticipation and exhilaration. Miram's Promising Talents competition has officially started, but Wonwee showed no excitement and was even nervous because such things had never happened in his previous life. Now he has been given the opportunity, chance to win a tournament he never dreamed of participating in.